Okay, we are now streaming live. I guess that's the signal that I get to start. Good morning, everyone, and ships at sea. This is the Maine Legislature's Joint Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. It is May 10, 2021. It's 9 o'clock. We're starting a hearing today, a series of hearings. The hearings that we're doing today are 5. We're going to start off with a joint hearing on 2 bills. LD 1471, an act to establish a stewardship program for packaging. I'm going to do the announcements in a moment, the introductions in a moment. And LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. Then at 10 o'clock, we have scheduled LD 57, an act to reduce the landfilling of municipal solid waste, along with LD 359, an act to promote energy production from recyclable plastics. Then at 10:30, we have listed LD 1631, an act to amend the laws banning polystyrene foam to exclude packaging for meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and eggs. We have a quorum. We are assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment. Before we get started, I want to share some information. We are currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anybody who is a participant in the meeting by Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. I hope I'm not muted. People in the Zoom meeting waiting to testify can't be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. There are 2 lists. We have lists of panelists and lists of attendees. We have 43 people waiting on the attendee list. This meeting will be recorded and available for review on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. I'd just like to remind those who are approaching this panel, who are going to be moved from the attendee list to the panel list when they talk, that the Zoom square should use the name, your true name, like John Smith or Mary Jones, rather than some kind of computerized thing like iPhone 6 or Dad's laptop, because we won't be able to identify you then. Please be patient. You should also know that when we move a person from the attendee list over into the panel, there will be a brief moment when you will be dropped from the meeting, and it will seem weird, but you will then reappear after a moment. Okay, I'd like to ask now if we could please have our introductions. And I'll start off by asking if Senator Bennett could introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate. It's basically the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. Representative Bell.
Yes, hi, Art Bell. I represent House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island.
Okay. Representative Johansson.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Tucker. My name is Chris Johansson. I represent House District 145, the 18 are Bridgewater and Sherman.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vicki Dudera, and I represent District 94, the towns of Camden, Rockport, and the island of Islesboro.
Okay, I'm just doing this in the order in which the boxes are arranged on my screen. Representative Hanley.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Representative Tucker. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
Representative O'Connor.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Tucker. I am Representative Beth O'Connor. I represent the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and part of North Berwick.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I am Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County. I represent the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mount Morrow, Palermo, and Searsma. And I will be going over to another committee in just a minute to present another bill, and then I'll be coming back.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach, which is House District 13. I too will be toggling between 2 committees, and I have a bill to present in a 3rd committee. So I appreciate your indulgence. I'll be popping in and out. Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3 in York.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ralph Tucker. I'm acting as a co-chair of this hearing this morning because Senator Stacy Brenner is unavailable until later in the morning. I represent House District 50 in Brunswick. Okay, let's see. There's a few other little housekeeping things I have to say. First, in regard to use of the chat function, I'd appreciate it if you are going to use the chat function that you do not discuss bills or substantive matters, only order of hearings or stuff that has to do with the procedures of running this program. Let's see. All questions of persons testifying will be made through the chair in order to preserve some type of formal order and avoid confusion. For each bill being heard today, I will call on sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. This is somewhat unusual because we're having a combined hearing. We have the bill sponsored by Senator Dill, LD 1471, and the bill sponsored by Representative Grahowski, 1541. They both deal with the concept of a stewardship program for packaging. I have on my list here of people waiting to testify, 22 people would like to testify on the first bill, Senator Dill's bill, and we have 37 waiting to testify on the other bill. There is some overlap, however. I'd like to proceed in the following fashion. First, asking the sponsors to testify, make a presentation, and any co-sponsors, and then have the department testify. First, we will do the 1471 sponsored by Senator Dill. Then immediately after DEP has finished their testimony, I will turn to the sponsor of 1541, Representative Grahowski, have her testify, and any co-sponsors for her bill, and then call on DEP to testify again. After that, I will go through the list and we will try to be fair and allocate people who favor one bill or the other bill. It looks like we have a choice here. A lot of people have lined up on the first bill. Other people have lined up on the second bill, and we'll pull in a mix. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Just have a quick question because a legislator's contacted me who wants to testify, but I don't believe that she's a co-sponsor, but will she be able to testify following the DEP?
Yes.
Okay.
Who would that be?
Her name is Lydia, gosh, what's Lydia's last name? Crafts?
Okay.
I believe it's Lydia Crafts.
Okay.
So she just asked me to let her know. So I'm giving her the scoop and
Thank you.
thanks.
Very good. Because we haven't met very frequently, I hate to admit that there are some, I will have to be able to recognize who is a legislator from the list. Senator Bennett.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, I presume we'll go with the usual ENR practice of allowing sponsors and co-sponsors in the department to have whatever time it takes, and then people from the public would have a limited amount of time to present their testimony. Is that right?
That's a good recommendation. Yes, I appreciate your bringing that up so everyone knows.
So what would it be today? 3 minutes?
I think that would be fair.
Thank you.
Okay. It would be greatly appreciated that after you have testified, that you would exit the Zoom meeting. You may continue to watch the hearing on the committee's YouTube channel. If you need to exit the meeting before being called upon to testify, please be aware that you may submit written testimony at any time, even tomorrow, by accessing the legislature's testimony submission page. Final reminder, this meeting is being broadcast and recorded on YouTube and can also be heard over the legislature's audio broadcasting system. Any testimony you submit is public and may be posted on the legislature's website. We will have 3 minutes each after the sponsors, co-sponsors, and the department have testified. Okay, now I will open the hearing on LD 1471, an act to establish a stewardship program for packaging. I'd like to ask if Senator Dill is ready to go. Could Senator Dill come over to join us on the panel? Senator Dill, you're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Dill.
And are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. You have the floor.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Representative Tucker and distinguished colleagues on the Committee of Environmental and Natural Resources. I am Senator Jim Dill, and I represent Senate District Number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. I am presenting LD 1471 to you to support existing recycling and provide needed funding to improve recycling infrastructure in our state. Because of the issues with recycling, I'm here to sponsor, as I said, LD 1471, an act to establish a stewardship program for packaging to address issues that have been raised over the last year about recycling and the need to reform our municipal recycling processes by creating a balanced role for producers to help fund municipal recycling systems while supporting existing and developing new recycling infrastructure. Recycling is a significant waste management service and very important in my district. And I've listened to stakeholders. They brought new ideas forward on how to help address the challenges that recycling faces in my community and others across the state. And just as kind of an aside, I do have a very large landfill residing in my hometown here of Old Town. My efforts on LD 1471 are not to suggest that I know better than the work that has been done that by the committee that's already been investigating the issue over the last year. However, my hope is that LD 1471 offers ideas that are consistent with approaches being considered in other states such as New York and Oregon, so that we might have some consistency and create solutions that all stakeholders can see a path to success in what will become law on this issue. These other states have brought their work up, and that look just like what we are trying to do, and we should try and seek ways that Maine can work with other states on this common challenge. Additionally, LD 1471 represents some of the national principles that multiple parties have discussed, including some in our state, and reach an agreement on principles for product stewardship or extended producer responsibility, which is EPR. My hope is that concepts in LD 1471 create not just a short-term funding solution, but truly a long-term collaborative structure that will improve recycling for the long haul. Especially now that the state and local budgets are improving from the last several years, we have an opportunity to consider a long-term approach. Part of this approach is, as presented here, a strong stewardship program for the future by requiring producers to deliver on 11 potential goal areas with 5-year goals and an important needs assessment with annual reporting on progress towards these goals. This moves us beyond simple financing, but more towards product stewardship, as preserved through the collective wisdom of this committee and the state's product stewardship framework law, MRSA Title 38, Chapter 18. LD 1471 also creates a collective vision of creating a better recycling system in Maine by creating one or more product stewardship programs for packaging and material, as to prevent a state mandated monopoly, requiring a needs assessment so that we actually have good data and good plan for how to improve recycling, requiring strong stewardship plans approved by the DEP and annually updated to track progress on long-term goals, shifting a significant administrative burden to implement the stewardship program from the DEP to the producer stewardship organization, removing reimbursement for landfilling, which is the cheapest solid waste solution, and instead focusing on long-term recycling infrastructure development. And also similar to previous efforts, using responsible party payments to offset truly needed operational recycling costs for eligible municipalities, refuse disposal districts, and regional waste management associations and private entities to support improvements in recycling infrastructure in the state. Creating a more level playing field so that the rural communities don't get less money because they don't have curbside collection like in urban areas. And finally, creating a methodology for calculating payments by producers to develop their own workable fee structure, which gives affected companies certainty as to how this bill could impact their budgets. This is obviously a complex issue, and I welcome productive, robust discussion that includes contributions from both industry and from the environmental community. I understand that the legislation considered last year had to move fast, but now we have the opportunities, thanks to an improved budget projections on all levels, to look at our neighboring states and at all perspectives and create a more synchronized and long-term approach. One valuable lesson I've learned during my time listening to competing interests is that it's critical we balance the important roles of protecting the environment with ensuring private enterprise can develop and continue to create jobs that provide vital income to our citizens. Finally, one technical issue I'd like to note that somehow was overlooked in the final drafting with the reviser's office. I had intended to include a small business exemption at the $2 million level, consistent with the last draft of LD 2104 from last year. My intention is to include that in 1471, and I asked the committee to include that as a provision as they move forward. I'm hoping that the committee and all stakeholders which would be impacted by this legislation can arrive at a thoughtful, functional program to create a sustainable recycling system for all Maine communities for years to come. I appreciate the committee's consideration of LD 1471 and hope that some of its core concepts will be thoughtfully considered and can be placed in the legislation that is passed by this committee. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions, but I know you have a lot of people here this morning that testify that's probably much more knowledgeable in this area than I am. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill. It's good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
That's a great background. What river is that?
That's
Penobscot?
actually, yeah, it's actually, that's the university right there. As a trivia question for you, Representative, the University of Maine is only one of 2 land grant universities that is actually on an island. The University of Maine is on an island, so.
Very good. Questions? Thank you very much.
Right,
The
thank you.
next,
I have my own committee to go to, so sorry I have to scoot right off.
okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll now go to the DEP because I do not see any of the other co-sponsors for this bill in the waiting area. The co-sponsors are Senator Poliot, Representative Dunphy, Representative Schofield, and Representative White, and I don't see them on our list. So we'll go to the DEP at this time. Welcome, Ms. Clark. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Tucker and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark of the Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm speaking this morning in opposition to LD 1471. The department supports the concept of extended producer responsibility as a method for increasing the recyclability and the recycling of packaging in Maine. However, the department believes that LD 1471 would not effectively address the management of packaging waste in Maine, has the potential to disrupt the state's solid waste handling systems, and may improperly delegate certain functions and authorities to a stewardship organization. The bill proposes to require responsible parties, including manufacturers and others, to individually or collectively submit proposals to the department to establish a stewardship organization, potentially resulting in multiple stewardship organizations operating in the state. Such organizations would be responsible for all aspects of establishing and implementing a packaging stewardship program through development of a stewardship plan. Although the bill requires submission of proposals for stewardship organizations and for stewardship packaging plans to the department, there are no clear standards and no authority for the department to develop standards against which to evaluate those proposals and plans beyond the very broad requirements in Section 2 of the bill. The bill would authorize and direct a stewardship organization in part to establish a state stewardship plan committee to conduct a statewide recycling needs assessment, establish a state recycling program committee to provide input regarding the plan, provide criteria and standards to determine the recyclability of packaging material, propose recycling and recovery best practice standards, determine standards regarding access to recycling and composting collection, minimum technology standards for materials recovery and recycling facilities, determine compliance with standards by entities receiving funding, establish statewide performance goals for packaging material, including goals for rates associated with recycling, recycling access, composting, contamination, and waste reduction, measure its own progress toward achieving the goals, determine fees to be paid by responsible parties, determine which entities are eligible for payments to support costs, and how funding will be distributed to eligible entities, determine funding and make decisions regarding grant proposals for supporting recycling and composting infrastructure and consumer education across the state of Maine. Unlike all stewardship programs with which the department is familiar, the program established in this bill allows the stewardship organization itself to set statewide performance goals in its plan. This bill requires only that those goals support the state's solid waste management hierarchy, be designed to be achieved within 5 years, and be technologically and commercially feasible. As written, the bill provides scant oversight authority to the department, and it would be extremely difficult at best for the department to make a determination that any proposed goal or standard included in the plan failed to meet the very general criteria put forward in the bill. The stewardship plan would be designed by a multi-stakeholder committee. However, this committee's status as a group that could effectively represent and advocate for the needs of other stakeholders, such as municipalities and businesses, may be compromised as the producer-controlled stewardship organization determines its makeup. The bill provides that the stewardship plan establish best practices that municipalities must achieve in order to be eligible for payments to offset their recycling costs. It also requires a needs assessment that would attempt to define statewide solid waste needs and set priorities for infrastructure investments. These decisions have broad implications for the management of solid waste in Maine and for statewide solid waste management policy, and should not be controlled by a stakeholder committee. This bill places budgetary decisions entirely with a stewardship organization, managing a program on behalf of the packaging producers. The bill requires only that the budget provide funding necessary to manage the program and achieve progress toward the performance goals described above. LD 1471 specifies neither minimum producer payments nor minimum expenditures for operational cost offsets or infrastructure support. The bill does not include penalties or an enforcement mechanism if a manufacturer chooses not to comply. Under the proposed provisions of LD 1471, the stewardship organization would have the ability and authority to set goals, provide offsets to municipalities, and fund infrastructure projects with no clear standards and minimal state oversight. Additionally, the stewardship organization structure proposed by LD 1471 may result in an improper delegation of legislative and regulatory authority to the stewardship organization and requires further examination in this regard. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this morning, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Is there any questions? Are there any questions at this time? Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. You might as well stay right there because you'll be coming back in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Can you turn off your video for a moment while we go to the next thing? Okay, we're now going to open the hearing in regard to LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. And the chair recognizes Representative Nicole Grohosky. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Representative Tucker and honorable members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Nicole Grohosky, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the Maine House. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. When you or I go to the store or order something online, we're buying the item for what it is, not because we want its packaging. Once we've opened up that box or used up the container contents, we're left with waste to dispose of. Sometimes the packaging is labeled with the familiar chasing arrows recycling symbol. Other times it's an amalgamation of materials destined for the trash can. Great news if it's labeled as recyclable, if you live in a community with a functional recycling program that accepts that item. If it's trash, it gets incinerated and or landfilled. Who pays for either option? The taxpayers. That's right, the producers of packaging bear no financial burden for the disposal of the trash they create, and instead, that cost is socialized amongst us, the taxpayers. This system isn't fair, and it isn't working. The Maine Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, estimates that Maine taxpayers are paying at least $16 million per year to manage packaging materials, which account for about 30 to 40% of our waste stream. We're able to divert, at best, 36% of our waste stream to recycling. far below our statutory goal of 50%, which was set in the 1980s. The cost of recycling has gone up, due in part to China's rejection of our waste, so that DEP now estimates it to be 67% more expensive on average to recycle an item in Maine than to incinerate or landfill it. That increased price is unfortunately just too much for most municipalities to bear, despite the fact that there are social and environmental costs to continually producing virgin materials and piling trash into our landfills that aren't factored into that cost. Many municipalities have had to curtail or completely close their recycling programs, especially in our more rural areas. And I've included a picture of the former recycling center in Trenton in my testimony for you to look at, where it's spray painted, says recycle center closed, leave nothing. And that's really the circumstance in so much of our state. So how can we fix this broken system and set Maine on the path to spending our money wisely and achieving better outcomes? We need look no further than the Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR as it's called, for packaging program that this bill proposes. EPR programs are tried and true and have a long history in Maine. Think of our bottle bill and programs that collect electronic waste, paint, and items that contain mercury, for example. Globally, big corporations participate in EPR for packaging programs, which are in effect in more than 40 countries and 5 Canadian provinces, in some cases for more than 30 years. EPR for packaging programs take what economists call externalities, in this case, costs associated with disposing of an item that are not reflected in the item's price, and then internalize them into the cost of the item. If there is a small increase to the cost of a product as a result of this program, it will be borne by the consumer choosing to buy that product rather than socialized between all property taxpayers in a municipality. EPR for packaging, as proposed in LD 1541, creates a market mechanism to support municipal recycling programs, as well as incentives for producers to make better packaging over time. Quite simply, it puts the cost back on the cost causers. The experience of neighboring Quebec shows us the potential of EPR for packaging. A presentation to this committee by Eco Enterprises Quebec in January of 2020 identified the province has a 63% recovery rate, with more than 99% of its 8.4 million residents able to access curbside recycling. And Quebec's secret to success? You guessed it, a 15-year-old mandatory extended producer responsibility for packaging program, which has created the right market signals and stability to offer improved recycling options for residents and businesses. And how about that annual per capita cost associated with the program? The same as ours in Maine, about $13 per person, but Quebec has nearly double the materials recovery rate. Residents of British Columbia are paying less than us per capita and achieving 74.5% recovery. Research into these phenomenal outcomes, seen not just in Canada, but globally, prompted our Maine DEP to identify the need for an EPR for packaging program in its 2019 January annual product stewardship report. Following that recommendation, the legislature unanimously supported LD 1431, which was a resolve to support municipal recycling programs, which directed the Department of Environmental Protection to draft legislation to establish a new product stewardship program for packaging. In my opinion, staff at the Maine Department of Environmental Protection did a phenomenal job writing and refining the legislation it presented to this committee last year as LD 2104. They went above and beyond the resolve's requirements and held 4 stakeholder meetings in 2019. They reviewed the policies of other jurisdictions that use extended producer responsibility for packaging and met with people who manage these programs elsewhere in the world. That bill went through additional public scrutiny in the hearing and work session process and was supported by a majority of this committee before the legislature adjourned last year. This bill is a continuation of the multi-year stakeholder process to establish an EPR for packaging program that is right for Maine. Improvements in LD 1541 include additional protections and cost certainty for our small Maine businesses, more clear descriptions of the intended environmental outcomes that we want to achieve with this program, and a new section that describes how investments in education and infrastructure will be available to not only support existing municipal and regional recycling programs, but to improve them as well. There is no question that municipalities are struggling with the cost and complexities of the shifting waste management landscape, and that they would like to support recycling programs. That is why the municipal governments of the two communities I represent, Ellsworth and Trenton, have joined municipalities representing over 300,000 Maine residents in approving resolutions in support of the state's work toward establishing an EPR for packaging program. It is why the Maine Municipal Association is supportive of EPR for packaging. I hope that you will evaluate and then support LD 1541 to provide much needed support for our recycling efforts in Maine. Now, many of the people who will speak in opposition to LD 1541 represent multinational corporations that do business in jurisdictions like Quebec that have the same policy framework you are considering. Some of them will outright oppose any change from the failing status quo. Others will suggest options that allow them to control the program and define its outcomes. Neither of these proposals should be acceptable to taxpayers or to those they elect to represent them. Some will say that we just need to do more education and that will solve the problem. Sure, I can tell people that recycling is critical to using our resources responsibly, keeping plastic out of our ocean, and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. But what happens when they go to the Ellsworth Recycling Center, for example, and find that most of the items with recycling symbols are not accepted? I can tell you what happens. Those items go into the trash to be burned, and often myself, the Ellsworth City Councilors, or our public works staff get an email or a call. 2 years after Ellsworth curtailed its program, I am still hearing from constituents who are habitually washing out their containers, only to turn around and throw them away with a guilty feeling. Others are quite literally sending their rejected items home with their adult children who are visiting from Massachusetts. Now, in 2018, China stopped accepting plastic recycling from the US and other developed countries, leaving us with no plan and a limited domestic market to accept these items. Its national policy forced us to recognize yet another issue with our system at that time. We have been shipping recyclables around the world to places with low environmental and labor standards. I believe that we can properly manage our waste stream right here in the US, creating domestic jobs, spurring innovation, and protecting our environment. When all Maine municipalities can afford to offer robust recycling programs and education about them, more materials will be collected. More available materials, combined with the corporate commitments that we're seeing to produce recycled content packaging, will send the right supply-demand signal to those wishing to enter the material recycling market, possibly even right here in Maine. This would be my preference over creating or expanding landfills, like the one currently being considered in Norridgewock. Now, returning committee members might recall, though I probably wouldn't if I were you, in my previous testimony that I shared information about Walmart's commitment to plastic waste reduction through its private brand program, with an emphasis on creating recyclability and making it easier for customers to recycle. For example, they seek to achieve 100% recyclable, reusable, or industrial compostable packaging for all of their private brand packaging by 2025. They also aim to target at least 20% post-consumer recycled content in their private brand packaging by 2025, and they are trying to reduce their plastic packaging whenever possible. Walmart's initiative is great, and it is mirrored by other producers and addresses both supply and demand. But if there is no one to collect the 100% recyclable materials and no one to turn them back into post-consumer recycled content, then that initiative and those like it will be ineffective. That is why we need an EPR for packaging program in Maine and elsewhere in the US. Without them, we'll continue to set great goals and continue to fail to achieve them. Now is the time to restructure our waste management system to work better for Maine people, our municipalities, and our environment. We cannot afford to wait any longer as our recycling programs fail and our municipal taxpayers bear the rising costs of managing all of this waste. Thank you so very much for your time this morning, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Thank you, Representative. So I have a twofold question, actually. So my understanding about the programs in Canada that have been, been run for quite some time now, they did increase the costs of the goods to the consumers who chose to purchase them. Obviously, it didn't deter them because they continued to purchase them, about 4 to 6% maybe. I'm wondering how much we might see the cost of the certain products, whatever they might be, go up. That, and I can throw that out there for anybody that is actually listening. And the other question is, because you say this should save, the burden should be on the consumer. With the taxes and the costs in Canada, I'm wondering, did the tax burden go down? And if it did go down, how much? Or has the tax burden there actually continued to rise? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative O'Connor, for your questions. To your first point, I would love to see the source of the information that you cited regarding an increase of 4 to 6% in the cost of goods. We've done a lot of research about that, and it's actually pretty hard to unpack how much the cost of the program actually is factored into the goods. For instance, New Brunswick, which does not have EPR for packaging, researched, what are the cost differences in our province versus neighboring Quebec, and they found that there was not any appreciable difference in most cases. We think that some of these costs might be passed on, for instance, in more luxury items. There's a lot of thinking around costs. Prices need to end in 0.99. For some reason, they've researched that, and that triggers that we want to buy things in our brains. So there's a lot more that goes into creating costs than just a strict division of the total cost to produce something. So what New Brunswick found was that things like the distance that goods were being shipped actually factored into costs way more than these programs. So they found they're paying basically the same amount for items, and they're not getting the benefits of EPR for packaging. So, I've heard this number tossed around 4 to 6%. We're not seeing that in other jurisdictions. And so I would love, if there is someone who's done that research and can provide it for me and for other stakeholders in order to determine how that was calculated, I would love to see it. So I hope that maybe you can follow up with where those numbers have come from. To your second point, as you well know, municipalities have many things that they are trying to use taxpayer funding for, our roads, our salting, sanding, plowing, schools, parks. So I really think it's hard to be certain if taxes will go down or not, because that's sort of a municipal decision. But the hope is, in my view, that municipalities would take that extra money that they're receiving to run their programs and be responsible with it and lower costs if they can, or provide another service to the community that the community values and wants. And I can try to find information about what exactly happened in these 30, 40 other countries, but I would say it's such a localized decision, it would be pretty hard to determine. But what we do know is that municipalities are being reimbursed for the cost of their programs. What they do with that at that point is up to local decision making, and I think that is important.
Thank you very much. Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. And thank you, Representative Grochowski. That was a really good presentation. And thank you for reminding us about the process last year, because that was going to be one of my questions. Where were we with that? I'm so glad to get that. So my understanding is that this bill is really derived from the work that we did last year and added to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So we took all the best components of the previous bill, which was really pretty much the majority of it, and then continued discussions with stakeholders. One of the things that I think is really great that we added is, in addition to having a small business and small producer exemption, we've added a tiered system. So if your business produces between 1 and 15 tons of packaging materials, there are caps on how much you would pay. So those businesses will have certainty for the entire year if they're in that range of production of what their cost, their maximum cost would be. And they might find that they come out much lower. But I think that's a really great provision that we added this time. And there also are some additional provisions, some that I mentioned around outcomes, but also we have eco-modulated fees, which means the better that your packaging is in terms of how we can recycle it and manage it and what it contains, the less that you pay. So we're able to try to phase out toxins in our plastics, for instance, and in other products, by having the producers that are using those chemicals pay a little bit more than people who are using, let's say, corrugated cardboard that doesn't have any additives in it that we're concerned about. So we're able to try to incentivize not just less packaging, but also better packaging.
May I follow up, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Representative Grochowski, I have a house here in Hancock, Maine, as well as in New York, and it's shocking to me there's no recycling program here at all. And in fact, they charge $1.50 per bag to get rid of the waste. How is that? I mean, it seems like I'm spending a lot more because they aren't recycling to get rid of all of the garbage that I produce here, which includes corrugated cardboard, and they won't even take that. How does that? I am not aware. I do not know the figure on how many towns do require you to buy garbage tickets per bag. How does all of that work into it? Is that something that's going to have to be reworked in order for this to be successful? Because it seems to me the more garbage produced, the more money the town makes, in a sense. But of course, they have more disposal as well. How do you look at that?
I would not say that I'm most expert in what all communities do, but so I live in adjacent Ellsworth, and in Ellsworth, residents need to pay $3 per bag, and the city is still paying money on top of that. So Hancock is not making any money by charging you $1.50 per bag to go to the same places that our waste is going. Additionally, Pay As You Throw is a program that helps basically unsocialize the cost of the trash. I put out a couple bags of trash a year, and I prefer to pay $3 to put those out than to pay additional money so that other people in my community can put out 30 or 300 bags of trash. So that is one of those cases where we're putting the cost back on the cost causer, and I think that's very appropriate. But municipalities are certainly not getting rich on that. And whether or not they decide to remove those programs ultimately, once they're getting funding to pay for disposal, would again be a local decision. I wouldn't recommend it because it's another tool that we use to encourage people to recycle if we have those robust recycling programs that this proposal would create.
Yes, thank you very much.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker, and thank you, Representative Grochowski, for this bill. As somebody who feels like she's constantly doing these street-wide town cleanup, pickup things, and then you look the next day and there's trash again. I really welcome the whole, the whole initiative behind this bill. I think, with like 40% of our trash at the dump being things that could be recycled. I mean, it's just seems to be a no-brainer, and it's a proven strategy. As you say, it's been working other places. My question is, these big manufacturers who are foisting all this packaging on us, do they package differently for the Canadian provinces who are doing this? Do you see any change in the amount of packaging material when they are asked to take responsibility for it themselves?
Thank you for the question. And I think there might be some other folks that have more examples, but that is definitely the case in jurisdictions. And I think it depends in part how long they've been operable and then how they fit geographically with other jurisdictions. So in Canada, it's sort of a patchwork of EPR laws, and sending different packaging to different places could actually be more expensive and complicate things for the producers. But in Europe, where this is pretty much universal, there is definitely evidence that packaging has changed and responded to these programs. And those programs are also older and more mature. So I think it's sort of I mean, we might even be benefiting in some cases from packaging redesigns, because if you redesign a package to have or product to have less packaging, it might turn out that you save shipping costs. So there might be times when we've been benefiting, but I wouldn't go so far as to say I have an example of that. But there are definitely a lot of examples of different packaging in Europe.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. I have a series of questions, if that'll be all right.
Yes, please go forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Grochowski. Great presentation. I co-signed this bill, so now I have to unpack it as well. Maybe I missed it. Do we have an estimated cost per person this might impose on citizen domain? Is there any way to evaluate that?
It's going to be hard to determine that until we really have a sense of the magnitude of the problem. We do have some data, but one of the provisions in this bill is to really collect better data about exactly what is in our waste stream. There's been some surveys, but they are getting old, and those numbers of 30 to 40% may not be accurate anymore as we see packaging increase, especially thinking about COVID and Amazon shipments and things like that. So, a big part of starting this process is determining what is the full scale of the problem. But we do know how much municipalities are spending to manage waste now. And we could estimate that the whole program would probably cost a little bit more than that, because recycling at this point is more expensive than landfilling, for instance. So what I can say is I think the best thing to do is look at what has happened in other places, what has gone on with their costs. And I don't believe that Maine, as unique as it is, and is the reason that I live here, experiences different waste issues than Quebec, for instance, which is really, frankly, like a lot larger and has a lot more far-flung rural areas as well beyond the cities. So I think it's instructive to look at the fact that they are paying the same per capita as we're paying, but getting, almost double, and in some cases more than double the return rates. So it is, I wish I could give you a number. I mean, everybody would love to see a number. What I can say is it probably would be similar to what we're currently paying now, possibly plus a little more, in order to get those recycling systems back up and running in our more rural areas of the state that are suffering right now.
Yeah, I mean, because one of the big factors about recycling in Maine is the immense distances that have to be traveled in order to take a product from, you're taking a million little tiny pieces and collecting them to get bigger. As they travel down the line, the load gets bigger and bigger. The transportation costs are immense, and I'm wondering if this program will actually be effective at solving that problem. And I mean, I don't expect you to answer that here, but if there's any way you can help calculate that. Another question is how will this affect all the recycling that's being done in the paper and cardboard world now? I mean, the paper industry, there's a lot of recycling already going on. Are they going to be affected? Are those programs going to be affected negatively by this?
No, I don't think so, because anywhere that there are successful recycling programs happening, EPR for packaging will just support and bolster them, but we will be able to create and restore essentially canceled recycling programs around the state that would increase the feedstock for people that are actually doing the recycling. So the hope is that we could spur more recycling and more business within the state as we're collecting these materials. So they're not, we're not deriving any benefit for them if they're going into the ground, which is happening in a lot of places, but we can derive some benefit if they're collected and recycled.
Now towns that have no recycling program at all, the citizens are going to incur a cost increase, no doubt. So they won't actually receive any benefit at all unless they move towards a recycling program. Is that true? Is that how this will work?
The citizens would receive a benefit because this program would pay for them to reestablish recycling programs. So that wouldn't come at a cost to the taxpayers. No municipality has to opt in. It is definitely optional. So if a community does not want to create a recycling program and get paid back for it and continue to just landfill, then they're not going to get any money from this and it will be the status quo. But I think a lot of municipalities will opt in because it is a way to provide their citizens something that people value. We know that a majority of Maine people want to recycle. They are frustrated by the fact that many places that people live, they cannot recycle, or they cannot recycle, as much as you could if you lived in Portland or Boston, for instance.
Now, how about like the zero sort facilities? They take everybody's waste in, and when they recycle, they're going to sort everything at the facility, and they'll be credited for that recycling effort, right? But there'll be no way to reimburse towns where that comes from. I mean, I'm not seeing the mechanism for that. Is that
sure? And I believe that EcoMaine, for example, is signed up to testify. What I would say is those single sort facilities, some of the larger ones in the state, are municipally owned. They're owned by a coalition of municipalities. So the benefit derives right back to the municipalities who are currently paying to operate them. There are probably some that are privately operated, but the one that's in my region that's currently shut down because it didn't have enough funding to keep operating, it's over 100 towns that are bought into that system, and all of their trash is currently being landfilled while PERC is having some repairs done. So I think that the municipalities would benefit because these programs would continue and become more robust. In the meantime, the costs that the municipalities pay would be reimbursed. But I hope that you can maybe ask EcoMaine some more detailed questions about how they manage their process than I would know.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the hot seat. It's
okay.
All these questions, that they need to
well, anything I can't answer, please feel free to direct to somebody of the right expertise after me.
Okay. Are we ready to move on?
One more question. Do we have a list of stakeholders? Can we have that?
The stakeholders that were involved in the DEP process, for instance?
Yeah.
Yes, I do have that, and I can send that to your committee or your analyst.
Okay.
All the sign-in sheets. Yep, we'd be happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. I'll say at the outset, Representative Grochowski, that it's a privilege to be your lead Senate co-sponsor in this. And I say that in the interest of full disclosure for everybody who will be testifying. It follows. And I also would note that I think it's a testimony to your hard work and diligence, and that whenever I have the privilege of co-sponsoring one of your bills, I always see that you're asked loads and loads of questions because people know that you put your homework into doing your work. I just have one question, which is, do we know who the biggest packaging producers are? What corporations might be most affected by this bill, and either anecdotally or do we have hard data on that?
Excuse me. I can say that we know who they are in other jurisdictions, but without really doing the math on what's coming into the state, which is sort of you and I can guess just by walking up and down the grocery store aisles. We're talking, the Unilevers, Colgate, Palmolives. I hate to pick on whatever pops into my head because there are more producers than that, but it's mostly multinational corporations. Even brands like Tom's of Maine, we think, oh, that's great, Tom's of Maine, right? But they sold to Colgate Palmolive. So it's really, really, the brunt of this is the multinational corporations that, quite frankly, are already experiencing and participating in these programs in a good portion of the world. Less so small businesses who just don't produce as much waste. And like I said, we do have some great and I think fairly, fair programs for them as well. But we're talking people who this is literally a drop in the bucket compared to the cost they would have paid to send a jet full of lobbyists to come talk to you were we all in person. I mean, that's factored into the cost of goods as well.
May I just follow up with what about, we are now in delivery hell in terms of getting our goods through UPS, the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, et cetera. How is this bill going to affect those streams of packaging that come to us, often with a great deal of frustration when you find yourself in layers of packaging?
It will be included. Amazon is aware of how much it ships into the state, and they have very good tracking systems. That's how they're so efficient, right? They've mechanized and computerized as much as possible. So they would be paying it as well, and it's probably short-sighted of me not to have that name pop right at the top of my head here, but they would be part of it because they are a big driver of this problem, as you mentioned. So they absolutely need to be involved so that there is no cost shift to people who are causing less of the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. If you could just shut off video for, well, you can leave your video on, why don't you? We're now going to hear from Representative Kessler, who is a co-sponsor of this bill. We have a number of co-sponsors. We have Senator Bennett, Representative Handley, Representative Kessler, Representative Pluker, Representative Schofield, Representative Ziegler, Senators Breen, Brenner, and Carney. But Mr. Kessler is the only one who showed up to testify here. Oh, here's Mr. Ziegler. Well, why don't you go after Kessler, okay?
Thank you. Yes, I signed up, but only my written testimony is and I'd like to speak. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Kessler, you have the floor.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Chairman Tucker and esteemed colleagues of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, I'm Chris Kessler. I represent District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. I will try to keep it brief because you have a long line ahead of me. And I just wanted to first say that through this multi-year stakeholder process, it's a pretty slam dunk case that EPR is a successful policy and that it finally utilizes the free market to put a cost on externalities, which is, that term is something that we deal with in all aspects of our economy. And this is one that is critically important to preserving our environment. And it's a great sign that these are two bipartisan bills. So I'm really hopeful that this committee is going to really look at all of this in detail and come out with something that is going to be meaningful. It is really important to note what Representative Grochowski had said before, is that this is already in place in around 40 countries around the world, 5 Canadian provinces. And our state motto is I lead, right? And so this is a really great opportunity for us to lead, but in reality, we're following the steps of others who have already had trials and tribulations with their own EPR programs. And we really should not accept anything less than LD 1541. 1541 is the extended producer responsibility bill. 1471 is the exempting producer responsibility bill. And just to list some of the things that Representative Grahowski had noted when she was saying that some of the corporations that would be impacted by this and what 1471 would look to exempt over-the-counter drugs like antacids, your Tums containers, your Benadryl containers, hydrogen peroxide, essentially the whole prescription or the over-the-counter aisle exempt. Products with child-resistant packaging. So pretty much everything that is, you know, in your drug aisle, in your home goods aisle, like furniture polish, drain cleaners, paint thinners, lighter fluid, supplements, and also the packaging required to send the packaging. We have so much of this stuff just littering our roadways, being sent into landfills and being incinerated. These things should not be exempt from an EPR program. We should really set the bar for the rest of the country, and we can really do that. So, and it's just also important to note that countries with EPR pay less per capita and have double the recycling rates. So I understand that, you know, the number one concern is what the cost is going to be to consumers, and that inevitably these companies are going to pass on any possible cost to us. And this is the case in every other aspect of the economy. But it's just important to remember that we are going to pay no matter what, and we're paying more now for less. So I encourage this committee, as you deliberate, please vote out 1541, keep it strong, and set an example for the rest of the nation. So thank you for your time, and I would defer any questions to the people following me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. I assume I don't need to reintroduce myself. And I'm testifying in support of this bill. And like Senator Bennett, I would like to say that it's very hard to follow Representative Grahowski because there's absolutely, virtually, almost nothing left to say. She does a great job preempting the rest of us and making us look inadequate, but that's okay. I don't hold that against you, Representative Grahowski. I'm speaking today not as a state representative, but as a chair of the Unity Area Regional Recycling Center, which is a nonprofit serving the 8 towns of central Waldo County by handling their recycling needs. This center has been in operation for over 29 years. Towns reduce their waste stream by sending clean items that can be recycled to the Unity facility. The idea was to reinforce the hierarchy that the state had put out in regards to solid waste. And less waste that we process means that the towns and their taxpayers will pay less in tipping fees to trash haulers, and will reduce the amount of waste ending up in the landfills, which is what we really would like to do. Recycling centers' ability to meet their financial obligations are governed by cycles of the value of their products, which are governed by the market needs for those products. It's an up and down market, and it some years are much worse than others, and it's a real roller coaster for all of us. In order for recycling to work in the state, we need to find a better model that doesn't continue to increase responsibility on the municipalities to fund the recycling programs. Without a buy-in for manufacturers, there's less incentive to develop more recycling packing material. Both LD 1471 and LD 1541 bring up the questions of supporting recycling in Maine, and that's great. And the necessity that we really need to deal with this issue. But I feel that in Ms. Clark's testimony, that the DEP I agree with her. The DEP is the right entity to administer the program, and hence I support 1541. And I hope you will agree with me. And also to answer the question about shipping these items, the more that you have, because this is a big issue for recycling centers, then you can ship in volume and your costs go down. You're still dealing with shipping solid waste, which is just an issue, even in the remote areas. That's very costly. And the bill would eventually start to do regional recycling hubs. And as I said many times to Representative Bloom, on your way down east, you can stop in our recycling center for $30 a year. You can recycle all your things that you want. And we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess we're now ready to hear from the Department of Environmental Protection. If Paula Clark could unveil her square. Ms. Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you. Representative Tucker and members of the committee, I'm Paula Clark from DEP, and I'm here this morning speaking neither for nor against LD 1541. This bill would establish an extended producer responsibility program for the management of packaging materials, which are estimated to be 30 to 40% by weight of the waste managed in Maine. This bill is similar to one, you heard about this earlier, but it is similar to one that was developed by the department in response to a resolve, and it was considered by the committee last year in the form of LD 2104. That bill was not addressed by the full legislature due to the legislature's early adjournment last year. There are certain differences between LD 1541 and last year's bill about which the department has concerns and result in our withholding of full support for this bill. In part, those differences include provisions related to the timing and sequencing of department rulemaking and selection of a stewardship organization, the scope and nature of department rulemaking to develop implementation details, exemptions associated with the definitions of packaging material and producer, expenditures for recycling infrastructure and education, and information and reporting required of the stewardship organization. The department is preparing a suggested amendment for the committee's consideration at work session that addresses these and other issues in more detail. The goals of this bill are essentially the same as those of last year's: to encourage better design of packaging material in order to decrease waste and toxicity and increase recyclability, to invest in waste reduction and recycling infrastructure and education, and to provide financial support to municipalities for costs associated with handling and recycling of packaging materials. Maine law establishes that municipalities are responsible for providing disposal services for domestic and commercial solid waste generated within the municipality. And the financial burden of those services obviously increases with the amount of solid waste generated. In general terms, under this proposed EPR packaging program for packaging, a stewardship organization selected and overseen by the department would manage a fund paid into by producers of packaging. Annual producer payments would be based upon the amount and types of packaging material sold or distributed for sale in Maine, and other factors such as whether the packaging is readily recyclable. Revenues into the fund would be used to reimburse municipalities for their costs of managing packaging material, invest in recycling infrastructure and education, and fund operational costs of the program. The bill provides for the state to select and oversee a stewardship organization, and multiple aspects of program details would be more fully developed and addressed in department rulemaking. It is important to point out that there are significant differences between the stewardship program proposed in LD 1541 and other main stewardship programs that address single products, such as electronic waste and mercury lamps, and also certain packaging EPR programs in other jurisdictions. Whereas these other programs are largely producer established and controlled with some state oversight, the scope, complexity, and number and diversity of participants in the bill's proposed packaging EPR system make it appropriate for the state to take on this expanded role while still providing multiple opportunities for producer participation and input to the system. The operation of the proposed program would have significant and wide-ranging statewide solid waste management policy implications and would involve and directly affect a broad range of public and private entities, including many main municipalities and businesses. The proposed model ensures, in part, that decision-making and functions that are regulatory in nature are reserved to the state, and that the state is properly and fully involved in matters affecting state policy. We look forward to continuing work with the committee and stakeholders involved in this issue, on this very important issue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Clark. That was an interesting presentation. So there were some questions asked a little earlier on the stakeholders in this. I was wondering if the national, a lot of the national stakeholders were asked to be present for this, such as the Toy Association, maybe Ameripen and those. And also, it seems that this is the way to go and to recycle. I'm wondering if there's any proof that these programs actually do work. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Representative O'Connor. To your first point, we do have a list of the stakeholders that were invited to, as you heard, we had a number of sessions across the state as the draft bill was being developed. And we do have lists of participants. Some of those entities, I do recall, for instance, specifically that the Toy Association was involved in those. And there were others, primarily associations representing groups of manufacturers and other interested parties. I'd be happy to provide that list if you would like to see that. Proof that the program works. Now, I think, as you heard earlier from Representative Grochowski, there are so many differences in different jurisdictions. They're not all exactly the same. Their costs are different. Their recycling programs are different. They have access to different levels of recycling infrastructure. But I do think that you can draw examples from other jurisdictions about things like dramatic increases in recycling rates. And you heard that in earlier testimony. But that is a fact, that you do see those rates much higher in jurisdictions that have packaging programs. There are probably other measures as well, but I think that's the one that stands out first to me.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for your answer. It's just, I think about it, and over the years, buying different toys and different, computer modules, things like that, and all different things, it seems to me that the packaging is getting more intense and stuff, especially in this heavy delivery world. And it seems like more and more, I have more and more packaging that I need to get rid of.
Yeah. I certainly, I see that in my own household. I certainly believe that to be true, but I think it's another reason why a program like this would help to address that circumstance. The way it is set up, producers, manufacturers of packaging would be paying less money if they are putting less packaging into the system. And also if the packaging they're putting into the system is less toxic. And so I think that, you know, a big piece of this is providing the incentives for producers to look at packaging differently, because if they do, it will save them money ultimately.
We would hope that would be the goal in the long run, but with these programs up and running in so many places, I still, like I said, I haven't seen changes in the packaging. I've seen it get worse, and it's really frustrating. But thank you so much, Ms. Clark. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Clark, thank you for your testimony. You talked about stakeholders, and I think one of the principal stakeholders with this legislation is, in fact, you, the Department of Environmental the Department of Environmental Protection, who has to administer this program. And I'm aware that Representative Grochowski actually first came to your agency, your department, in early February to review language in this bill and accommodate any suggestions you might have at that time, but none were presented. And now you come on May 10th and suggest that you have an amendment that you'd like to present to the bill. And it just seems to me a little odd that it's coming at this time. As a consequence, I'd really like greater clarity, and with no disrespect for you, Ms. Clark, I'd like to respectfully request that when the department does come back with the amendment, that perhaps Commissioner Loisman herself could come and explain the department's involvement, particularly since you seem from your testimony that you're enthusiastically supportive of the concept, and so I would just ask you for that. Thank you.
We can certainly provide that. I'll discuss that with the commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. I'd now like to recognize Representative Lydia Crafts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name, as Representative Tucker said, is Lydia Crafts. I represent House District 90. I'm here today and proud to support LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. I know this committee has spent many hours wrestling with the difficulties municipalities have faced with recycling programs. With the collapse of the recycling market in recent years, towns have gone from being able to bring in revenue from recyclables to having to pay to get rid of them. This has put local governments in a bind as they balance preserving residents' good recycling habits and the positive impact on the planet with higher regressive property taxes. But beyond just the fiscal issue, there are deeper issues with the overall waste stream. We see inconsistencies with recycling, with many things shipped to a landfill or an incinerator. Contaminated materials once accepted by China are unacceptable in our recycling infrastructure. Consumer behavior plays an important role in how we manage and modify our waste and education campaigns by municipalities and waste management companies. These can help improve outcomes, but education will only carry us so far. We need to shrink the waste stream itself, and the responsibility for doing that cannot fall only on consumers and local governments. The companies that produce our packaging, whether it's labeled recyclable or not, bear significant responsibility as well and should be required to be an active part of the solution. Maine has already established successful stewardship programs, so we know this can work. Putting this framework in place now will lead to lasting improvements in the way we approach solid waste and recycling, improvements we all benefit from. LD 1541 is a responsible and essential part of recycling reform. In passing it, you would be signaling to municipalities that they are not alone in this effort and that the state is actively working to help Maine communities increase recycling and shrink waste streams. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to best answer questions from the committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like now to invite former Senator Amy Volk. Ask her if she could open up her square. You are muted. You're muted. Can't.
Here we are. All right, sorry. And I apologize for the sunglasses, which I'm going to have to put back on because I had eye drops this morning. Thank you. That's also why I'm in my car. Senator Brenner, representative who I don't believe I've seen, but Senate Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Amy Volk, former senator in the district now represented by Senator Brenner, and I live in Saco. And I'm before you as Director of Communications and Public Relations for Volk Packaging Corporation of Biddeford. VPC is a third-generation family-owned and operated manufacturer of corrugated packaging in Biddeford. And for those of you unfamiliar with corrugated, think moving and shipping boxes as opposed to cereal or shirt boxes. We design and manufacture packaging solutions largely for other manufacturers in Northern New England. And we pride ourselves on our reputation as an employer who does things right, including our sustainability efforts. So a quick some facts for you about VPC from 2019. I didn't have time to look up more recent, so some of this testimony was taken from the last session's bill, which we also were in opposition to. In 2019, VPC shipped 289 million square feet of board, 62% of which stayed in the state of Maine. We delivered 22 million boxes in over 2,000 trailer loads to more than 500 Maine customers, and we paid $5.5 million to Maine vendors. We paid over $183,000 in taxes to the city of Biddeford and donated over $100,000 to almost 100 different nonprofits in 2019 alone. Some facts about corrugated. Corrugated is 100% recyclable and renewable. It's even actually compostable. Corrugated packaging is the most recovered packaging material in the world. And more than 92% of all corrugated containers produced in 2019 were recovered for recycling. We recycle approximately 1,856 tons of premium scrap a year. And we recycled 621 tons of old corrugated container scrap in 2019. Much of this we picked up from customers. And this scrap contains food contaminants, ink, staples, tape, etc., and requires more process. However, it is still recycled. So that is more the post-consumer that I think that this bill is trying to over time offered flexible health insurance plans, paid time off, 401k, and even paid parental leave. 10% of our employees have worked more than half their lives at Volk Packaging. The average VPC associate has worked there for 13 years. And our total 2020 payroll exceeded $6 million. We treat all our employees like family. Their pay and benefits are competitive with regular wage increases and annual merit-based bonuses awarded. We also work hard to foster a fun, safe work environment, which features seasonally themed competitions and events, such as Halloween costume contests, barbecues, pizza parties, and much anticipated corrugated Olympics, which coincide with the Winter and Summer Olympics.
Senator Volk, could you please wrap up?
Yep. Sure. Why this is relevant to you, the members of the ENR committee. It's relevant because when you impose fees, essentially raising taxes on producers, manufacturers, job creators, and providers, you're effectively punishing our hardworking employees. You punish the employees of every other producer or job provider in the state of Maine. If we ship 300 million square feet of corrugated, what is that going to cost our company? Can we continue to compete regionally? Whose jobs should we cut in order to subsidize the program? When you force Volk Packaging to rethink its budget, scale back its investments, and reevaluate our payroll, bonuses, and benefits, you're taking money from all of our pockets and ultimately from the pockets of Maine taxpayers as businesses falter or leave. We've seen far too many of our Maine-grown customers leave for other states or sell out to larger companies who only look at protecting their bottom line. So
Senator,
I'm asking you to
could you please finish up your testimony?
Yep. So one of the things that caught my attention was when the representative, I'm sorry, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce your name, but when you were introducing this bill, you talked a lot about targeting or hoping that that this was going to put the onus on a lot of the large corporations, and that, you know, for example, it would cost them a lot less than, you know, the cost of flying lobbyists to Augusta in a private jet or something or other. And I think that really misses the point. The point is that we need more strong small businesses in Maine like ours, and
Senator,
like
could you
those that we supply.
please conclude your remarks. Could you please finish up?
Sure. It would have been nice that a 50-plus-year-old Maine company has the term packaging in its title, would have perhaps been included in the discussions surrounding this legislation. I guess I'll just put that out there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Senator Volk. Nice to see you. Question just for clarity. You said you're opposing the bill. We've got two bills before us, both LD 1471 and 1541. I think you just mentioned 1541 in your comments. Are you also opposing 1471?
I think we would oppose any new government program that is aiming to place any increased costs on any manufacturer or producer in the state of Maine.
Okay, and just for clarity, neither of the proponents of either bill reached out to you for your input, is that right?
That is correct. No, nor has the state.
Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Volk, it's nice to see you.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you.
I'll now invite another former senator, Brownie Carson. Mr. Carson, can you hear me? You've muted yourself. Mr. Carson. Okay, we'll move on then to Ms. Holly Lusk.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Good morning. My name is Holly Lusk. I am an administrative lawyer and a lobbyist. I'm a resident of Harpswell, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, the Consumer Brands Association. Consumer Brands represents the world's leading consumer packaged goods companies. The CPG industry plays a unique role as the single largest U.S. manufacturing employment sector. In Maine, the CPG industry contributes $6 billion to state GDP and supports 82,000 jobs. Consumer Brands agrees that recycling is a fundamental component of the circular economy, and that recycling rates in Maine and the US are far too low. Too much valuable packaging is ending up in landfills or even worse in the environment, including the marine environment. Further, to effectively recycle the packaging of today and tomorrow, Maine's recycling infrastructure must be modernized so that more types of packaging are recycled. We believe that LD 1471 offers the best approach to improve recycling in Maine. The industry recognizes its role in helping to achieve a circular economy and is committed to redesigning packaging and investing in the recycling system. All of the 25 largest companies have made commitments to reduce the environmental footprint of their packaging. To support the recycling system and its capabilities, 1471 creates a producer stewardship program to help fund and design a system with concrete environmental outcomes and that accelerates packaging innovations already underway. 1471 builds on experience with producer responsibility programs across the world, creating a system that is better equipped to financially support Maine's recycling infrastructure and targets financial resources to help solve some of the underlying problems with the state's patchwork recycling system. CBA is fully committed to working with Maine's leadership to build a recycling system in the state that works for consumers, government, and businesses. CPG companies need a functioning recycling system to meet packaging goals, and 1471, through data collection and a needs assessment, puts the mechanisms in place to understand where intervention is needed and raises the funds to provide the infrastructure necessary to process the packaging in the recycling stream today. There is no other state in the nation with EPR for packaging. If Maine is the first to pass legislation that dramatically changes how recycling is managed and funded, it's critical to all stakeholders that we get it right. This could be the foundation for other states, and so we recommend keeping the scope of the bill to what needs to be fixed, the recycling system. By focusing on bolstering the recycling system instead of both waste and recycling, 1471 will better solve the issues at hand. Additionally, 1471 looks at the problem holistically, requiring a statewide needs assessment to more acutely understand where funds are needed to make the largest impact. I thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to bring Brownie Carson again. Mr. Carson, you have to turn on your video.
I believe the video. I believe the video's on.
You're on. You're all set.
Okay. I apologize. I've got an echo, and I hope it's not driving everybody crazy. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm trying to remove the other box. I'm afraid that this other box may be what's causing the echo. Go ahead.
Good morning, Representative Tucker and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for offering this opportunity to speak in favor of LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. I'd like to commend the sponsors for bringing this revised proposal for extended producer responsibility for packaging back to committee following last year's extensive work on the subject. As you know, there was some trepidation in the 129th about going down this path, even though much progress had been made before COVID caused adjournment in mid-March. It is now time to enact this legislation and to create a comprehensive, sensible program to reduce waste and increase recycling of packaging material. Every one of us deals with the question of what to do with packaging every day. We buy personal care products in a container, a tube, bottle, or jar that are enclosed in a box and then often wrapped in clear plastic. We order from Amazon, and goods often arrived in corrugated cardboard boxes much larger than the item sought, surrounded by plastic air-filled pillows. We stop for fast food in our fast-paced lives and have multiple layers of cardboard and paper to get rid of. Packaging, cardboard, paper, glass, metals, plastic, is estimated, as you know, to be 30 to 40% of material in Maine's municipal waste stream. For a variety of reasons, our rate of recycling has stalled, creating an ever-increasing volume of unwanted material headed to landfills. It's time to change course, and adopting extended producer responsibility is the path that makes most sense. Why? Because we have done it before, successfully, with beverage containers, rechargeable batteries, mercury-activated auto switches, mercury-containing thermostats, electronic waste, cell phones, mercury lamps, and paint. With each new program, there has been skepticism, and in some cases, outright opposition. Cost, lack of convenience, burden on consumers and affected industry getting out front of other states, need for more study. All of these arguments have been heard before. Yet Maine people support existing programs, and other states often follow our lead or adapt and build on our initiatives to make them even better. It was during my tenure with the Natural Resources Council nearly 20 years ago, in fact in 2002, that this legislature enacted the law requiring removal of mercury-activated automobile switches. The Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers openly threatened to sue in federal court if Maine went forward. The law was enacted and the Alliance sued. We won, and the next two states to enact mercury switch removal laws were Texas, yes, Texas, and New Jersey. Dirigo, I lead, is still applicable today. The structure, operation, and cost-sharing elements of LD 1541 all make sense. Built in are incentives for less packaging material all over, more reusable and recyclable packaging, essential funding for municipalities now giving up recycling programs because of excessive costs, and independent operation of Maine's new product stewardship program with DEP oversight. Might we need to make some changes over time? Of course, but we have been focused on building such a program since legislative direction in 2019, Resolve LD 1431. Countries in the European Union and 5 Canadian provinces have been operating EPR programs for years, in some cases, decades. It is time for us to join them. I strongly encourage you to vote ought to pass on 1541, and I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Questions for Mr. Carson? Representative Ziegler.
Thank you for promoting me. I just want to say it's great to see you, Senator Carson. Isn't that so?
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to see you, Mr. Carson. Thank you for being here today. I wanted to ask you whether, I know with the bill that I'm doing, working with the beverage companies, that they are behind, including more recycled plastic content in their bottles. Are there any manufacturers who are embracing this and, kind of realizing that it's on the horizon and that it can be a brand, a positive branding statement for them? I haven't heard of any, and I'm just curious.
I don't have an answer for that. I'm not familiar. I'm sorry. Would be a question, I think, for Poland Spring.
Thank you very much, Senator. We'll now see if Elizabeth Frazier could please turn on her video so we could hear from her. You have the floor.
Good morning. Senator Brenner in absentia, I believe, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood in Portland. Spend a lot of time in Augusta normally with you all. I'm before you this morning on behalf of Scott's Miracle-Gro in support of LD 1471 and in opposition to LD 1541. We did submit written testimony, so you have that. In the written testimony is quite a bit of very good information about the work that Scott's has done to date on the redesigning of packaging, the increasing of the recycled content, and their efforts at supporting recyclability. I would certainly encourage you all to look at that. I think it gets to the question that Representative Dudera was just asking Mr. Carson about the efforts being made in the community. I don't want to repeat that in the interest of time. I do want to share with you our thoughts about the bills, respectively. So Scott's does appreciate this committee's commitment to encouraging recycling and understands the significant challenges that the current packaging waste situation on a national scale has presented. We believe the approach taken in LD 1471 is a superior vehicle to achieve those goals. Excuse me. First cup of coffee in the morning. First, LD 1471 recognizes which types of packaging are readily recyclable and which are not. also speaking, I think, to some of the work Representative Dudera has been doing. LD 1471 would exempt packaging that is regulated by the US FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, as well as packaging that by the expected use of the consumer renders it unsafe to recycle. This is particularly relevant for Scott's because, as you can imagine, much of the product is fertilizer, pesticide, the types of things that we don't want, in the chemicals and residue left inside those packages ending up in the recycling stream. And in fact, recycling streams often won't take them. And they're managed under FIFRA for that reason. So we would encourage that exemption. Well, we would also add that LD 1471 would establish a cooperative effort to institute a recycling system that works best for Maine residents. LD 1541 would put the regulatory burden on the DEP without the collaboration from stakeholders that we think is necessary. Maine, like most states, as you've heard this morning, has suffered from the decline in available markets for purchasing recycled products, both around the world and here nationally as well. That market collapse, combined with inefficiencies in Maine, has really resulted in an outdated, inefficient infrastructure and recycling here in Maine. Scott appreciates that this presents a challenge to the communities, but we believe that the approach outlined in 1541 is not the best approach to take to mitigate these issues. Unfortunately, apart from collecting large sums of money from the producers, the bill does not do a lot to change the reality that Maine's recycling and reuse infrastructure is costly and inefficient. It will also do little to incentivize the creation of new markets for recyclables, either in the state or outside the state. And we believe that LD 1541 has the potential to increase inefficiencies in Maine's recycling system by essentially incentivizing to a great extent the ongoing sort of status quo of recycling programs that are, as I said, inefficient. And the inevitable result is a more costly, inefficient, and burdensome system that drives up consumer costs, but won't necessarily position Maine in the way that we want to be positioned to really make use of recyclables and to get our communities to recycle efficiently and effectively.
Attorney Frazier, could you finish up, please?
Absolutely. For these reasons, we believe that LD 1471 is a better approach to an EPR program, and we would recommend the committee take a look at that bill as a vehicle as opposed to LD 1541, and specifically with Scott's with regard to those products that are separately managed under federal law for being potentially unsafe or hazardous. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. There's a little bit of testimony remaining in the written, and you can take a look at that at your leisure.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the committee's time.
Next, we are asking Carol Sofrano to please testify. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine, and you're coming through loud and clear, so I'm going to start the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Floor is
Good
yours.
morning. Good morning, Representative Tucker and honorable members of the committee. I am Carol Sofrino, and I live in Whitefield, Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1541 and in strong opposition to LD 1471. Some of you know that relatively recently, I retired from the Maine DEP after more than 30 years of service to the people of Maine. I spent the last half of my career implementing and managing Maine's product stewardship programs. One of the highlights of that career was in 2003 and 2004, when I observed this oversight committee considering 2 bills that each proposed a new product stewardship program for electronic waste. Like packaging today, e-waste had become a very pressing waste disposal problem, posing an ever-increasing financial burden on municipalities and an environmental burden on our state, our country, and the world. Similar to these 2 bills before you, the e-waste stewardship bills considered by your predecessors presented starkly different models. One required minimal support by manufacturers for the recycling of their products. The other provided for shared responsibility for end-of-life management and financial incentives for manufacturers to design their products to be more readily recyclable. In the end, this oversight committee and the Maine Senate, led by Senator Tom Sawyer, a Republican from Bangor and a very successful businessman who had retired from the waste management business, voted unanimously to support the latter bill. I then had the privilege of managing for Maine. It was a first in the nation electronics product stewardship program, and which to date has resulted in the recycling and diversion of more than 100 million pounds of recycling, of electronic waste recycling. It's disappointing to me that the producers who support LD 1471 have put forward a model aimed at minimizing their investment in the recycling of packaging, and which includes no incentives to reduce the amount of packaging, nor required incentives to increase recyclability of packaging, and it doesn't include any disincentives for disposal. I very much want to thank Representative Grohowski for your leadership in sponsoring LD 1541, and Senator Bennett and Representatives Hanley and Ziegler and others for co-sponsoring this bill. LD 1541 is a bill crafted by people who know and understand Maine's waste management system and its challenges. By supporting LD 1541, you will set Maine on a path to significantly increase the recycling of waste materials while providing market incentives to reduce the amount of waste generated and to level the playing field for manufacturers like Walmart and Scott's Miracle-Gro, who are already doing the right thing by designing their packaging using only minimal amounts of materials that are readily recyclable. So based on my 15 years of experience in managing product stewardship programs for the state, I strongly urge you to support LD 1541 and to reject LD 1471. By doing so, you will have a significant and lasting impact on improving recycling, supporting Maine's municipalities and waste management businesses, and decreasing environmental degradation caused by the production and improper disposal of packaging. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Ziegler.
Once again, it's nice to see you again, Ms. Cifrino. Isn't that?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now, I'll be moving on to Curtis Picard in a moment, but I'd like to ask the people in the attendees column, if everybody who wants to testify, anybody who wants to testify on either 1471 or 1541 could please indicate by raising the little computerized hand next to your name, and I'll put you in a queue. And I'll be trying to call people. I'm going to try to alternate between those who favor one bill versus the other. Mr. Picard.
Good morning, Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to testify on these bills, especially so soon in the process. I thought for sure it was going to be later this afternoon, so I appreciate that. But I also appreciate it because, you know, we've been involved with this issue since its inception. And it's clear that retailers are going to be directly impacted whether you work on LD 1471 or LD 1541. So with my limited time here, I want to hit on some pertinent notes. I did submit written testimony that is significantly more extensive, but I wanted to hit on a few things. First of all, in LD 1541, the Product Stewardship Organization shall provide a list of producers that are participating in the program, and if known, a list of producers not complying. So in my world, if you're a small convenience store, you easily carry about 3,000 different SKUs, which stands for stock keeping units. If you are the size of, say, a Rennie's, it's about 25,000 different products, and a large retailer is about 100,000 different products. Couple that with about 9,000 different retailers across the state, we are significantly concerned that such a list could ever possibly be compiled, which puts retailers in a very difficult position to try to figure out which of the products they're carrying are complying with this law or not complying with this law. It is not as simple as putting together a list. There is a similar bill right now in the Ag Conservation and Forestry Committee, LD 808, looking to repeal the 15-cent pesticide fee that's applied to pesticide products, not because the money isn't going to a worthwhile product. It's being reconsidered because there's 12,000 different pesticides yet we can't completely figure out which products it gets applied to. So when you take that and multiply it by what we're looking at here, I would say this is probably our number one concern with LD 1541, which is that list of complying and non-complying products. So we urge you to take a look at that. You know, it's clear to us that supply chain disruptions are continuing and that there are some cost increases going on, whether it's for lumber or groceries. We do have overall concern about ongoing cost increases. And as I think we've heard, these costs are going to be passed down onto consumers. There is a study that came out of New York State that is estimating that the cost of groceries are going to increase 4 to 6%. You've heard from NRCM saying that this program is going to cost between $16 and $18 million. I think the reality is we don't really know. And that's one of the things we like about LD 1471 is one of the first things they look to do is to create a needs assessment, which we think will better underestimate exactly what this program is going to cost. You know, because unlike in other committees where you're talking about, say, an income tax increase, you get a real estimate of what that impact will be. In this case, we don't really know what that is. We also have some concern about the definition of readily recyclable and how that will change over time. That if a producer is using material that's considered readily recyclable this year, that next year that same material may not be considered readily recyclable. What we've heard from a lot of producers is that their manufacturing cannot change overnight. And if they're making the good effort to comply with the law and produce a material that's considered recyclable, having a fluctuating definition like that is going to be an issue.
Mr. Picard, could I please ask you to conclude? And if there are any questions, perhaps that would get at some of the leftover comments.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And I guess I'll just close by saying, and I don't know how this could potentially work, but a lot of our larger members that operate in multiple states have asked for some acknowledgement that at some point a regional approach needs to be taken a look at. Maine is a small state with a small population, yet a large geography, and that can always be challenging. So I'll stop there and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for a concise statement. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Picard, good to see you. You cited this, I've heard this number floating around, this 6% figure relating to costs. And you said it was coming out of New York State. It's the first reference I've actually heard to it. Can you provide a copy of that, or have you seen that study?
Yep, and I did link it in my written testimony, so the link is there for you to access it.
All right, thank you. Can you, all right, very good, thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Picard.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, I'd like to invite Sarah Nichols to please open her video. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Okay, so I see that Senator Brenner is here, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Nichols, and I'm the Sustainable Maine Director for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in strong support of LD 1541, which is urgently needed to help Maine's municipalities and taxpayers who are struggling to maintain Maine's recycling programs. Our recycling rates are in decline, and our waste generation is increasing. LD 1541 begins the long process to establish an EPR for packaging program, which we believe is the single most important action that Maine lawmakers can take to reverse course and greatly increase recycling rates in Maine. One of the roots of our waste problem is that Maine's property taxpayers have no control over the type or amount of packaging they receive in their communities, or the cost of recycling it. They just pay the bill if they can afford it. Shifting the cost of recycling packaging from taxpayers to producers is a proven policy solution that is used all over the world for as long as 30 years in some places. Where EPR for packaging is already in place, recycling rates are double to what Maine's are, and there are three big reasons for that. One big reason for the higher rates is because there is a guaranteed sustainable source of funding for recycling collection, processing, and education. The second reason is because of the services provided by a new packaging stewardship organization. They connect all the dots, collect all the juicy new data, and work to increase efficiency in the system. They will aid both producers and municipalities to reach the goals set by the program. And here's the third big reason. Right now, costs of managing packaging waste are being externalized onto Maine's property taxpayers. EPR internalizes the cost of waste management for producers, just like they internalize all the other costs of doing business. I like to use this analogy. I have two boys, ages 4 and 6. They like to make huge messes at my house. And when they were small, I would just clean up after them. But as they got bigger, it was my expectation that they clean up after themselves. And when I did that, lo and behold, there was less mess in the first place because they knew they were the ones who would have to pay that price to clean the mess up. Which brings me to why I'm also testifying in strong opposition to LD 1471 today. Instead of making producers of packaging responsible for their waste, it exempts producers from responsibility for the waste and doesn't guarantee any help to municipalities. It's just not EPR, and it's a mirage, and it should be ignored, frankly. Over the past couple of decades, this committee has provided exceptional leadership in passing Maine's 7 existing EPR laws, and 1 more this year for unused drugs. These programs have already saved municipalities millions of dollars, prevented thousands of tons of material from entering landfills and incinerators. And I appreciate your work moving us towards a stewardship program for packaging. You already passed a resolve in 2019 asking DEP to draft legislation for packaging EPR, which they did, and then you voted to pass that legislation in 2020, just before COVID shut everything down. And now is the time to carry the torch and vote unanimous support of LD 1541 to send a clear message to Maine municipalities that help is finally on the way. And we have your back. You have a lot of support from the people of Maine. Please look to my written testimony to see, I'll wrap up just 1 second, 29 municipalities representing more than 325,000 Maine residents that have adopted municipal resolutions urging you to adopt this law. You'll see a list of 15 Maine businesses that support this law too. And you'll see the names of 2,253 people who have signed our petition to pass legislation, and their comments are truly wonderful. LD 1541 is also a priority bill for the 32 environmental, conservation, and public health organizations that make up the Maine Environmental Priorities Coalition. So I'll end there. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take questions, I'd like to recognize Senator Stacy Brenner, who has showed up, and we could introduce you to our audience.
Thank you so much, Representative Tucker. Good morning. My name is Stacy Brenner. I represent the Senate district that includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Ms. Nichols. Appreciate the work you put into this. This bone of contention regarding this 6% cost of groceries getting added. I haven't looked at the study that the preceding person testifying, Mr. Picard, cited. Are you familiar with that? What is your response to that? Are we aware of increasing costs for groceries in other jurisdictions that have adopted this?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I'm really excited to take a look at that study myself. I've been studying this policy for years and have been searching high and low for any evidence of a price increase in other jurisdictions, and I have not come across any. I was concerned about advocating for a policy that could possibly increase costs for consumers, and I have not found any. I know that Representative Grahowski at the beginning of this cited that example from Nova Scotia, where they studied prices that they were paying and then prices throughout Canada where they have EPR, and they found no real difference in prices paid there. I also think we can look to our bottle bill. There's 10 states with bottle bills. There's no difference in price of beverages in states that have bottle bills and states that don't, and those cost beverage manufacturers money. I think another reason why we're not seeing noticeable price increases is because there's a lot of factors that go into setting prices. And this is such a small portion of the overall cost of doing business that it's not enough to raise the rates just because of this policy. When you work out what the fees are, what they turn out to be per container, it's usually a penny or a fraction of a penny per container, and it's really not enough to increase the price of that good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Please, more questions.
Can I just ask one follow-up?
Senator Bennett.
Yeah, I didn't want to, I know we're trying to keep questions down here with so many people, but one of the things here that, you know, I was struck by somebody earlier who said that, you know, we've had this goal of 50% recycling since the 1980s. We're stuck. We seem to be stuck at 36, 37%. Of course, that's recycling, right? I mean, the top of the holy writ, according to Representative Tucker, is reduction. Do you actually think this is going to reduce packaging and waste streams? Do you think that it has a promise to do that? Also, how do you think this is going to affect our recycling rates?
Great question. Thank you. I do think, yes, we're not talking an awful lot about recycling. And right now our 36% is in decline. And that's really the recycling collection rate. We don't really know how much is actually going on to get recycled. And that's something that this bill will get at. And so our recycling rate might actually go down because the numbers might be more clear. We'll have a collection rate and an actual recycling rate. So people can actually have some more confidence in recycling again. And I 100% agree that we need to focus more on waste reduction. And I do not believe that we can get there without a system like this in place. The DEP's recent waste generation materials management report put out that our per person waste disposal is actually increasing. We do have a goal in our main law right next to our recycling goal to reduce per person waste generation, and that is going up too. So with this type of policy, we'll get a much better idea of the amount of trash coming into our state, where it's coming from, what the material's made out of, and where it's going. Without this program in place to collect that data, we just won't know, and I'm afraid the problem will just continue to get worse.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Ms. Nichols, for your hard work on this issue. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to any changes that have been seen in packaging in places like the EU and Canada as a result of this kind of EPR being put into place. And then in addition to that, if there were consumer behavior purchase changes as a result of different packaging being available on the shelf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a few examples that I use in presentations from the EU, from shampoo companies switching to more refillable shampoo containers to save money in the program. Or I have a good example of a curtain manufacturer that ended up, they switched from their multi-material packaging down to one small single material packaging. We're able to fit 80% more material into a shipment and save money in transportation costs. And that's information that they wouldn't have known without a program like this, and a stewardship organization basically providing them the consulting services to help them move in that direction. And those are more mature programs. And I do know that people in the EU, let's say when you go to buy a tube of toothpaste, it might not come in a box, because what's that box for? You just need the tube itself. So I think there's just less packaging in general over there because of that. And I think, you know, this system really, first and foremost, kind of supports and protects our existing recycling so that it doesn't continue to deteriorate. But the point is that it's a system that's going to improve over time with the more information that we get. And I think that we'll see more and more changes in packaging over time. I don't think that changes in packaging would be, say, overnight in the way that municipalities being able to provide recycling services could happen overnight.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You timed it exactly to 3 minutes.
I did time myself.
I'd like now to invite Shelby Wright to open up her video square.
Hello and good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself and give your 3 minutes?
Of course, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Shelby Wright, and I am the Eastern Region Manager of Engagement for Casella. As the handler of almost 2/3 of Maine's waste, we obviously see very firsthand the increase in excessive packaging and non-recyclable materials because they are flooding our regional waste and recycling facilities. We've been following this issue very, very closely, and as it's been implemented and developed throughout the country. And we've worked diligently to come up with a set of guiding principles on what makes up an EPR law or program from the perspective of Casella and the industry. Now, as such, Casella is neither for nor against the 2 packaging EPR bills that are before you today, because we recognize that there are practical elements to both proposals put forth. As I had stated before, we have developed a set of guiding principles. They're detailed quite specifically in my written testimony. There's 10 criteria that we look at when we are thinking about of the effectiveness of an EPR program. Today, for the time limitations, I'm just going to focus on 4 of those 10 core questions. 1, does the program strengthen markets for recycled commodities? 2, does it encourage producers to design for recycling and reuse? 3, does it enhance and support the existing infrastructure rather than compete against it? And 4, does it fairly direct funding to subscription communities and/or private facilities? And the answer to all of these questions that I've outlined before is unclear at best in both bills. Frankly, from our position, neither proposal really has any teeth. And we would like to see something a little bit stronger that can guarantee some of these core principles into law. The bills are unclear of whether they guarantee a market for the collected materials, whether it ensures that funds will flow to infrastructure development or increase program expansion or material acceptance at specific facilities. And at the same time, they seem to penalize private infrastructure and collection programs by not providing a mechanism to support the development of technology, increase infrastructure or capital projects at privately owned or regionally governed facilities around the state. We talk about waste reduction and the reduction of waste in the waste stream, which is of course our most guiding principle. And the fact is that Maine has had several EPR programs over the states over the years. I mean, paint, for example, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we see more paint in the marketplace or more batteries. They are collected and they are processed and they are recycled, but that doesn't mean that we see any less of them. And so we're really looking for legislation that holds the producers' feet to the fire to put more sustainable packaging into our waste stream and materials that can be recovered and also have a market for development. Now, we've analyzed both of these bills very, very carefully. And at the end of the day, we're always going to continue to advocate for programs that support and enhance existing solid waste and recycling infrastructure, that support market development, that encourage more recycling, but that also hold producers accountable for designing and introducing more recyclable packaging with more recycled content into the market. And this can stabilize the resource recovery costs at a local level.
Okay,
we're
Kelvin,
also a willing participant and look forward
wrap
to
it
any
up?
questions. I'm done.
Oh, I'm sorry to jump in so soon, but
I know I'm locucious, but that's okay. I'm passionate. Any questions?
I'm waiting to see. Not right now. but
Oh,
you
ask the
get
waste
some-
industry about waste. Senator Bennett.
May get some phone calls, who knows? Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator
I have-
Bennett.
Thank you. Sorry, you may not have seen my hand. Thank you. Ms. Wright, do you have specific suggestions in terms of language amendments that you'd like to see to either one of these bills to strengthen them in the way that you'd like, that you mentioned you'd like to see them?
If you look at my written testimony, I do go through a clear side-by-side analysis of these 10 core questions and which bills address them in better ways than others. It would be, I mean, I could go into a specific detail if you'd like to.
No, thank you very much. I haven't had a chance to review your written testimony, so thank you.
But I do a side-by-side analysis of each of the LDs and how they answer the questions that we have as our 10 core questions for in EPR programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Sarah Woodbury.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Bennett, or excuse me, Senator Brenner and Senator Bennett, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1541. Maine has always been a leader when it comes to recycling. Mainers want to do the right thing when it comes to recycling, but confusion about what can be recycled, coupled with lack of access to facilities, makes it harder for people to do so. It is unfair that the municipalities and ultimately taxpayers bear the cost of burden of recycling while the companies that make these products and packaging continue to benefit financially from their sale, yet bear none of the burden of disposing the waste they create. Extended producer responsibility will help shift the cost from taxpayers back to corporations that create this packaging. EPR has been successfully implemented in other jurisdictions worldwide. You've heard other people talk about that, so I'm not going to go into that. From our perspective, an important component of good product stewardship is to make sure that the packaging you are recycling limits exposure to toxic chemicals. Much of the packaging that we use today exposes those making it, and in some cases, those using it, to toxic chemicals. Additionally, these chemicals must be managed in the disposal or recycling of the product. Many toxic additives like chemical flame retardants and heavy metals present in materials presented for recycling, then find their way into the products made from that recycled material. Those that create this packaging should be encouraged to move away from using these toxic chemicals, and they should be required to pay for them to be disposed of and recycled correctly. LD 1541 includes language that takes into account the toxicity of packaging and provides incentives for eliminating toxic chemicals from packaging. In fact, the language around toxicity in LD 1541 is stronger than the language that was in last year's bill. The original draft of LD 2104, last year's bill, only addressed toxic chemicals that were regulated in food packaging. We argued last session that the bill should include a broader range of toxic chemicals that pose threats to the health and environment. LD 1541 includes language that addresses those concerns and expands the definition of toxicity to also include chemicals identified by the state as concerning under Maine's Safer Chemicals in Children's Product Law. LD 1541 creates a more equitable and fair system for recycling. It puts the burden of cost where it should be, on the producers and not municipalities and taxpayers. Additionally, I would say the other bill that you guys are considering 14, sorry, I can't remember the number, has literally absolutely no language in it addressing toxicity of packaging. I did a word search. It's not even mentioned once. So LD 1541 is the superior bill in this instance, and we urge you to vote unanimously ought to pass on this legislation. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. I'd like to recognize Andy Hackman at this time.
Good morning, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Andy Hackman, resident of Union, here on behalf of Ameripen, the American Institute for Packaging and the Environment. Our industry represents both suppliers, the consumer goods companies, folks in the waste management sector as well. We are here in support of LD 1471 and have concerns with LD 1541 as drafted. Last year, Senator Carson challenged us to come up with proactive ideas and solutions to help address this issue of improving recycling in the state. And LD 1471 represents our good faith effort at trying to create a structure that not only addresses the situation in Maine, but also has consistency with other jurisdictions like Canada. You have my written testimony. I'm going to focus very specifically on some of the differences between the two bills and why we proposed the approach in 1471. First is with regard to disposal. 1541 reimburses for disposal and landfilling. That has been the case in LD 2104 last year. It is a significant issue that no other jurisdiction reimburses for landfilling. We have a concern that this will create the potential for greater materials to be landfilled. DEP's own landfill capacity report notes that the tipping fee is lower for landfilling and that it's cheaper to landfill materials. So I don't understand why we'd reimburse for landfilling. It's a major concern of ours and one that we think that there is solutions and pathways forward to. And extended producer responsibility in all our jurisdictions creates a structure that focuses on creating a reasonable rate for recycling. Second, which has been noted, is around the program administration. We used a structure similar to the programs in British Columbia and Canada, and the legislation that's currently pending in states like New York. This approach to have both the producers and stakeholders work a solution out is one that we think is important, to have a collaborative solution versus one that's a contentious rulemaking where you don't have a full ability to sit down at the table and discuss things as important as rates, how much a particular ton of recycling might be reimbursed for, how much we might provide for education reimbursement. All those activities are very technical and detailed discussions. To do that each through just a simple rulemaking process, we would encourage the committee to consider at least a collaborative approach Other states are looking at advisory committees. Whether or not the vested power is with the department or with the producer responsibility organization, there at least needs to be a forum for us to come together and to try to tackle these issues and come up with proactive financial solutions. The needs assessment has also been referenced. That's a major difference between the legislation. Both sides on this issue admit that there's not enough data. We've heard from DEP, they estimate recycling to cost somewhere between $15 and $17 million. Our estimates based upon just looking at the pure per capita population costs in the Canadian programs and Maine's population estimates that this might be $35 million. When you add in disposal costs, I don't think anybody has an idea of what this program is really going to cost at the end of the day. That's why we want to do a needs assessment, whether it be the producer responsibility organization or the department. We need better data. We need the ability to plan for and budget for this so that the producer responsibility organization can stay financially viable. Fourth point I'd like to make is around the definition of readily recyclable. The definition is different between 2104 and 1541 this year and includes this language around you have to have full bales of a particular material. That language has been rejected in New York and other places, and we believe that there's a better way to create a definition that both includes stakeholders in the process, includes folks in the waste management industry like Casella and Waste Management, and helping develop a definition of what's readily recyclable. And finally, one of the big issues is collection costs. We believe that there certainly is the ability for collection costs to perhaps be covered, but our concern is that rural jurisdictions don't have curbside collection, so they're automatically going to lose out on reimbursement for collection costs. So we'd like to create a program that actually helps build and grow a program. And for the costs that have been argued that we're trying to exempt ourselves from, we've created a very explicit structure to have an infrastructure budget. We don't want to pay for landfilling because we want to save that money for infrastructure. There should be the ability to create MRFs and greater facilities in areas where we don't have that right now. And finally, I just would say, we've presented 1471 and worked with Senator Dill on that language, and truly a good faith effort. We hope that the committee will consider some of the concepts in that legislation. And we look forward to really working with the committee and trying to meld some of the two concepts. We believe there are good approaches in both, and we hope that the committee will consider ideas from both pieces of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. Questions? Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. And thank you, Mr. Hackman, for being here. I'm wondering if you can tell me for your the companies that you represent that do business globally, what their cost of for EPR programming is in Canada and the EU.
Yeah, so it depends per jurisdiction. If you look at each province, it's different in terms of the total cost. I have figures on what both the per capita cost and each province budget is, and happy to provide that with the committee. I don't have that off the top of my head. I'd have to go into about 5 or 6 different files to show what the cost is per province, but happy to share that with the committee.
Great, thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Keep skipping around and missing my unmute button. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hackman. Thanks for presenting. I appreciate the work you did on 1471. And a question I have, you heard from Senator Volk, I presume you heard her testimony regarding her company, Volk Manufacturing, and that neither people behind either bill seem to reach out to her company. And I presume that is true with your bill as well. And I was just wondering, what was there a reason for that? Not specifically to her company, but did you, in fashioning this bill, consider main companies that are involved in packaging, and how does 1471 how might that affect a company like Volk Manufacturing?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a company that's involved in the packaging sector, and that is their primary mission is input that we want to consider. And the way we've structured the product responsibility organization in 1471 has them at the table in the development of the actual system and the process. Certainly admit that communication has been tough in COVID and trying to pin down Senator Volk, et cetera. But the structure of 1471 looks to have everybody at the table within a program plan committee and actually developing that process. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Well, I guess the question is how would your bill, or the other one for that matter, how would it affect a company like hers, which I think is more a B2B business rather than a business to consumer?
Yeah, it depends if it's branded or not. And some of that comes into the definition of producer and who the responsible entity is first. So if Volk Packaging sells their own boxes and that's the product that say is shipped, they would be responsible. But if they are not, the brand on the outside, say Amazon buys a Volk box, puts the Amazon smiley face on it, it would be Amazon that is considered the producer for that item. So given, if you look at them as a producer, I don't see how in either bill that they qualify as a low volume or small business, because that's their business, right? You know, they're going to be over 1 ton in 1541, and they're going to be over $2 million in sales in 1471. So I don't see how, if they are considered the producer of packaging, that they're going to be exempted. I do see a pathway for them to being at the table at helping set their fees. And I think it's important that the committee focus on the definition of producer. The definition in 1471 is based off of having that brand first. So it would be Amazon and not Volk Packaging first, where I think there's a good bit of confusion in 1541 around that definition of producer. That's really where it comes down to, is who's the responsible entity, who's the producer of that item. And if Volk Packaging is just supplying to Amazon, they wouldn't be the producer. It would be Amazon that's choosing the size of box that they ship that good in, and then the loose fill packaging that's around that package. Again, it's critical to get the definition of producer right. What we put in 1471 is based off of our experience in Canada and what's in statute for recycled content legislation in other states.
So your answer presupposes the amendment that Senator Dill proposed to 1471, where we actually insert the $2 million limit?
So my answer is focused on the definition of producer. Yes, the need to have a $2 million threshold is an important one. Perhaps it needs to be more. I've certainly heard from folks in the restaurant sector that $3 million might be more appropriate. We need a small business threshold. And we need that. But to address, I think, the good senator and Volk Packaging's concern, we need to get the definition of producer correct.
Great, thanks.
I'm looking for little hands in the corners. I don't see any. Thank you very much, Mr. Hackman. I'd now like to, excuse me?
Mr. Chair, I think my hand is hiding.
Oh, yes, it's up in the corner. I apologize.
That's quite all right. Thank you, Mr. Hackman, for your testimony. So I've been listening carefully, and I like to recycle. My recycling program has actually been shut down due to costs here in the state of Maine. So I voluntarily try to use less product. But it seems to me that this overall will raise, there'll be hidden costs just on the consumer. They won't know why. They'll just see the cost of products go up. And I don't know if you see that as well, but also the other, can you point me in the direction of any place that has imposed laws like this that have actually, the taxpayers have actually seen any of their taxes go down?
Yeah, and there's certainly been some discussion around the New York estimate. We've seen the York University study that's been referenced around increasing the cost of 4 to 6% for the cost of groceries and consumer goods. It's a study that we think it just came out in the last month or so, because New York is considering similar legislation and there are several states considering legislation. So that cost factor is something that we want to have considered. I don't think either bill avoids additional costs to the consumer, to be quite frank. We are shifting costs from municipalities for recycling, and if you go with 1541, disposal costs too onto producers. How they're able to account for and cover that cost is going to be through having to adjust prices. We are obviously seeing some inflationary effects right now. You know, cost of 2x4s have gone up and everything from that perspective. So yes, we do believe there's going to be a cost increase. It's going to happen under both bills. We've stepped forward again proactively around 1471 to try to provide a solution that's both balanced and helps improve infrastructure so that you might have greater ability to recycle in your community. And I think there's a second part of the question that I may have lost in that. If you're willing to indulge me to answer the second part, you can ask it again.
Sure. Have you seen the taxes? Have you seen taxes go down anywhere that have imposed this program? Any program like this?
Yeah, no, we have not. We've taken a look at the Canadian programs, and as municipalities shift the cost of recycling off their books and onto the producer responsibility organization, we've not seen them lower taxes in their particular jurisdictions. We assume that that money then flows to other services. So you can debate whether or not that's the right decision in your particular town, but we have not seen in any of the other jurisdictions, Canada or Europe, taxes go down as the result of putting an extended producer responsibility program in place.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. If I may, Rep. Tucker, can I have just one more question?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So it seems to me that to implement these programs, the administrative costs would be outrageous. Do you have any idea what the costs are to administrate a program such as this?
We'd have to pull the administrative costs from some of the Canadian programs. They're not particularly transparent in what the costs are, both for the government and for the stewardship organization. I will say one point: if the goal is really to have the power vested in DEP, there's quite frankly no need for a stewardship organization. It should just be simply a bill that a producer pays. And that would reduce some of this administrative cost burden. That's, I think, one of the issues around how do we structure the governance is, do we need a strong stewardship organization, or do we have DEP make all the decisions? If DEP really is going to make all the decisions, we would suggest you may not need a producer responsibility organization, because that adds 2 layers of administrative burden to a program. LD 1471 says we're going to have the producers have responsibility and have that program vested with more of the collaborative decision-making process to try to reduce the government's burden, rulemaking burden, staffing burden for DEP. Again, that's a matter of opinion, and certainly we have ours. Respect the committee's desire to navigate that path, but it is kind of an either-or situation. In 1541, we would argue, given the amount of, I've counted 5 rulemakings in 1541, and the DEP makes a lot of the decisions. So we might not actually need a PRO and their producer responsibility organization to get rid of that additional administrative cost. Just my personal opinion, but and looking at the Canadian programs, those numbers are pretty buried in their annual reports. I'll try to find a sort of a call out on that. There have been some annual reports. We're trying to decipher that in, but again, it would be just probably for the producer responsibility organization if we can identify that cost. The provincial governments have not disclosed that cost.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. I'm looking around for little hands, little computer hands in the corners, and I see Mr. Bennett, Senator Bennett's.
Thank you. Sorry to come back around for a second round, but I was looking at the study that was cited, and it seems to be, it was interesting because it seems to be based on the New York model, which interestingly is the model that Senator Dill suggested was the model for 1471 rather than 1541. So I wondered if, not now necessarily, but for work session, it'd be really good to understand how that model and that those costs of increased goods and groceries is reflected in LD 1471. Thank you.
Is there a question there? Because I can
well, you please go ahead and respond if you want, but I was just suggesting that maybe in work session we can delve more into it too.
Yeah, certainly. In terms of the structure in both bills, you have a stewardship organization in both bills, and you have state government oversight. I would say the New York legislation empowers the PRO more to make decisions, and there, in terms of the cost difference, we believe that approach is an effective one. The New York approach with the 4 to 6%, we are hoping to be more on the 4% side of things for 1471. But we've not seen any data that suggests that 1541 is any different in terms of a cost structure. So it is a bellwether on EPR cost in general.
Right. It just seems to me that the study relates to the New York model, and there is an acknowledged lack of study in this area relating to other models. So I'd just like to explore that more in work session too. Thank you.
Mr. Hackman, we appreciate seeing you.
Appreciate being here. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Jackson Hall, if he could please open up his square, if he's working this. Hello, Mr. Hall.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee. My name is Jackson Hall, and I'm part of the management team at the Patagonia store in Freeport. Founded in 1973, Patagonia is an outdoor apparel company whose mission is to save our home planet. We've been recognized internationally for our commitment to environmental stewardship and activism. As a proud certified B Corporation, Patagonia has demonstrated that caring for our planet and our people is not in conflict with running a successful business. Locally, we work to make our Freeport retail store a community gathering place, an activism hub. We are proud to support many environmental nonprofits in Maine and use our platform to amplify their voice and celebrate their successes. Responsible operations and environmental stewardship are integral parts of our work as a company and as a member of the community, and these values are woven into the fabric of our everyday operations. In this spirit, along with our partner NRCM and our other community members here today, we stand in support of this act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. As a business who makes and sells products, one of the most direct ways we can limit our ecological impacts is by making goods that last for generations or can be recycled so the materials in them remain in use. We currently use recycled materials in most of our clothes, have reduced or removed most packaging, and we repair our products free of charge to keep them in use, thereby making our overall system less wasteful and more efficient. While we believe the ideal long-term solution is to generate no waste, we know that's not a realistic option right now. The next best alternative is to improve recycling programs to make them more efficient and sustainable, ideally with the added benefit of saving taxpayer money. We believe producers should be given a significant responsibility for the prevention, creation, treatment, and disposal of post-consumer products. We believe this kind of industry control also can relieve communities from recycling expenses they may not be able to afford. One of the ways we work to offset our environmental impact as a company is with our self-imposed earth tax, where we give away 1% of our sales to environmental organizations. We support projects that address the root cause of an environmental problem, not a Band-Aid, not cleaning up a problem after it's already happened. Similarly, this act to reform recycling in Maine addresses a root cause by giving an economic incentive to producers to create less wasteful packaging that can easily and profitably be managed by municipal recycling programs. Having shared responsibility between those who create the waste and those who manage the waste would encourage both parties to both reduce the amount that is created and responsibly process what is left. As a company who is in business to save our home planet, proudly operating in Maine, we support LD 1541 and act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Thank you, Mr. Hall, for coming. I don't see any little hands in the corners anywhere. I'm looking. Sometimes they're hidden by the same color of the background. Very well. I'd like to now invite Allison Keene to join us from the Flexible Packaging Association. How do you do?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, committee, for having me today. Again, I'm Allison Keene. I'm the president and CEO of the Flexible Packaging Association. So we are the manufacturers of many of the packaging that you see every day in your pharmacies and your grocery store, literally flexible. That could be plastic, that could be paper, that could be multi-material, that could be foil. This is packaging that you and I use every single day. And unfortunately, it has very limited options for collection and recycling. So we support today LD 1471. We're actually in opposition as currently written to 1541. We believe strongly that stewardship programs can be very important drivers for full circularity for hard to recycle solid waste, like flexible packaging is today. In fact, in my prior life, probably met some of you for the paint care program. So I started with the American Coatings Association. I started and ran the paint care program, of which Maine has. So we are strong believers, both personally and in my new role at the Flexible Packaging Association, of extended producer responsibility. I would say that LD 1471, I believe in Maine, can do what Paint Care did for paint, only for packaging. I would say in contrast that LD 1541 would not be able to do the same thing. I don't believe it is a true stewardship program. It merely looks to me like it's a pass-through for a government program. I agree with Mr. Hackman's statement that I'm not sure you need a stewardship organization under that approach. Whereas LD 1471 really does give the responsibility, not just financially, but for program management to the producers, with a very strong advisory role for everyone in the supply chain, as well as the department's oversight. So that's why FPA supports LD 1471. I would just say that, Maine's own framework for EPR systems looks like 1471 and not LD 1541. And I would say, don't make the mistake. I've heard a lot of, talk this morning about European programs and Canadian programs. LD 1471 is that system that those packaging programs use. It does not look like the LD 1541. So as the first packaging program in the United States, maybe, hopefully, we would really, really think that Maine should not reinvent the wheel and should go with the system in 1471, which is true EPR. And I thank you very much for your indulgence today in testifying, and happy to answer any questions. We have written testimony that goes far more into depth on both of the bills. Representative Tucker, you're on mute.
Thank you. Senator Brenner.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Keene, for being here. Do you have any information about how EPR has affected the types of packaging that you're producing for corporations? If there's been a change in material use over time?
Sure. I would say that there has been change over time. One of the reasons that you see flexible packaging in so many instances today is producers and brands have asked our manufacturers to use the least amount of packaging that is needed to protect that product. Number one is always protecting the product, but number two is sustainability. So you have seen a big shift in the last decade to these flexible materials. We are the second growing packaging type in the United States, right behind corrugated cardboard, because it's better for the environment. It's less waste in the first place. It's less greenhouse gas emissions. You have transportation efficiency. From a life cycle perspective, we're number one. From an end of life perspective, that's where we see EPR as the opportunity. We don't have the same collection infrastructure. Most current municipal systems don't want it. It's lightweight. It gets caught up in all the gear shifts. It doesn't have an end market right now, or at least not a very good end market. Those multi-materials are really difficult to get into the separated materials. So we're really interested in keeping the good of the environmental sustainability of that packaging, but also making sure that we get an on-ramp to full circularity. So really, we see LD 41 as EPR program in not only stabilizing current infrastructure, but investing in future infrastructure so that you and I can put all of our packaging in that blue bin and know that it's going to get processed, recycled, and then hopefully used back into packaging.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Keene? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Keene, thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering if you had any comment regarding the 4 to 6% price increase that the LD 1471 might involve, given its reliance on the New York model.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1471 and 1541 are going to cost consumers, period, end of story. And I'm not sure, I think the 4 to 6% has come with the vision of the Ontario program, and then trying to do that per capita in New York. And you could probably do the same thing per capita in Maine to just kind of get this sort of high ballpark figure of what it may cost. I think in the end, what a stewardship program usually does, and what I think LD 1471 would do, is you would submit a plan to the department, and the department would look it over. You would have that needs assessment. You would figure out how much it should cost. And then because of that price tag, you would charge the producers ultimately what they need to submit in. 1541 does it the same way, only it's the department doing it. The department, through rulemaking, several of rulemakings, would come up with what they think the cost should be and then charge the producer. So either way, the consumer is going to pay. The question is, how much more efficient can you make it? And we believe 1471 would be more efficient than a new government-run program to do so.
So do you think that there's a way of amending these bills so that they accomplish what they're supposed to do, which is to drive the cost back onto the producers fully rather than, onto taxpayers?
Yes, I think it's well worth the conversation. It's one that we had actually started last year before COVID shut us down. And unfortunately, with everything going on this year, both drafts came out pretty late in the process. But I think that's absolutely worth a conversation. There are some things in LD 1471 that we don't think would work well. There are things in 1541 that we do think would work well. But if I had to choose right now, which I'm doing, between the two, we think LD 1471 is definitely the right vehicle and is more of an EPR program than the government program envisioned by 1541 today. Could they both be amended or merged in some way? Absolutely. That conversation should take place.
If I just have one more question, Mr. Chairman, and I'll.
Okay.
In LD 1471, there's no mention about toxics, but there seems to be a lot of toxics in flexible packaging. Are there not?
There are, it depends on what your definition of toxicity is and the risk assessment. But no, we would not say there's a lot of toxics in flexible packaging or in any packaging for that matter.
Okay. Do you have any concern
to
though,
your
that
point,
LD 1471 doesn't include any language regarding toxins?
So I think what LD 1471 does, again, is it's a traditional, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at all of your EPR programs in Maine. It's a traditional approach of providing a program plan to identify a whole list of things that you would look at, including toxicity as part of an eco-modulation, right? Less toxic, more easily recyclable, better greenhouse gas emission reductions, et cetera, whatever those criteria would be proposed to the department through the plan and not presupposed, as I think 1541 does. And then the department, as well as consultation with the advisory group, would decide whether those criteria were sufficient enough and whether they would get the job done. In addition, instead of having a big government-run program for 10 years, this would be able to be flexible. Every year there would be an annual report. Every year there'd be, are we looking at the right things? Are there new markets? Are there less toxic materials that could potentially be used? Those things would be done on a yearly basis between the stewardship organization and the department's oversight.
Thank you.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Ms. Keene, can you tell me currently the flexible packaging that you are producing, what the recycled content is?
It depends. Much of our packaging is food, Senator Brenner. So right now about 70%, if you look at food, plus about 35 beverage. Beverage has a much higher recycling, post-consumer recycling content rate. We now have 2 different film structures that the FDA has approved for PCR content as well. So I would say it's growing. It's growing a little bit slower than other markets because we have to worry about that food contact and the food sterility. And we certainly don't want to produce more food waste because that's even worse for the environment. However, I would also say that it's a little bit of a catch-22. As we make improvements and innovation to put PCR content in our flexible packaging, we also need that content to come back in. And right now there's very little opportunity for collection, processing, and to get that content. So we need to build the infrastructure to be able to get it back in, get it used and get it approved by the FDA to continue to move up in scale with as much PCR content and circularity as we can.
So just to clarify, 70% of the packaging you make for food has some recycled content, or your packaging for food is 70% post-consumer?
Nope, sorry, neither. So 70% of flexible packaging goes into the food market.
Okay.
Thus, right now, we only actually have 2 FDA-approved food content flexible packaging materials that can go back in. So it's very, very limited on how much PCR content is in any food packaging or flexible packaging for food today. Now, if you want to take trash bags, garbage bags, we're getting, 30, 50, 55%. Anything that's not food contact, you're going to see a much higher PCR content. What we'd like to see is the PCR content in all of our packaging rise to those levels. But that means we're going to have to get a good stream and supply of it, which means investment in infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to Matt Prindiville.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to comment now that we have 26 more people in line. I've been trying to alternate between advocates of the two different bills as best I can. And as I lose track of the names here, it might not be as precise as it has been till now. I would like to plan to go to 12:30 and then stop. Is that agreeable with the committee? Okay, that's the way we'll do it then. Mr. Prindiville, how are you?
Very well. Thank you, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, members of the committee, especially my representative. Hi, Representative Dudera. Nice to see you. I'm Matt Prindiville. I live in Rockport, Maine, and I run an organization called Upstream. We work to spark innovative solutions to plastic pollution. I've been working on extended producer responsibility legislation for 20 years. It's hard to believe, but I actually worked with your predecessors on about 7 different pieces of legislation from 2002 to 2012. I've helped to facilitate a number of national dialogues on extended producer responsibility for packaging with the solid waste and recycling industry, with city governments, with consumer brands and retailers. I've helped develop model legislation that was introduced in about a half dozen states about 6-7 years ago. So I know something about this issue. And fundamentally, EPR at its core is about 2 things. It's really about how do we design more sustainable, more circular systems for getting what we want and need from the planet. And then number 2, it's about fairness, right? It's about who pays for those systems and who gets to decide how those systems are run. And so the reason why we didn't get it done, 5, 6, 7 years ago is really because of 3 things. I think, China was accepting our low value recyclables back then, which they are not doing today. And that, coupled with COVID, has just fundamentally disrupted recycling. The experience that you had, Representative O'Connor, is the experience of lots of people around the country that have been dismayed at their recycling operations being shut down in the last year, or even really in the last several years since China, changed the economics on us. The second piece is because plastic pollution was really poorly understood 5, 6, 7 years ago, and today, a huge majority of Americans, it's like into the 80% are concerned about plastic pollution in the environment. And then, lastly, I think consumer brands made a calculus. Even though EPR for packaging was blowing up around the world, including not just in the developed world, but in the developing world all over the place, they said, maybe we can delay it for 5 or 6 years here in the United States. And they effectively did that till today. But the good news is that, even recently, I helped to design a dialogue that happened this fall with about 70 brands and associations. And the change in perspective from consumer brands has been radical on this, and we credit them, and we're super excited that they are now at the table, now deciding to move this forward. And many of them are for much stronger legislation that's in 1471. I can tell you that from having, personal conversations with them. So, I know I've got about 10 seconds here because I got my timer going. I'd like to speak to some of the questions that were asked before, and I'm happy to do that in the Q&A. But I would, again, urge you to vote for 1541. And as last thing I'm going to say about 1471 is my colleague in the city of Seattle, who's a recycling czar, there said, that expression, you asked for $1 and we got a dime. Well, he said, I asked for $1 and we got a penny with this bill. So just want to leave it at that. Thanks so much for having me here today, folks. Nice to be with you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. And hello, Mr. Prindiville. Thank you for coming today. And I would love to hear your answers to a few questions. You can do it succinctly, I'm sure, but I'd like to hear what you had to say. Thanks.
Well, I just want to speak to this, this kind of, this concern about raising prices on consumers and also the taxes piece. With the taxes, Representative O'Connor, essentially like as municipal governments get reimbursed for recycling, that line item comes off the books for city government. So that's how that works. And whether or not the cities reduce the taxes is really up to them, or they want to turn those taxes into schools or roads or something else. That's really up to them. But it takes that line item off of the books when that is produced, because recycling is a cost. It's a cost to cities and communities. On the cost increase side on consumer goods, I would encourage you to look at the data that's come out of Canada, come out of the European Union. Canadian market's very similar to our market. I got colleagues in British Columbia that were there before the EPR law went into effect and afterwards that have analyzed that law. I think the 4 to 6% number is very high. To be completely honest with you, I think that's a very high number. I think that's probably used to inflate and scare you guys from not wanting to move these bills forward. But I do think that number is very high, and I'd be happy to connect with my Canadian colleagues to bring you the ones that have designed and worked on these bills to give you kind of their take on that number. And then, I just would say, in the European Union, they're going way beyond recycling right now. They're looking at mandatory reuse and refill targets for consumer brands. So, we're not talking about that today, but that's where the European Union is. That's where a number of places in the developing world are. So I was actually talking to my colleagues in India last week that developed, this state-of-the-art recycling facility in India with the EPR funds from that new EPR program. And now they're actually talking in India about how to get reuse and refill targets. So if they can do it in India, right, we can do it here in the United States, and we can certainly do it here in the state of Maine. And you guys aren't alone. There's lots of states around the country that are considering this. And I think, the great work that's been done in this committee and, the understanding that the state of Maine has around EPR, I'm sure we can design a really great system.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming.
My pleasure.
I'm going to invite Christine Cummings.
Hello.
Good noontime.
Yes, it is. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Christine Cummings. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Community, representing independently owned and operated grocery stores, supermarkets, food and beverage producers and processors, wholesale and distributor partners, and supporting service companies. MGFPA has been a part of the EPR policy discussion since LD 1431 was presented. We have actively shared information with our membership, attended stakeholder meetings, held individual meetings with the DEP and our members, and over the last year have remained engaged with the efforts that have brought us here with the two parallel efforts today. We appreciate the industry's willingness to bring forth a solution that they feel is pragmatic and attempts to collaborate, and the attempts that have collaborated going into these proposals. Based on continued conversations with our members, colleagues, and the coalition of interested parties, we find ourselves testifying with reservation to fully support an EPR program based on the complexity, remaining unknowns, and the magnitude of impact on Maine's businesses and consumers. Feedback from our members is that there is a genuine concern that this will result in product manufacturers choosing not to do business here in Maine. Maine is a small, singular market in comparison to the United States or international market. This proposal undoubtedly will disrupt the flow of goods and increase the cost of products being made and sold into Maine. Maine will be an outlier in the patchwork of state packaging regulations. Companies may simply opt not to distribute their goods here in an effort to avoid the added complexities and requirements of Maine's EPR program. Maine cannot single-handedly coerce a redesign of the entire consumer packaging market. A traditional grocery store carries anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 SKUs. In speaking with our members, one of Maine's largest independent grocery store wholesalers works with more than 1,500 vendors, and they intake thousands of new products each year. They have within their system more than 27,000 items. These numbers are for small grocers, only one sector that would be affected by this program of entire consumer packaged good industry. In speaking with a large prominent Maine food producer about these policies, they were perplexed as they said it would be impossible to calculate what of their products were sold into the Maine market. They send their products to a distribution company and their product is sold across the country. The supply chain is complex, and while there is data available from larger retailers and distributors in terms of business-to-business sales, as well as business-to-consumer sales, it is not necessarily in the details of the packaging and the product itself. How would this be calculated, communicated, billed, and collected, and what would be the level of expected responsibility and ownership along the chain of custody for packaged goods? I didn't realize I had written so much now that we're here. Food packaging must meet food safety requirements, ensure quality and consistency, and safeguard for the goods during distribution, resist tampering, and guarantee a sustainable shelf life. The reality is some of these products, especially food items, have limited packaging material options. These producers will find it the most challenging to reduce their fees and will be handcuffed, equating to items seeing higher prices. And in specific, in terms of comments about the two bills, we feel the Assessment, Metrics, and Stakeholder Committee from LD 1471 is imperative. The committee is critical to the program's success, opposed to leaving a majority of the program to DEP rulemaking. This will provide a blueprint for Maine's current recycling infrastructure, help us understand who has access to what and where there are efficiencies. Secondly, the assessment provides metrics and requirements for reporting to ensure the goals of the program are being met, and if they are not being met, what changes are necessary. And one point before I wrap up, similar to the point discussed by Senator Bennett and Mr. Hickman, we feel there needs to be further clarity regarding a business as a consumer, specifically in regard to secondary packaging along the supply chain. For example, a food manufacturer receives a pallet of ingredients boxed in branded cardboard boxes. Is the ingredient manufacturer responsible for contributing to the fund? Or another example, a small pizza store receives in cans of bulk tomato sauce to customize their pizza sauces. Is the tomato sauce company responsible for the cans as the pizza store is the customer? Potential confusion lies in the responsible party, brand owner, or producer definitions, but we ask for clarity as this is the basis of the program. We also make this point as it adds to the complexities as goods move along the supply chain.
Thank you.
And
Could you
thank
wrap
you.
up, please?
Sure. Just wanted to note that we stand ready to continue to improve the proposed program and value time to refine the details. And we look forward to a program with known fees, set goals, and a plan for waste reduction. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking around. Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Thank you, Ms. Cummings, for your testimony. So my thoughts, there's been a couple of bills that have been going on for quite a few years in California and New York. New York is a little bit further ahead. Have you been following those?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. I actually was in contact with my colleague in New York at the end of last week, asking them where their APR proposed legislation was in the process. And he let me know that currently New York has paused in their efforts to address, in particular in relation to the study by York University that came out, causing their legislature some pause on the unknowns of the costs and the fees.
Thank you. It seems to me that we might not be ready for prime time here with these bills either, since they are stopping and they've been working on this for a heck of a lot longer than us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Thank you very much for coming. I'd like now to invite Beth Ahern to join us.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Beth Ahern, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition today in support of LD 1541. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations. You can find the list of the organizations attached to the bottom of my testimony. We represent over 120,000 members in Maine and work together to protect the good health, good jobs, and way of life that our environment provides. This year, LD 1541 is one of 10 priority bills in the Common Agenda, and this is the third of 4 EPC bills to come before your committee this session. I'm not going to read my testimony. You've heard lots, but I will highlight some things. I did submit written testimony. You know, you've heard that we need less packaging, more reusable packaging, and packaging that can be easily and economically recycled. This is a proven solution that's been used successfully in 47 jurisdictions worldwide. I don't know that number has been iterated. EPR for packaging has a proven record of reducing taxpayer costs, increasing recycling rates well above the 50% rate, expanding local infrastructure investment, and creating jobs. Under EPR for packaging, large corporations like Amazon and Walmart pay their fair share by helping to finance recycling programs. Importantly, Maine small businesses and manufacturers will be exempted from participating. This bill can help Maine finally reach its recycling goal. And it can also reduce as much in carbon pollution by taking 166,000 cars off the road. We're not alone in pursuing this solution. Currently, 10 other states are pursuing it as well, and there's also federal legislation called the Break Free from Plastic Pollution. As to leading in the fear of Maine being an outlier, we hear this a lot. I want to remind us all that Maine led the way with our bottle bill. We were the second state in the country to pass that bill, second after Oregon. So we really were alone here in New England. And for banning billboards, we were the third state in the country to do that. In sum, the Environmental Priorities Coalition strongly supports 1541 and urges you to unanimously support it as well. And conversely, we oppose LD 1471. That bill would actually increase waste and further harm our recycling system. It will not guarantee meaningful assistance to Maine municipalities, would not provide any incentive for producers to create less or better packaging. It does not protect Maine small businesses. It proposes a highly problematic governance structure for packaging steward program. That doesn't work for Maine. We urge the committee to reject that bill. Thank you very much for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Perfect timing. Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like, oh, wait a second, hang on. Senator Bennett has a question.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question about the small business aspect of this, which I think is important. And apparently the folks behind LD 1471, the sponsor, mentioned that they'd like to go with a $2 million cap or limit there. And where does that number come from? I mean, $2 million. Is that some sort of definition of small business, big business, or what?
You know, I will actually have to get back to you on that. I defer to our lead on this, Sarah Nichols. Yeah, I'm not.
I probably should have asked her, but I guess the question is, you know, it's one of the moving pieces here as we look at this bill as to what actually constitutes a small business. And I just think that we all ought to give that some thought.
Yes, I can assure you that because of who the sponsor is and the amount of work there, it's derived at a good place from a good place. I just don't know what it is. So I'll make sure I get that answer for you, Senator.
Well, it seems like that's a constant number with both approaches. So it'd be interesting to get that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry I don't have that answer.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to now invite Gregory Dugal from the Restaurant Association.
Morning, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Greg Dugal, and I'm here today representing Hospitality Maine in opposition to LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. Though we are appreciative of the fact that the authors of this version of the bill have worked to help reduce the confusion of the definition of a producer and which companies would be responsible for reporting to the DEP, there are still some issues that we have with this bill. The retail exclusion for storefronts and producer exemptions go a long way to assist the smaller restaurants and combo food producers that were front and center in last session's bill. It will truly lighten their load moving forward on what has been a very trying year for small forward-facing retail businesses due to the pandemic. Having said that, areas that we think could be modified to further assist the small business community would be the size of the small producer exemption, which is what Mr. Hackman referred to. The average size restaurant in Maine grosses about $1 million. Seems like a lot of money, but the net is about $30,000 to $50,000 to the bottom line. Add another $1 million for the food product line, and you are close to exceeding the threshold. So perhaps, as he mentioned, the 2.5 or 3 million in sales would be more appropriate for the exemption. Our supply chain is critical to us, and we work with and hold everyone in that chain to the highest regard. Maine's food service distributor community will be affected most by having to discern who has and has not paid the producer fee. The fees that are assessed by the producer will increase the cost of food and other food service products at a time when costs are already rising precariously. And again, we heard the magic 4 to 6%, again, coming from that New York study. We realize that some action most probably will occur with these two bills, but would respectfully add that maybe there is a need for a continued stakeholder process that includes everyone at the table. I don't ever remember receiving an invite. I may have missed it, honestly. That includes everyone at the table, including producers and distributors, and that more analysis of Senator Dill's LD 1471 for some element of compromise is the next appropriate action. It just seems that rushing this process towards the end of the long session, when you have the short session available to review it, is not the best course of action at this time. So it is with these thoughts in mind that we encourage the committee to consider carrying over LDs 1471 and 1541 to have time to truly review the sizable change to the supply chain for all food retailers and their suppliers. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Questions for Mr. Dugal? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like now to invite Anya Fletcher to join us.
Hello, thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks, Representative Tucker, and hello, everyone. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Anya Fletcher, and I'm the State Director of Environment Maine, a statewide member-based environmental advocacy organization. We represent thousands of Mainers who want clean air, clean water, and protected open spaces. Environment Maine supports LD 1541 because we believe it will bring some much needed improvements to Maine's recycling system. Our interest in this bill is rooted in our interest in seeing producers being held accountable for the waste that they're creating, especially single-use plastics. Globally, 33 million pounds of plastic enter the marine environment every year, devastating the world's oceans. Plastic does not go away. Instead, it breaks into smaller pieces that can be mistaken for food by marine life. Plastics have been found everywhere we've looked, from the deepest trenches of the ocean to the rain in the Rocky Mountains. Maine is not immune to these impacts. Researchers have found that lobster larvae get microplastic fibers trapped under their shells and sometimes ingest particles. And the average Maine oyster contains 177 plastic particles per animal. Plastic pollution is not exclusively a coastal problem. It's estimated that 94% of tap water samples in the US contain plastic particles, and plastic pollution is abundant in our ponds, lakes, rivers, and streams. You can see that on any hike I take. For years, Environment Maine and many other organizations and individuals have been working to reduce plastic pollution in Maine, which is an urgent and growing problem for our oceans, wildlife, and communities. A big reason why plastic pollution is on the rise is because producers are absolved of all responsibility for where their products end up, leaving you and me with limited choices when buying consumer goods and then footing the bill for managing the waste. That fundamentally has to change. Producer responsibility policies are being developed and considered in several other states across the country, and our report, Break the Waste Cycle, which is included in my written testimony, details how producer responsibility policies can benefit consumers and the environment. Most importantly, effective producer responsibility programs can play an important role in moving Maine toward a circular zero waste economy. This bill will help us achieve our zero waste goals by holding producers accountable for the waste they create and ensuring that they bear partial responsibility for the cost, so our governments don't have to foot the bill with taxpayer dollars and public health. If your bathtub is overflowing, you don't start by bailing out the water, you start by turning off the tap. We need to turn off the plastic tap, or the problem of plastic pollution in our environment and in our communities will only get worse. We therefore urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1541, and we also urge you vote against LD 1471. Thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony on this important issue. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
I'm going to now invite Neil Goldberg from the Maine Municipal Association.
Good afternoon, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, here on behalf of Maine Municipal Association's Legislative Policy Committee. When the LPC last met in April, only one of these two EPR bills had been printed. And as such, our LPC has only established an official position on LD 1471, which it is in opposition to, because in the opinion of many members at that time, it doesn't go far enough and needs more details. At that time, many of our LPC members were holding out hope that a more robust EPR bill would be proposed. These types of programs and stewardship efforts are things that our municipalities have long supported. And recently, 30 municipalities have independently signed formal support for such EPR packaging material legislation. And it's noteworthy that half of these municipalities are under 5,000 residents. So it's not just the biggest towns and cities that want this, it's the little guys too. There is diverse support. The association visions such legislation that they would support as something that would be comprehensive and creates a stewardship organization with the full backing and authority of DEP. There needs to be some oversight of the producers that are involved in the programs that they will be operating. Otherwise, we're relying on self-regulation, which up until now has created an excess of plastics in our waste stream. We would like the stewardship organization to have strong incentives to provide to producers to both limit the volume of packaging material coming into the state, as well as encourage them to use more recycled products in their packaging material. Without these incentives, we aren't sure if a stewardship organization would achieve the goal we all want. And so again, there needs to be firm authority and regulation baked into the stewardship organization. Again, our LPC members haven't seen LD 1541 and will this upcoming week. But some of the things that they did not like about LD 1471 were, again, to reiterate, it seems to be too loose on the regulatory piece. The fee schedule remains too unclear, and it seems to be that it's going to be created by the manufacturers who create the stewardship programs. And that seems that it's just a little bit too close in proximity to give them, the producers, that power to create their own fees. Finally, there were some issues or concerns with the reimbursements to municipalities, particularly that in LD 1471, they're too narrow and is limited to packaging material recycled, which doesn't really take into consideration the lack of recycling facilities and programs. Representative Tucker, I heard my bell go off, so I'll stop there. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Looks like you're off the hook this time.
Great.
Okay, very good. Now I'd like to invite Chris. Did I miss you, Senator Brennan? Yeah, okay.
No, I don't think so. I've been right here, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah. I'd like to now to invite Chris Bresci from AHRI.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Chris Bresci, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute, or AHRI. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today and convey AHRI's general feedback and concerns with both LD 1471 and LD 1541. Both bills propose comprehensive extended producer responsibility programs that would significantly impact businesses and consumers in Maine. While AHRI supports the legislature's goal of increasing plastics and packaging sustainability and the recycling and reuse of packaging products, AHRI believes these proposals warrant additional consideration and stakeholder input to ensure they are developed and implemented in a way that is feasible for industry and reduces the economic impact to consumers. As currently drafted, AHRI believes both proposals would be extremely burdensome and costly for manufacturers to implement. While LD 1471 is close to the mark, AHRI believes both proposals are problematic and requires changes to make them workable and supportable by the HVAC and water heating industry. First, AHRI supports limiting the scope to solely rigid and flexible plastic materials. Glass, metal, and paper products are already highly recyclable and reused in much higher levels than plastic materials. These alternatives to plastics should be allowable and encouraged in lieu of difficult to recycle and non-compostable plastic packaging. AHRI also supports inclusion of a clear exemption pathway for packaging materials that are critical to health, safety, storage, and transport. It is critical that HVAC equipment be stored safely, so any health and safety risks to employees who are retrieving, moving, or handling the equipment are mitigated. AHRI also urges policymakers to include an explicit exemption for de minimis and integral packaging components. We also believe that all packaging that is non-consumer facing, including tertiary and transport packaging, should be exempt from this program. We support the language in LD 1471 that clearly excludes business-to-business packaging and non-consumer facing packaging. This language is critical since these materials provide for safe transport and storage of the highly sophisticated equipment manufactured by AHRI member companies. AHRI opposes placing the entire cost of the program primarily on manufacturers as well. Implementation of an EPR program as extensive as what is being proposed in LD 1471 and LD 1541 would likely cost tens of millions of dollars. Further, the HVAC and water heating distribution chain is complex, and packaging is often removed or added at various points as equipment changes hands. Requiring manufacturers to pay for collecting, recycling, and reuse of packaging materials that they may not even be aware of would be extremely challenging to implement. Finally, HVAC and water heating manufacturers typically operate within a 5-year design cycle. AHRI urges policymakers to ensure that requirements around recycling and recovery be imposed no sooner than 5 years from the effective date of legislation. While AHRI is supportive of increasing sustainability and the recycling and reuse of packaging materials, we believe it is necessary to amend both bills to account for the implementation challenges identified in this testimony. AHRI respectfully opposes these bills as currently drafted, but would welcome the opportunity to work with the Maine Legislature, Department of Environmental Protection, and larger stakeholder community to develop a compromise proposal that addresses the feasibility challenges noted in this testimony, while still allowing Maine to achieve the state's environmental goals. Thank you for your time and consideration of our testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Bresci. I appreciate your comments. Very well. I'm now going to invite Jeff Pellett-Shore. And before he starts, let me just announce that we have stranded 17 witnesses on these two bills to this afternoon. I plan to take the testimony of the current fellow who's sitting there with his plaid shirt. We'll take him, and then we'll take a break until 1 o'clock for our lunch break. So we can let our brains settle down a little bit. But the other 17 can come back after 1, and we'll continue through the list. Any comments from the committee? Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, members on the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm presenting testimony today in support of LD 1541 on behalf of Allagash Brewing Company and our founder, Rob Todd. who regrets he could not be here today himself. At Allagash Brewing Company, we produce beer in cans, beer in bottles, beer in kegs. And despite a robust bottle and can recycling program here in Maine, in addition to our efforts to brew as sustainably as possible, cardboard, plastic, and other materials that make it possible for us to get our beer to you could become waste. When the founder of Allagash, Rob Todd, first heard about the extended producer responsibility for packaging law, LD 1541, he was hesitant to support it. At the brewery, we've always been pushing ourselves to brew as sustainably as possible. As part of that, we recently launched a recycling co-op to get more brewing-related waste recycled, which would be an expense on top of the expense of the EPR law. But the reality was that at the end of the day, despite our efforts, we would still be creating about 25 tons of packaging each year for Maine's consumers to properly recycle, if that was even an option in their areas. Our beer is packaged using both widely recyclable materials, aluminum cans, glass bottles, cardboard, and more difficult to recycle materials, aluminum bottle caps, can carriers made from second-use plastic. Not every municipality can recycle them. The EPR packaging law addresses this by making us more accountable for the waste we produce. The funds generated by this bill are passed along to municipalities to help them enhance, or in some cases, simply start their recycling programs. The bill as it's proposed would largely affect the biggest producers, not the small businesses and small breweries that make Maine such a wonderful place to live. In the bill, if the producer creates less than a ton of waste per year, makes under 2 million in gross, they'd be exempt. This means that solely bigger companies in Maine, in the US and abroad, who sell products in our state will be held responsible for the waste they're creating. That seems to us like a fair request. To make sure that the right people are paying, we're opposed to an employee number cap. Basically, an employee number cap could potentially create a loophole that would exempt larger companies from this law. For example, if a company only had a few full-time employees, but did most of their production through a contract manufacturing arrangement, they might be able to claim the small number of employees exempts them from the bill, regardless of packaging tonnage. Essentially, we want to support a bill that creates a fair system that will work best for the state and reflect the actual amount of waste encumbering communities. In conclusion, as a certified B Corp, Allagash is responsible for the well-being of our employees, our community, and our environment. The EPR for packaging law is one effective way to address the urgent issue of waste in our forests, rivers, and oceans by shifting the onus onto the companies that create it. Thank you. I can't hear you, sir.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for making Allagash white. I truly appreciate it. So far, what we've heard constantly this morning is the 4 to 6% increase in taxes. Do you see the 4 to 6% increase really happening? Or do you think that producers will become competitive? They'll want not to raise their prices so they can stay competitive and be able to absorb that?
That's a great question. I'm certainly not an expert on that, and I really don't want to predict, frankly, what other businesses will do. We've attempted to calculate the impact on our business, and I think that there will be additional costs for us. In our case, I would say that that is not something that we would pass along to the consumer. It's something that we feel is reasonable and part of our responsibility for producing our product.
Thank you.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Mr. Pillay-Shore, for being here. And I just have a comment, which is that as much as I like the white, I really like the wild yeast beers that you make in that room off to the other side. So thank you for that.
Okay, that concludes our morning hearing session. We will now take a break for lunch until 1 o'clock. We'll then come back, finish our 17 witnesses on these two bills, and then move on to the last 3 bills on our list for today. Any comments before we break? Thank you very much. Okay, we can start as soon as you come back on camera. Well, hello, everyone. Senator Brenner has suggested that I finish off the two stewardship bills as gavel holder. We had 10. It looks like we're going back up to 17 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, we're about to 13. Okay. We are now resuming the hearing before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on two bills. First, LD 1471, an act to establish a stewardship program for packaging. And secondly, LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling programs and save taxpayer money. My name is Ralph Tucker. I will be chairing the meeting. Panel members on the committee have all introduced themselves earlier this morning. And I'm prepared now to complete roughly 17 witnesses. And I'd like to invite Joshua Baca to come over. And we'll get rolling.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Mr. Baca, welcome to our panel.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Tucker and members of the committee, my name is Joshua Baca, and I'm the Vice President of the Plastics Division at the American Chemistry Council. On behalf of our members, thank you for this opportunity to urge support for LD 1471, which would establish a stewardship program for packaging in Maine. ACC and our member companies are deeply committed to creating a more circular economy for plastics. That is why we established goals to reuse, recycle, and recover all plastic packaging in the United States by 2040. ACC also believes that the entire value chain from material producers, converters, brands and retailers, waste haulers and recyclers, and most importantly, government have a role to play in facilitating more recycling of packaging. To do this, stakeholders must come together to support policies and programs to increase the supply of and demand for recycled materials. We believe a well-designed product stewardship program should achieve some really important objectives. I'm going to outline a few of those for you today. First off, any stewardship program should increase the collection and sortation of all recyclable materials, including metals, paper, glass, and plastics. It should also invest in the appropriate infrastructure to ensure that these types of materials can be increased in their current recycling systems. It should also incent decisions that lead to lower environmental impacts, and it should support the role the existing role of local government and waste management companies. It should also recognize the critical role of advanced recycling technologies in recovering more plastic waste. And most importantly, it should improve outreach and education to consumers to help them recycle more material better. We believe LD 1471 achieves these objectives. It is an important piece of legislation in creating a more circular economy for plastics and other material, and more importantly, keeping all waste out of the environment. The proposed legislation ensures that more resources are dedicated to recycling and recovery to create that more circular system. And as an industry, we established a roadmap to reuse to provide a comprehensive strategic framework to identify actions to help deliver the needed solutions to do this. We've also outlined 6 guiding principles with our members to accelerate progress towards creating a circular economy for plastics and eliminate plastic waste in the environment. Our roadmap and these guiding principles include support for legislation such as LD 1471. Finally, I know time is limited and I want to end with this. The private sector, including many of America's plastic makers, have invested more than $5 billion in 66 projects to modernize mechanical recycling and grow the field of advanced recycling for plastics. These projects will divert at least 8 billion pounds of waste annually. And as a result of adoption of LT 1471, more material will be collected and utilized in these investments. I want to thank the committee for hosting this really important hearing today. We want to strongly urge support for LD 1471. And again, on behalf of our member companies, thank you so much for having me here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions? Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baca. Do you have a position on the other bill that's before us?
Well, Senator Bennett, thank you so much for that question. I think it's an important one. I think if you, both in our written testimony and the principles and objectives that I outlined, that collaborative approach that brings all stakeholders in, right now, we do not believe the other bill currently achieves those objectives. So no, right now, we are not supportive of it.
Okay, I'm looking around for more questions. No, thank you very much, Mr. Baca.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again for having me, and best of luck to this committee.
Okay. I'd like to invite Melissa Gates to join us. Hello.
Hello, thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Melissa Gates. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a lobbyist for the Ocean and the Surfrider Foundation, offering testimony today in strong support of LD 1541. Too much plastic and tricky or impossible to reuse or recycle packaging is what we have now as a result of producers not being responsible for managing their packaging waste. 1541 is a paradigm shifting bill that would help correct this problem. And you've heard that it's one of a suite of state EPR bills being considered for packaging in the US right now. And I'll note that it's also in addition to a federal bill that seeks, among other things, to bring EPR for packaging to our nation. That said, we know that we cannot educate, recycle, or even repackage our way out of the plastic pollution crisis and our waste problems. To truly solve these problems, we must advance source reduction strategies that put a stop to single-use plastic production concurrent with mechanisms like EPR, the EPR presented in this specific bill. Maine has made excellent progress in passing good policies that will achieve single-use plastic reduction. And then bills like 1541 and 602 this session will really just be the next logical steps for us. Surfrider's grateful that this bill would phase out incineration as an allowable alternative collection method after 3 years. And we've greatly appreciated the collaborative process and leadership of the DEP, Representative Grohosky, and NRCM over the last couple of years that really led to this bill. And we recognized last night that an unintended omission in Section 8 that could be resolved by adding language to explicitly disallow the use of chemical conversion, also known as advanced or chemical recycling, pyrolysis, or gasification, would close this loophole, because chemical conversion is a different method with a new branding for continued incineration of plastic waste, which just leads to more air and water pollution, while not really solving the problem because it's not reducing the production of single-use plastic and packaging in the first place. Chemical conversion should not be considered recycling and should not be allowable as an alternative collection method. And this is important as incinerating plastics is a false solution to the plastic pollution problem. Incinerators emit more carbon dioxide per unit of electricity than coal-fired power plants. And incineration of plastics creates significant greenhouse gases, suffered disproportionately around the world by communities of color and low-income communities, while plastic left to degrade in the environment over thousands of years continually releases greenhouse gases. That's why the only solution to plastic pollution is to stop making so much plastic in the first place. And the petrochemicals used in plastic production are 99% derived from fossil fuels, constituting the fastest growing form of oil consumption globally. Industry forecasts predict that plastics will account for 50% of the demand for oil by 2050. So the time to act to curb this this is really now. And wrapping up here, I did hear the ding. 1541 will really help Maine advance toward our clean energy and climate goals while generating less plastic pollution, less overall waste, and improving reuse and recycling systems. I really urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Gates? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now invite, where'd he go? Mr. Cassidy, there you are. Go ahead, you have the floor, sir.
Great, thank you, Chair Tucker, members of the committee, and good afternoon. My name is Jacob Cassidy. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. AHAM represents over 150 companies who manufacture major portable and floor care appliances, as well as the suppliers. Overall, about 95% of all household appliances that are shipped for sale in the U.S. Are manufactured by AHAM members. As written, AHAM is opposed to both measures being discussed this afternoon, this morning, 1471 and 1541. AHAM wants to be a partner moving forward on this concept, and we're certainly supportive of legislation in other jurisdictions, including in California this last year, that would achieve many of these same goals. We are guided by a set of packaging principles that I did include in my written comments, and I'm not going to go through them here. Really just want to take one moment and focus on something that we've heard a little bit about today, but overall it's often missed in these discussions, and that has to do with institutional, commercial, and industrial waste streams. So when an appliance is delivered, installed, the delivery company removes that outer packaging, and it really never enters the residential waste stream. This is an existing program of packaging take back that the industry uses, supports, and really doesn't want to find itself funding other industries that are not currently taking back packaging. So with that, I'll refer you to my written submission and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody has got a full belly from lunch and they've lost their enthusiasm.
The timing is impeccable.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Moon, would you like to testify?
I would. Thank you, Representative Tucker.
You have the floor.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and committee members. My name is Troy Moon. I'm the Sustainability Director for the City of Portland, and I'm here to testify today on behalf of LD 1541. The City of Portland's long been very committed to recycling and sees it as an essential part of our waste management strategy. We started our curbside recycling and pay-as-you-throw programs back in 1999. And since that time, we've reduced the amount of trash delivered to EcoMaine by more than 60%, from over 23,000 tons to now under 10,000 tons a year. And we've increased our recycling tonnage from less than 1,000 tons a year to nearly 6,000 tons per year now. And we're proud that on Earth Day this year, we kicked off a community composting program, and our climate action plan calls for us to be a net zero waste community by 2050. But like other municipalities in Maine, we still spend a lot of money collecting, processing, and recycling waste that our residents dispose of. In our case, we spend about $2.5 million a year to operate a fleet of collection vehicles and to pay the employees who do that work. And we spend about $700,000 a year on disposing of waste. And now, given recycling markets, we spend a tipping fee for recycling that approaches $250,000 a year. So we believe that companies that sell consumer goods should help Portland and other Maine communities achieve waste management goals by participating in the end-of-life costs of their products. Private companies rely on property taxpayers in cities and towns across Maine to pick up the costs, whatever it may be, to collect, recycle, and dispose of products. LD 1541 would provide consumer goods companies with a financial incentive to reduce packaging and to make their products more readily accessible or reusable. This would help Maine in some very important ways. First, it would help us make progress towards our 50% recycling goal that we have yet to achieve. And second, it would provide financial relief to Maine communities. As things stand, again, our property taxpayers are subsidizing some of the largest and most successful companies in the world, and waste disposal is a very large portion of every municipal budget. So financial contributions from industry to assist would free up money for other vital services and allow greater expenditures on waste reduction efforts. And as we've heard testimony, EPR is not new. Most industrialized countries in the world have adopted EPR rules. According to the Prague Stewardship Institute, European countries with EPR have recovery rates for paper packaging that exceed 70%. Maine's been a leader in the United States by enacting EPR or product stewardship laws for a variety of products, including electronics, cell phones, and paint. The city of Portland's been a big supporter of all of those. Maine should continue this leadership by adopting EPR for packaging as well. And we strongly urge passage of LD 1541.
Thank you very much for your comments. Could I ask you two factual questions?
Sure.
What do you pay per ton for landfilling your municipal solid waste?
So we go to EcoMaine, which is, they operate a waste energy facility, and we're paying 75 and some change, I think, per ton.
And what about the cost of recycling?
So right now, our tipping fee for recycling is about $35.
Quite a difference.
Yes. And, you know, we're fortunate because we're a member, we're one of the owner communities. And so our tipping fee for recycling is less than others. Other communities, again, over 70 communities in Maine go to EcoMaine, and, you know, some of the fees for other communities are much higher than that.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you for coming, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'd like now to invite Katie Riley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to you, Chair Tucker, Chair Brenner, and members of the committee. My name is Katie Riley, and I'm Director of Environmental and Sustainability Policy at the Consumer Technology Association. We go by the acronym CTA. We're North America's largest technology trade association, representing the world's leading innovators. 80% of our members are startups and small businesses. The remaining 20% are the name brands that you know and probably utilize on a daily basis. So our producers sell high value electronics that come in packaging, and we want to ensure that those devices arrive safely and undamaged to the consumer. We share the goal of improving collection and recycling of packaging material throughout Maine. That we view the discussion here today really as on what structure of producer responsibility should be pursued in Maine and where funding should be directed. We're strongly opposed to LD 1541, and we're right now neither for nor against LD 1471, although we do feel that LD 1471 establishes a foundation that we can work from. So we actually come to the conversation with a somewhat unique lens to the discussion based on our experience with electronics EPR, structures that I have worked in personally for well over a decade prior to my time at CTA, as with both the state government agency and an electronics recycling company. But for over a decade, the consumer electronics industry has implemented and complied with state level EPR laws for electronics in Maine and 23 other jurisdictions. In Maine, there is no actual producer stewardship or responsibility under the existing program for electronics. Producers of electronics are not involved in the system, other than writing checks totaling more than $2 million annually to private consolidators or recyclers that are selected and approved by the Maine DEP and at prices that are set by the Maine DEP. The result is really a state mandated high prices paid by producers to recyclers that may or may not meet third-party recycler certifications supported by our industry. From our perspective, this should not be the desired outcome. It is not an effective model of a program that I hear both sides, quite frankly, advocating for here today. Again, there's no rule for producers to demonstrate any type of stewardship for electronics. As a result, we've already provided comments before this committee to support LD 1208, which would give producers a more active role in the system for electronics. Essentially, it's us as an industry stepping up and asking to be stewards of the system based on our experience. And it's with that experience that I wanted to bring to the discussion today to say that we embrace this concept that we're advocating for in LD 1208 for any stewardship for packaging. We want to build on our experience, not ignore it. Product stewardship or producer responsibility should mean that producers are actually involved in the system, not just writing checks. And unfortunately, that's the structure that's proposed in LD 1541. There's little to no stewardship for producers under that proposal. It's a check writing system where DEP sets the rates producers pay. DEP determines whether investments in education or infrastructure occur. And it doesn't have that stewardship role that we see in other programs throughout the world, like the Canadian EPR programs, such as British Columbia, and many of the European countries that were referenced in earlier testimony today. In contrast, we do support the strong role that LD 1471 establishes for a stewardship organization. We support the stewardship organization supporting improvements to recycling infrastructure as determined by a needs assessment. We see that as really key. Developing the structure for producer fees and ultimately holding the producer organization ultimately holding accountability for certain recycling performance goals. So we are willing to work with the committee and any stakeholders on how best to address our concerns with LD 1471, but we do remain strongly opposed to LD 1541. And I'll just close really quick. Again, today's discussion I see is around the role of producers and whether they're actually stewards of the system or not. So from our perspective, we don't want to ignore that decade of experience we have under the electronics EPR system in Maine and want to figure out a role forward in the packaging discussion about how we can actually be stewards of the system. So I thank the committee for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Thank you. I'd like now to invite Mr. Kevin Buck to open up his square. Hello, Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Chairman Tucker, Chairman Brenner, committee members for allowing me to speak in favor of LD 1541. I'm a selectman in the town of Tremont and for 7 years now, and we've dealt with a lot of stuff. And it's preparing for this meeting or for this hearing, I put together a quick, like back of the envelope calculation based on our fiscal year 22 budget we approved last Tuesday night at town meeting. Solid waste accounts for just about 15% of our municipal budget. If I use 33%, which is the lower end of the scale I've heard for the percentage of packaging, which is in the solid waste stream, that puts about 5% of our municipal budget towards disposing of packaging. Hopefully that would be something 1541 would address if it works out successfully. We don't currently have any recycling in town because we have nothing available to us. We haven't since basically shortly after China shut down most of the recycling market in the world. All of these costs are being borne by the residents on the disposal. And I found it really kind of ironic that my calculations came out to 5% that it's costing us. And that's pretty much right in the middle of that fuzzy 4 to 6% cost we keep hearing on what it's going to add to the prices of things. And there was a question earlier that kind of popped up on how municipalities would refund taxpayers or reduce tax rates, or where that money would go if it did, in fact, show up to municipalities. I'm not sure the taxpayers would see that back in a discount, but there's been a lot of projects like local road repair and that type of thing, which we've actually put off for a year or two. And hopefully a lot of those programs wouldn't be as delayed as far as we've had to at this point. And to me personally, that's where I'd probably put my preference rather than trying to refund a small amount. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. May I ask you two factual questions?
Certainly.
Number one, how much do you pay per ton for landfilling?
Well, I was afraid you're going to ask that. I honestly don't know. I think some reason that around $140 a ton sounds right. We're part of the MRC group, and we've been caught up in all that mess with the fiber right plant in Hamden that seems to have a really hard time operating very long at a time. Hopefully it's coming back online, but I think that number's about right, but please don't hold me to that.
Okay, thank you. Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Mr. Buck, for joining us this afternoon. I'm curious if you could give me a little insight to your thoughts on how your townspeople will respond. Do you think it will be favorable? Do you think you can convince them that this is good policy?
Yeah, I believe so. We've signed on to the agreement. We're one of the towns that signed on in favor of this bill earlier. We're I don't know if everyone knows where Tremont is. We try to hide out on the southwest corner of Mount Desert Island. People don't always know where we are. We're only about 1,600 people, but we're actually relatively progressive. We've got a solar array on our capped landfill, which powers the town. I mean, people have been very supportive of that type of effort. We just converted all our small number of streetlights to LEDs. So I don't think we'd meet much resistance. In fact, I believe there's probably a resident of Tremont in the queue there, if she's still there, who's planning on testifying. I've heard no resistance from it, and generally anything like that we take on this support for.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Buck.
Well, thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Danielle Waterfield.
Hello. I
Hello.
have a message that says I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it.
Well, let me see what I can do.
There we go.
Magic.
Magic of technology. Love it.
Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, and it is great to see you. Hi, members of the committee and Representative Tucker. Thank you very much for having me and for turning my camera on. I appreciate that. My name is Danielle Waterfield, and I'm presenting today on behalf of the Institute of Scrap Recycling Industries and its member companies in Maine. ISRI members are those people who actually do the work that makes up the recycling industry and have both the environmental and economic positive impact in Maine of nearly 327 million and directly support more than 1,900 jobs in the state of Maine. We represent recycling enterprises that handle all commodities from beginning and at the intake of materials into recycling facilities to the end of the process and markets of where those recyclable materials go. ISRI commends the sponsors of LD 1471 and LD 1541 for seeking answers to improve residential recycling. And at this time, ISRI neither supports nor opposes either bill because there remain questions that need further discussion, some of which we've heard about today. So I'll focus on three most important points today that ISRI would like to further discuss with this committee. I've submitted extensive comments for the record and look forward to following up with you if that's okay. So the first main point that I'd like to just discuss is that it's very, very important that it be understood that collection without consumption is not recycling. We've heard a lot of discussion today. Successful recycling in the United States depends upon a market-based system in which there's minimal contamination of the recyclable stream and there's demand for commodities post-recycling. LD 1471 and LD 1541 both seek to finance residential recycling programs, but ISRI believes more focus is needed on stimulating the end market demand. Secondly, producer responsibility may be appropriate in limited circumstances. Some of that was mentioned today, but legislation must not disrupt the current recycling infrastructure. In this area, both LD 1471 and 1541 need some more clarification. one of which I'd like to mention just now, could be aided by incorporating recycling industry standard definitions and specifications for identifying what is recyclable material. We've heard some of this today, and what I wanted to mention is that ISRI established the first specifications for recyclable commodities more than 100 years ago that remain the global standard today. Most recently, ISRI established inbound MRF specifications for residential recyclables coming into material recovery facilities. We have an entire committee made up of material recovery facilities. Each word in those definition of specifications meet a global standard for consistency, quality, reflecting the manufacturer's tolerances for product size, shape, color, composition in the manufacturing process. And then finally, I heard the little bells going off. Just want to mention, see that smile there, that ISRI understands that there are many things to beyond just the financing of a residential recycling program. And there are things such as incentives and recycled content that were mentioned today, as well as the market demand that ISRI would really like to work with this body about and think that the legislation could really be stronger on. And we would really enjoy being part of the discussions and to work with this body to help you reach your goals. So thank you. And with that, I answer any questions.
Ms. Waterfield, could you just tell the committee who may not be familiar with all the terminology? We've had it a couple of times today, and I know what the answer is, but could you explain what a MRF is? MRF.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you asked that question, because in my full submitted statement, we actually have the industry definition that we are recommending for the definition of what we call a MRF. Actually, that is an acronym for Materials Recovery Facility, and many people define it many different ways. This is what ISRI defines a materials recovery facility, or a MRF, is a recycling facility where primarily residential recyclables diverted from disposal by the generator and which are collected separately from municipal solid waste are mechanically and or manually sorted into commodities for further processing into specification grade commodities and or sale to end users. And in this case, a solid waste management facility which may process municipal solid waste to remove recyclable materials would not be considered a materials recovery facility.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I keep thinking of those cartoons with the little purple characters called Smurfs. I can't help it. Representative Ziegler.
I'll be thinking about that.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. And I will have these visions in my head for the rest of the And I assume I do represent a MRF in the Community Area Recycling Center. My question, is this moot? Shouldn't we just have a national EPR? If we're going to just, parse this out state by state? And what are you doing on the national level to promote that, if you feel we should?
Wow. Thank you for that question. That is a very, very interested and complicated issue. And what I can tell you is that the evolution of the recycling system in the United States, as you are very well aware, has been at a local and state level. And to say just, oh, there should be a national system is really just a simplistic view of everything. And while it may sound great, practically speaking, I do not believe that that is the answer, certainly not in anytime in the near future. Now, you have mentioned what are we doing on this from a national scale? Yes, we are addressing this at a national level on multiple fronts. As you are aware, it's been mentioned several times that there are numerous bills in Congress right now. Several, we believe, we have worked with all the sponsors from the recycling perspective to make sure that the existing recycling infrastructure is protected and in the components that I've mentioned in our testimony today. We have we have put our support behind what is called the Recycle Act in Congress, which is an act that puts a lot of emphasis on the need for public education and the need for making sure the public understands what is recyclable and what is not, and getting the stream of recyclables to be clean. That is extremely important, and that is the focus of the Recycle Act in Congress. We also will be working with oh yes, sir.
Perhaps you could take an extended conversation on this subject with Mr. Ziegler off.
Would be happy to.
Off camera. I got the gist of what you're saying, and you're right. It is complicated.
Very much so.
Questions.
We would be very much happy to follow up with the committee and be part of these discussions if that was the message that I could convey to the committee today. We believe we have a lot of expertise with the recycling industry that could really help with these discussions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing further. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
I'm now inviting Vanessa Berry from Echo, Maine.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this legislation. My name is Vanessa Berry, and I am an environmental educator at Eco Maine. We're a quasi-municipal organization with more than 70 member communities in Maine. We own and operate Maine's largest recycling plant, so we're considered a MRF, a food waste recovery program, a waste to energy facility, and a landfill. Eco Maine also closely adheres to the solid waste management hierarchy in our business decisions and our outreach, which includes source reduction, reuse, recycling, composting and digestion of organics, waste to energy, and landfilling as a last resort. We support LD 1541 as it provides necessary guidance that aligns with the solid waste management hierarchy and promotes strategies for recovering Maine's product packaging that will strengthen Maine's existing recycling systems and establish a more circular economy. My role as an environmental educator for Eco Maine allows me to provide free direct education and best practices on disposal of waste materials to Maine residents, businesses, organizations, schools, and others in our communities. In doing this work, I know that many Maine residents rely on our teams to find recycling solutions for the ever-evolving packaging waste that they receive each day. We see their confusion as they navigate the dozens of mailback, retail drop-off, and other recovery programs, in addition to their municipal single-stream services. We hear their frustrations when their municipality abandons their recycling program or does not accept recyclables that are taken in other parts of the state. Without a shared producer responsibility, our role in providing this public education grows only more challenging as packaging evolves into materials that are simply not readily recyclable. But LD 1541 will allow for packaging material to transition from the difficult to recycle to the readily recyclable, driving up recycling rates in Maine while also lowering processing costs and diverting more waste from Maine's landfills. This legislation will have a powerful impact by creating new opportunities for producers and recycling facilities like Eco Maine to work together to design packaging more deliberately to ensure that it's readily recyclable for all Maine residents. The issue of access and convenience are also of utmost importance to Eco Maine. While we support this legislation, we must stress our request that any alternative programs to be developed should not negatively impact existing recycling programs, which have shown to be the most consistent method for Maine's residents and also sometimes the most convenient. Additionally, we would note the increased carbon footprint that can often result from inconvenient take-back programs that ask consumers to individually assume the responsibility of recycling the product packaging.
However, with these noted, EcoMaine is pleased to support LD 1541 and any efforts to promote the solid waste hierarchy and waste diversion in Maine. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Questions? So I take it that the term readily recyclable does not give you heartburn like it does some of the other witnesses.
Well, readily recyclable just means that it's easy to recycle across the state. So, at least to us. So I think, whether it's something that we can accept in our facility might be different than something that can be accepted in Representative Ziegler's communities. They might be different. So readily recyclable hopefully encompasses all of those different municipal programs to recover the most material possible.
Do you think it's an impossibly vague term that should not be used in the regulatory process?
I think it helps, I think it helps describe kind of the fluctuating market value of materials. I think some items are readily recyclable right now, but then those end markets might change. So I think that having a clear definition of what readily recyclable is and allowing a little bit of that flexibility. So if an end market does kind of cease to exist, we can react to that and change that kind of that definition accordingly. So I think those materials might change over time, but I don't think that they'll change, overnight. Exactly. I think that, for the most part, we have some steady eddies, things that are easy to recycle consistently, and we want to support those materials over ones that are a little bit more fluctuating in the markets.
Thank you very much. Good answer. Thank you. I'd like to invite Sarah Dennison.
Hi, thank you for having me. Hi, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I spoke last year. I was a waitress, and now I'm a grad student at UMaine. I grew up in Maine, and my dad's side of the family has been here for generations. So, like many of my family and friends here, I'd like Maine to be sustainable for many more generations. I want to strongly support LD 1541 and strongly oppose Bill LD 1471. Maine is known to many as vacation land, and many people here choose to be here because they want to be surrounded by natural beauty, but our waste is piling up and we need to stop the flow. Not recycling is basically littering. We need to be resourceful with our materials. We need to make it easy to recycle everything. I'm someone who recycles often, but I'm frustrated often by the number of items that are not recyclable and add to Maine's expanding landfills. We need recycling bill that requires corporations to be responsible for their products and ensure that they will not end up in landfills. Many towns can't recycle because they can't afford it. We need to make it as easy as possible for towns to recycle, and LD 1541 has made that possible. Maine needs recycling programs that are financially reliable, and LD 1471 has a bunch of ways that corporations can get out of funding town recycling programs and not designing recyclable products. Further, I'm very concerned about the toxics in packaging, and only LD 1541 addresses toxicity. We need to reduce toxic substances being used and infiltrating into our environment, and only LD 1541 would do that. Further, LD 1541 I don't think would increase the cost of groceries. I believe that's just a scare to try to prevent passing a recycling bill. It has already been stated by many previous speakers that in Canada, recycling programs like this did not increase the cost of groceries and goods. Similar bottle bills did not increase the cost of bottled goods. The mere study of a New York model funded by who knows who, with who knows what interests, is not as legitimate as the hard and fast evidence of actual programs that have been implemented in 40 countries, which did not increase the cost of food. I also urge you not to listen to fear-based arguments which say recycling will scare away business, as it seems that this has not happened anywhere else that has enacted similar bills. LD 1541 has been designed effectively to help towns recycle and reduce waste, and it's been worked on for years, and the process does not need to be dragged out any further. It needs to be enacted. We don't need better data. There has been plenty of research, and stakeholders have had plenty of time to discuss their interests in these bills. We need LD 1541 now. Trash that could be recycled continuously piling up, ever more so with all of the deliveries from online ordering, and we need to address it now. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Questions from Ms. Dennison? Very fine statement. Thank you. We'll now invite Mindy Baker to address us.
Thank you very much. Sure you can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So my name is Mindy Baker. Again, as you can tell by my office, I represent the Toy Association. We represent over 1,000 different toy industry folks. 95% of our industry is considered small business. Here in Maine, it's about 100%. We appreciate this opportunity to speak on these two bills. Again, in the interest of time, we have submitted written comments that are a little more in depth than what I'm going to be able to share with you right now. Our members have long been leaders in toy safety and are continuing to seek product and packaging materials that reduce resource usage and improve life cycle considerations. In fact, all of our major members have set ambitious goals in regards to product packaging waste, as well as making safer, greener products. And many of our smaller members have set these goals as well. Unfortunately, we must continue to oppose LD 1541 as we have serious concerns that major portions of the bill are confusing and unworkable. However, we do appreciate the work that has been done to address those issues in LD 1471, which has allowed us to move our position to a neither support nor oppose, because we do feel that more time is needed to work on some of the finer details and what would become a first of the kind program in the country. Specifically in LD 1471, the definition of responsible party clearly defines a three-tiered hierarchy, while LD 1541 continues to define producer in what we feel is a confusing and unworkable manner. LD 1541 does not recognize the fact that a manufacturer may sell to a major retailer who has locations in multiple states. We don't ultimately know where our product gets sold, or in fact, when it gets sold, which also is a problem when it comes to reporting. We have our major toy show in February. Most retailers purchase for the holiday season in February. Product gets shipped to a distribution center perhaps in June or July for Christmas. That product may not get sold. If you're like my brothers, you're not purchasing for Christmas until December 24th. That product may not actually get to a consumer until the 24th of December. We don't know when we're supposed to report or when that gets sold. We don't know if that product got sold in Maine or New Mexico. We don't know if it got actually to the consumer in July or if it got sold in December. It's unclear in 1541 when and how we report that, as opposed to 1471 that is a little more clear for us. In addition, the inclusion of the term readily recyclable, as you mentioned, we feel is a little bit discouraging to innovation. As new products and new ways to recycle come onto the market, if there's not a commoditized value, there would be no incentive to use that new way of recycling or that new product to recycle. In addition, the definition of packaging materials in 1471 is more clear. So we just feel that the one bill has a little bit more clarity that we can function around as opposed to the other bill. I thank you and welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Questions? Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for being here today. So I asked some questions earlier about involvement in stakeholder groups, and it seems to me that from what I've been hearing from a lot of people, that a lot of people never got invited to those. Was your group invited?
So you did mention, and we were mentioned earlier this morning. We did participate in the stakeholder programs that were done in 2019. So that was the last sort of official process that we were a part of, and we were happy to be a part of. The stakeholder process that we were a part of more recently was in regards to 1471. So that's why we feel like we are able to have moved to our position on this particular bill. There haven't been, as far as we're aware, any more formal input or process in regards to the bill from last year to this year. And certainly there was no formal process after the initial process from the bills. So once the bills were drafted, we haven't really had any formal input. There's been conversation between the department after the bill before the bill last year and during the process last year. But after session ended last year and between this process, we haven't had conversations in regards to 1541, which is why we're unable to support the bill at this time. There's, like I said, we have serious concerns with some of those definitions, but those have been addressed in the other bill.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead. Yes, please.
Thank you. So that being said, it seems to me that from what I'm hearing that these bills need a lot more work from both of them, for both sides. And if they were implemented this year, would that interfere in the actions that you're already taking on packaging?
I think, if you look, all of our major members have serious packaging waste reduction in place, goals that are going to be met within the next 3 to 5 years. So they're goals that are in writing and have been announced and are being actively worked towards. So, whether or not this interferes with that is a conversation. But I think there's, it's just these little details, the definitions and reporting requirements. And for something that has yet to be done in the United States, I think, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out. And we have not been able to, part of it is, this format, right? We haven't been able to sit down in the same room and all come together and really hash out definitions and reporting deadlines and reporting requirements. And we all know that's very difficult to do. So I think, we've been up against a lot of headwind. And I think a lot of us want to do it. I mean, a lot of our members are actively engaged in these conversations and want to be a part of the process, which is where 1471 came from. So we're all willing to sit down and have a conversation. We just have been unable to do so.
Terrific. Thank you.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Ms. Baker. Can you tell me the largest company that you represent?
Our 3 largest members, or 4 largest members, kind of depending on how you talk to, Lego, Hasbro, Mattel, Melissa and Doug. Actually, one of our larger members is the company that makes Kinder, right? They make a lot of toys in the EU, but they're starting to break into the US market. We also represent IKEA. We represent, folks like that as well. We also do represent Amazon and companies like that, but predominantly we're a manufacturing-based company or association.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking closely here. Okay. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'd like now to invite Mike Noel or Noel. Hello.
Chairman.
Welcome.
Good to see you. Great. Well, thanks for having me, Chairman Brenner, Chairman Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Mike Noel, like the Christmas holiday. I'm the Governmental Affairs Manager for TOMRA. And with respect to the bills before you today, TOMRA supports LD 1541, an act to support and improve municipal recycling. We are a global recycling innovation company at TOMRA. We have extensive operations in Maine as well. This includes operating a recycling processing facility in Portland, providing container pickup services for the container deposit recycling system in the state, and providing advanced sorting technology to facilities that handle curbside recycling material. We participate in over 80 markets around the world, many of which already have EPR for packaging programs. And we're testifying partly in support because we were concerned when we saw that several Maine municipalities either stopped or reduced their recycling services after the global commodity markets made recycling far more expensive than it was in the past. When the cost of recycled packaging is 67% more expensive than disposal, as DEP estimates it to be, and the cost is borne by taxpayers, that's a recipe for more landfills and more wasted resources. LD 1541 includes a critical component of effective EPR programs, that being performance targets. An EPR program without performance targets would place the emphasis solely on municipal reimbursement rather than reduce, reuse, and recycle as it's known. If the legislature seeks to improve Maine's recycling performance and reach that 50% recycling rate goal, it's critical to incorporate these performance targets as LD 1541 does. Without a requirement to improve performance, operators are likely to prefer the lowest cost option, such as disposal, despite the negative environmental impacts. LD 1541 includes several measures that will help spur our circular economy in Maine. Three of these: number one, establishing accurate recycling targets, which will be based on what is actually recycled into a new product rather than simply collected, meaning more economic value generated and less wasted. Number two, setting recycled content targets. Such targets would require a minimum amount of recycled material in packaging where appropriate. This ensures new packaging will use less water, less energy, and emit less carbon while creating a market for recycled material. And number three, providing grants for infrastructure and education. This will help improve recycling and support green jobs. Regarding the other EPR bill, LD 1471, we believe it is flawed in multiple ways, making it more of a distraction for this committee than a useful proposal. I've included detailed comments in my written testimony on that bill. And in closing, today, recycling programs in Maine are shutting down or not reaching their full potential due to these challenging commodity values and lack of enforceable performance targets. LD 1541 would address both gaps head on and build on learnings from countries that already have implemented EPR and make Maine a national leader in seizing the potential of a circular economy. Palmer appreciates the committee's work on this topic, and we encourage you to vote ought to pass on LD 1541.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Questions? Thank you, Ed Tomra.
Great, thanks so much, Chairman.
I'd like now to invite Julie Rosenbach.
Thank you, Representative Tucker and Senator Brenner and members of the ENR committee. I am the Sustainability Director for the City of South Portland, and I'm here to speak today in favor of LD 1541. I'm submitting sort of more lengthy written testimony, but I just want to go over a few key points in my 3 minutes here. Both the city and the state have ambitious recycling goals, as you heard from Portland. We share the same goal. And reaching these goals are absolutely possible, but it's going to require us to transition away from our current really unsustainable model of consumption, where we take resources, make products with excessive and complicated packaging, and then simply discard the waste. In its place, we will grow a more circular economy that minimizes waste, uses resources efficiently, and incentivizes alternatives to single-use plastic. This is what we are working toward in our One Climate Future plan. But we cannot do this without changes at the manufacturer level to streamline packaging materials, which, as you've heard and as you know, account for more than 40% of our waste stream. LD 1541 is crucial for reaching municipal and state recycling goals because it will restructure recycling from the front end by incentivizing manufacturers to design less wasteful and more recyclable packaging. Specifically, LD 1541 addresses 3 issues that are important to our recycling system. First, the complexity and the inconsistency in packaging materials causes confusion among consumers. This confusion means that people do not know what to put in their waste bin and what to put in their recycling bin. And it leads to contamination, often through what's called wish cycling of recycling bins. In South Portland, the average contamination rate from curbside collection is consistently over 20%. And I'm sure you know that our community is wildly in support of a lot of sustainability efforts, and people are behind recycling and behind sustainability. So in response to this contamination, the city's carried out several robust outreach and education campaigns, and this has included publishing articles in the local paper, hosting displays at our library, developing and promoting a searchable recyclopedia app that lists almost 1,000 items and whether they go in your trash bin or your recycling bin. translating and distributing do and don't materials, mailing postcards to every single household with common contaminants. And in addition, South Portland has also hosted recycling interns every summer for the last 3 years to address the high residential contamination through a tagging program. Without clear, simple, recyclable packaging, this will be an unending process. LD 1541 appropriately places the responsibility on producers to make the recycling and waste management systems easier for consumers to navigate. Issue number 2, recycling rates simply are not improving. With years and even decades of outreach and education, the city's recycling rate has either held steady or regressed over the past several years. Most recently, South Portland's recycling rate decreased from 29% to 24%. The state is similarly trending in the opposite direction of its goal. LD 1541 puts forward a proven solution to increase recycling rates. Quebec, for example, boasts a recycling rate of over 65% following the implementation of a TPR program. Lastly, the current cost of recycling is unsustainable. In 2019, South Portland faced over $100,000 in unanticipated contamination fees. The city also spent well over $10,000 over the last several years in recycling outreach and education. While we have been able to weather the price volatility at the time of the contamination and the need for outreach and education, other communities have not been so fortunate. Rising costs passed on to municipalities put other recycling programs in jeopardy. LD 1541 supports the continued and long-term viability of municipal recycling. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions for South Portland? What do you folks pay for landfilling per ton?
It is the same as what Portland pays. We also are an EcoMaine owner community.
I see. Very good. Thank you for coming. You have a lot of good information.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Next, I'd like to address the people in the attendees list and give kind of a last call. I see there are 2 people left on the list, in addition to 2 that are on our panel now. Does anybody else want to raise their hand in the attendees column? Okay, 1, 2, we've got 5 left over there. I'd like to invite now Corliss Davis.
All right, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. My name, as you said, is Corliss Davis. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I live in Belfast, and I'm here to represent the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network. We represent the 25 UU congregations throughout the state of Maine, and we are members of the Environmental Priorities Coalition as well. In consideration of your endurance and very great diligence today, with which I'm tremendously impressed, I'm going to excerpt some of my testimony and submit the rest of it afterwards. I did want to focus, though, on the fact that EPR systems, as you've heard described today, will reimburse struggling towns for the taxpayer-funded costs of disposing of materials. In Belfast, I have talked to our transfer station manager on a number of occasions, and now that some COVID concerns have eased, we are again accepting most of what he calls recyclable materials at our transfer station. But the station manager has told me that the recycling side of his operation costs our city money. He could profit very slightly from certain of the number 2 plastics we turn in if he had a second baler to prepare them for pickup, but he does not. But he has said consistently that finding markets for packaging is his biggest problem. LD 1541, which we strongly endorse, specifically incentivizes producers of packaging to use readily recyclable materials, which are defined in the bill as those with a consistent market for purchase. As you may have heard also, 23 different Maine municipalities have already adopted resolutions urging Maine to adopt an EPR for packaging law. And this bill is entitled An Act to Support and Improve Municipal Recycling Programs and Save Taxpayer Money for a Reason. In Belfast, the annual reimbursements provided by this bill could be used for things like much needed recycling education and for the purchase of equipment like balers. Many of us are very disappointed that we can no longer turn in mixed paper recycling, and the station manager told me that that's specifically because so many people, out of lack of education, turn in contaminated materials with their mixed paper. So taking responsibility for the trash that we produce in a fair and equitable manner, we believe, would be an important way of recognizing our place in the web of life, while also strengthening and increasing recycling throughout Maine. So on behalf of the Maine UU State Advocacy Network, I strongly urge an ought to pass vote on LD 1541. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Questions for Corliss Davis? Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for coming today. I just wanted to, say how much we appreciate your point of view. And I wondered if you had any ideas on how we would better educate people if this bill were to pass in terms of what they can and cannot recycle.
Well, I think that it's hard for me to imagine why people would do things, as I was told, like throwing dirty diapers into the mixed paper bin. That may be a way of avoiding paying for the $3.50 fee we have to pay for household trash bags. So there probably are a variety of mixed issues here, more than just education issues. There may be economic issues at play too. Other than that, I would say a lot of publicity in local media, on the city's Facebook page, perhaps better signage at the transfer station, that kind of thing. People simply don't, either they have reasons for not recycling that are their own, or they simply don't know what they're supposed to do. So.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Peter Blair is now invited.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Peter Blair. I'm an attorney with Conservation Law Foundation's Zero Waste Project. Conservation Law Foundation strongly supports LD 1541. LD 1541 was developed through a thoughtful and inclusive stakeholder process and designed to create an extended producer responsibility program for packaging that will meet Maine's short-term and long-term goals. As you've heard, according to the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, roughly 30 to 40% of the municipal waste stream is packaging waste. Annually, Mainers are paying upwards of $16 million to manage this material through recycling and disposal. The combination of the cost and volume of packaging waste has stressed municipal budgets, leaving several communities with no option but to abandon or significantly reduce the recycling programs. When this happens, without these programs, recycled packaging ends up needlessly disposed of in landfills or burned in incinerators. LD 1541 will directly address the rising costs of recycling by shifting the financial burden for managing packaging waste from residents to producers. Under Maine's current system, these producers are completely insulated from the costs and burden of what they create. They have no incentive to reduce packaging and absolutely no incentive to redesign their packaging to make it more environmentally friendly. Given that these companies have control over the design, the type, and the amount of packaging that they produce, they should be responsible for paying the cost. Additionally, this consistent stream of funding will stabilize recycling programs throughout the state and provide revenue needed to significantly improve recycling infrastructure and increase education and outreach initiatives. By shifting the financial responsibility from consumers to producers, LD 1541 has an inherent incentive to create environmentally beneficial behavior. Each company will be responsible for paying fees based on the amount of packaging they produce. Therefore, reducing the amount of packaging will directly lower their fees. Outside of this direct incentive, LD 1541 also provides additional incentives through its eco-modulated fees. These fees are designed to lower the cost for companies that meet specific environmental objectives, several of which we've been talking about all morning, like switching to reusable packaging, incorporating post-consumer recycled content, reducing toxicity, and ensuring that the packaging is readily recyclable here in Maine. Briefly, I want to talk about the effectiveness of EPR for packaging systems. While LD 1541 may be the first EPR for packaging system in the United States, EPR for packaging programs are the most common forms of EPR policies across the world. One organization, Upstream, estimates that over 1 billion people currently live in jurisdictions where companies pay some or all of the costs of packaging recycling. The widespread implementation of these EPR systems is a direct result of the program's effectiveness. Resource Recycling Solutions recently analyzed EPR for packaging in the 5 Canadian provinces that have implemented them. They found residential recycling rates increased 8% following adoption. Within 2 to 4 years, implementation rose to 17%, and with a fully functioning system, recycling rates increased by 29%. In conclusion, LD 1541 is the most important action the Maine legislature can take to increase recycling rates. CLF strongly supports this bill, and I thank you for your time and consideration of this testimony.
Questions for the Conservation Law Foundation and Attorney Blair? Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Representative Tucker, and thank you, Mr. Blair, for joining us. I would love any information that you could share with us about recycling rates for the different Canadian jurisdictions and for the EU with the implementation of EPR. That would be helpful for the work session if they're easy to put your hands on.
I have some good information. Some was included in my written testimony, which I've already submitted, but I can send you a more robust list of the EPR countries.
Great, thank you so much.
Questions, comments, speeches? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd now like to turn to Laura Marston.
Hi there.
Hello. You have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of this most patient and attentive committee. My name is Laura Marston, and I am the owner of GoGo Refill. We're a zero waste store in South Portland. We help consumers reduce their waste, specifically single-use plastic, by offering package-free products refillable for home and body. I appreciate this opportunity to deliver this letter signed by 15 businesses in support of LD 1541. Maine's economy depends on a clean and healthy environment. Every year, our reputation as an eco-friendly state with spectacular outdoor spaces draws thousands of families of tourists. Visitors pump millions of dollars into our local businesses and generate significant tax income. Increasingly, consumers are demanding products that are not overly packaged, and Mainers demand effective recycling programs. Maine's local businesses, residents, and tourists all want to do the right thing to protect Maine's environment. But unfortunately, the serious problems facing our waste and recycling systems are making that more challenging than it should be. Maine's taxpayer-funded municipal recycling programs have been struggling to survive since 2017. Today, recycling costs Maine taxpayers an average of 67% more per ton than trash disposal. As a result, cutbacks and closures to municipal recycling programs have occurred throughout Maine as property taxpayers are being asked to pay more. There is no indication that things will get better unless the Maine legislature acts to reform recycling. Maine needs to adopt a proven solution known as EPR for packaging that's already used in 47 countries and provinces around the world. Because EPR has been so successful in those places, many states are now working to bring that policy to the US. As local businesses who care about environmental stewardship and the future of Maine, we are joining Maine's municipalities in urging the Maine legislature to adopt an extended producer responsibility for packaging law as described in 1541 as soon as possible. EPR works because it rewards businesses that have prioritized waste reduction and levels the playing field by holding big corporations accountable for the packaging waste they send to Maine. It also creates a more sustainable funding mechanism for local recycling that will reduce the burden on Maine taxpayers. EPR is a fair, effective, and sustainable solution for improving recycling that will help to support our economy and preserve Maine's image as an environmental leader. Signed, myself, Laura Marston, GoGo Refill, Daniel Bell, AgRecycle, Rob Todd, Allagash Brewing Company, Melanie Hodgson, Business Systems Management, Inc., Celine and Patrick Kelly, Coastal Cafe and Bakery, Greg and Lauren Soche, Craymer and By the Sea and Causeway Restaurant, Jody Bro, Dental Lace, Kendall Holmes, Gardner Food Co-op, Mason Palmetier, Little Dog Coffee Shop, Daniel Kleben, Maine Beer Company, Dana Wilford, Patagonia, Juliana Orski, Toad & Co., Ethan Whited, Vagabond Coffee Truck, Tyler Gleason, We Compost It, and Marla Baldessare, We Feel Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much, Chair Tucker. Ms. Marsden, I believe that you know my daughter. And
Very well, yes.
She comes to your shop and tells me all about it. And I want to thank you for coming today. And that's very impressive that you gathered all those other signatures and support. We appreciate that. And I hope that your business flourishes so you can come up the coast so that we can have one of your shops in our neck of the woods. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. We're working on it.
Senator Brenner.
I'm just going to also wax poetic. I'm one of your customers proudly and have been since you opened, and I appreciate the work you do. And I would hope that something like EPR would expand your capacity to grow your business throughout the state. So thank you for your work.
Well, thank you. And I'm flattered.
Okay. Very good. Okay. I will now invite Julian Blome.
Good afternoon. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Julian Blome and I'm testifying in strong support of LD 1541. This bill is the complete package. It increases recycling, reduces pollution, lowers taxes for Mainers, and is opposed by the exact right people. More on that later. To start, this proposal is a big win for the rivers, mountains, forests, and harbors that all make Maine the way life should be. This is because with an EPR tax in place, companies will need to manage their waste far better or risk paying the price for their malpractice. But you don't have to take my word for it, however, because it has already been implemented in over 50 countries and has been wildly successful. For example, they did the same EPR tax in Germany and saw a 13% decrease in packaging waste over 7 years. And in Quebec, they did the same thing and saw a 20% increase in recycling. The evidence couldn't be any clearer. This EPR tax is a massive win for our environment, but on top of that, it actually reduces the taxes that Mainers pay altogether. Currently, when a company produces wasteful packaging, it's taxpayers that clean up the mess, subsidizing recycling to the tune of $16 million a year in Maine. However, this bill would relieve that tax burden from everyday people and place it on the mega corporations responsible for the waste in the first place. Coincidentally, these companies also happen to be the same ones lobbying fiercely against this bill, and they even wrote their own bill to counter this one, known as LD 1471, or helped write it rather. This bill is nothing more than a Trojan horse for the status quo, as it exempts far too many packaging goods and adds unnecessary bureaucracy that would make enforcing this law far too difficult. If that wasn't bad enough, the group responsible for LD 1471, Ameripen, has members such as McDonald's, Tyson Foods, Kellogg's, and McCormick, which just so happen to be the exact companies that produce some of the worst waste in the country. I've done trash cleanups, and McDonald's, things are everywhere. If that's not a conflict of interest, then I don't know what is. The companies most responsible for packaging waste writing their own bill on it would be just like a drug enforcement bill written by Pablo Escobar. So to the lawmakers listening in on this session, do Maine's environment, your children, and your constituents proud and vote in favor of LD 1541, protect our environment for generations to come, and show once again how Maine is one of the most independent and uncorrupted states in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. Hi, Julian. Thanks for being here today.
Hey, Vicki. Good to see you again.
You too. Thank you for coming.
Very well, thank you. And I'll now invite Abigail Tseetson.
Thank you. It's Stein. Good afternoon, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the American Forest and Paper Association. AF&PA is opposed to legislation to establish EPR for paper-based packaging. The paper industry has demonstrated a measurable record of success in making paper and paper-based packaging more circular and sustainable through market-based approaches that make EPR burdensome and unnecessary. The overall paper recycling rate has grown over the decades and remains consistently high, meeting or exceeding 63% since 2009. In 2019, 66.2% of paper consumed in the US was recovered for recycling. The 3-year average recycling rate for the material that would be most impacted by EPR for packaging, old corrugated containers, is already 92.3%. EPR is unlikely to have much impact on our recovery rates, but will still have costs for paper-based packaging producers to fund the stewardship programs. Robust investment in end market use for recovered paper is an essential pillar of the industry's success. Between 2019 and 2023, US packaging and pulp producers publicly committed to investing more than $4.1 billion in new manufacturing capacity, specifically designed to use over 7 million additional tons of recovered paper per year. Technological innovations in product design and recycling processes are continuously allowing our industry to access and recycle more paper-based products. AF&PA recently released a new tool, the Design Guidance for Recyclability, which is a data-driven resource to aid packaging producers and brands in the design and manufacture of packaging to meet recyclability goals. Both LD 1471 and 1541 also include a preference for post-consumer content recovered fiber packaging goals. Setting aside some of the other issues with this term, which I get into in more detail in our written testimony, giving preference to post-consumer content in paper-based packaging does not recognize the unique characteristics of paper coming from sustainably managed, renewable natural resources. This ignores the fact that there needs to be a virgin pulp supply to sustain or grow recovered fiber. This should be considered in a strong forest products industry state like Maine. Future legislation drafted to regulate the production and use of paper-based packaging should be based on sound policy to the benefit of the environment and best practices for doing business in the state. Contamination is a major factor in helping the industry increase recovery rates. Best practices for materials sorting, elimination of single stream programs, and consumer education are essential for raising rates and helping municipalities realize the value in their programs. Increased participation in community recycling programs and other best practices in addition can lead to real results. Maine has unique infrastructure needs that absolutely require constituent participation to succeed. Just to wrap up, I thank the committee for your consideration on this important matter, and we stand ready to assist you and offer our expertise as a resource as you shape this policy. Thank you for your time.
Questions, comments? Thank you very much for coming, Abigail.
Thank you.
We now have 3 witnesses left. So for those of you who are sitting on the attendee list waiting for the other bills today, we are 3 times 3 minutes away. I'll now invite Carrie Donovan.
Hello, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and esteemed members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of LD 1541. My name is Carrie Donovan, and I live in the town of Tremont on Mount Desert Island. For 5 years, I have been involved in a volunteer zero waste group on Mount Desert Island, and we are affiliated with A Climate to Thrive, which is a local organization focused on climate change and sustainability. We consider the amount of waste that we produce in this country to be a sustainability issue. And our group looks for ways to reduce waste and better educate the public about waste issues. I have become very familiar with the Maine state waste hierarchy with reduce at the top and landfill at the bottom. And there is just absolutely no question that the best strategy for managing waste is not to have so much of it in the first place. The municipalities are responsible for managing waste and for absorbing the cost of this, but they have absolutely no control over how much waste becomes theirs to manage. LD 1541 presents a rare opportunity to reduce waste in Maine. We know that the Maine DEP estimates that 30 to 40% of municipal waste is packaging. And already there is concern about Maine running out of landfill space in the next 20 years. And so LD 1541 would put some responsibility back on the producers rather than having it be all on the people who are on the receiving end. LD 1541 would incentivize producers to redesign packaging and reduce packaging material, create packaging that is made of materials that can be readily recycled and for which there is a consistent recycling market. Recycling doesn't work if there's no one on the other end who wants the product that you have gone to the trouble of collecting. And it will incentivize companies to eliminate toxic chemicals from packaging. This bill is good for our health, good for the environment, good for the towns, and good for the state. There has been a lot said about recycling, and recycling is a good thing, but there are things that are better than recycling, which are reuse, refill, and reduce. So those are the things that excite me. I'm more excited about being able to take a laundry detergent bottle and have it refilled with product than I am about recycling it. But EPR for packaging, I think, will help us in all of these areas, and I hope that you will enthusiastically support it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions or comments? Okay, that concludes your testimony, Ms. Donovan.
Okay.
I'm now going to invite Stephen Chagaris to join us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Steve Changaris, and I'm the Northern New England Chapter Director for the National Waste and Recycling Association, the companies that are involved in many aspects of the recycling supply chain and the recycling process in Maine and throughout the Northeast in the United States. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. We've submitted some formal comments for the record, so I won't read them, but I do want to talk about a couple of key points. You guys have been super legislators today with an endurance, a marathon on this issue, and I know you have a lot more work ahead of you, and I wanted to give a little bit of respect to that. From my constituency, working with the member companies that employ the men and women who collect the recyclables, the men and women who operate the MRFs, the recycling centers, and then prepare those bales and get those materials to end markets to complete the recycling loop and the sustainability loop. I have certain parameters that we can talk about. We too, like America, is emerging with this issue of EPR, and we're getting our head around it and trying to come up with some concepts and some principles that we can live with, which we identified several in the written testimony. But I think the biggest point that we want to make is that, recycling needs to be improved. We like to think, excellent partners in the process of getting us to the 35% rate and working with the communities and getting these programs. A lot more can be done, especially after you listen to the testimony today. So we'd like to have a seat at the table. And that's part of the stakeholder process that, we've gotten recycling 35% here today. We believe if you bring the consumer brands and the packaging companies into the mix, that you're going to take recycling to the next level. The idea of building on the current system has a lot more appeal and traction. And, we like to think reality-based, that you can take the good of what we have, we can study what's deficient, and then we can streamline and plan for the future to make things even better. And, my members are clear, and from my personal experience working this issue for the last 10 or 15 years, is that the consumer product companies are at the table. They want to be involved. They know they're going to be writing some checks. a lot of what's been discussed today is all about one way or another of getting the job done. And we've laid out our principles. We'd like to have a seat at the table. We've helped develop the process. The brands are going to be here to help pay the bill, and we'd like to be able to be a partner in the process that goes forward. My member companies, in many ways, are fearful that the work that we've done to date could be supplanted or bypassed or overlooked, and in a new system of EPR. So we want to have a seat at the table. We're here to say we're active in this space, and we're appreciative of the efforts, and we want to be part of the solution. That's why we're here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you very much for your statement. Questions? Okay, we have one more person who is going to testify, and then we'll move on to the next bills. That's information for the attendees to realize. We're going to take up LD 57 in a moment. We'd like to invite Matt Seaholm to join us now.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the committee. My name is Matt Seaholm. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Plastics Industry Association. Our membership is made up of manufacturers from the entire supply chain, resin suppliers, equipment and mold makers, processors, and recyclers. I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1541 and neither support nor oppose LD 1471. Our industry understands that we have an important role to play in addressing the plastic waste that is sent to landfills and also can become litter. The different types of plastics that our members have a hand in manufacturing have largely become a victim of their own value. Over the past 20 to 30 years, production capabilities and demand have increased while recycling capabilities have not kept up. Recycling infrastructure spending has not been a priority, and finding a lasting solution is something we can all get behind, but we need to get it right. While the goals in both bills are laudable, we do have concerns with both bills. But there's no doubt that between the two, LD 1471 is better structured to create a partnership between the public and private sectors in Maine that will prove more workable for everyone involved. In terms of 1541, I just want to highlight a couple of our concerns. First, creating one kind of enormous PRO to manage an incredibly complex and expansive packaging industry is going to prove challenging at best, and will likely put much of the onus on the Department of Environmental Protection for decision-making and management, in which case they may as well just do it. Secondly, the structure of LD 1541 amounts to a blank check for ongoing operational costs for municipalities, while potentially failing to truly invest in the improvements needed to get the recycling system back up to speed. It also lacks a needs assessment, despite a goal to increase recycling and reduce the amount of material being landfilled. The bill could actually end up paying for landfilling as well. The third item I want to hit on for LD 1541 is the use of the term readily recyclable. Despite giving DEP rulemaking authority to further define the phrase, it begins from a place that is overly prescriptive and it would likely be counterproductive in the effort to actually recycle more material and not just collect it. So when it comes to LD 1471, there are many unknowns that make it difficult for us to support at this point. While we're hopeful that a program like this will work out, questions surrounding the representation of covered entities, the lack of protection to fair and open markets for covered packaging material, as well as the lack of development for end markets for the recycled material, really have us at a place where we can't quite get behind it at this point. So while we see movement in the right direction for LD 1471, it's not quite there. But on the other hand, it would likely, LD 1541 would likely take the state in the wrong direction, resulting in more material collected, put into bigger bales, but nowhere for it to go. So I very much appreciate your time today, and we look forward to being part of the solution as the legislation moves forward.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Seaholm. Let me ask you a question. Have you been traveling less from state to state this year?
I have been traveling a lot less this past year. And unfortunately, I would much rather be doing these meetings in person for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the hearings on LD 1471 and LD 1541. That concludes the hearing on those two bills. I would now like to turn the gavel over to my colleague and good friend, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Chair Tucker. I'm going to recommend a 5-minute break so we can regroup before we move on to our next bill. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. right. Okay, everybody ready? Nice long stretch there, Representative Tucker. Thank you for your leadership. And now we will turn our attention back to you for LD 57, an act to reduce the landfilling of municipal solid waste. So we're opening a public hearing for LD 57, and Representative Tucker is the sponsor. You're muted, Representative Tucker.
Thank you, Senator Brenner and other members of the committee, my colleagues. This bill revises the schedule of Department of Environmental Protection fees that are collected at the gate of the landfills. When a customer is getting rid of waste at a landfill, the hauler will include the charges of the hauling fee, the landfill's tipping fee, and also, lastly, the state surcharge that is charged on a per ton basis. For example, if there's a contract to landfill waste, say anywhere between $75 and $140 a ton, that $1 or $2 fee would be included in that cost. This law would amend Section 2203A, which is a nice list of all the different surcharges that go on different types of waste. For example, oil contaminated soil, bricks, gravel, and so forth, the surcharge is $25 a ton. Wastewater facility sludge is $5 a ton. This is the surcharge that goes to the state, okay? Industrial waste, $5 a ton. Sandblast grit, $5 a ton. Municipal solid waste ash, that is after it's incinerated, $1 a ton. Demolition and construction debris, $2 a ton. So there's that chart with those different fees. At the current time, the surcharge for municipal solid waste is $2 a ton. This bill will make it $1 a ton. But the trick is this. Right now, on that $2 a ton municipal solid waste fee, there's a big exception that a town doesn't have to pay it if they have a landfill of their own, or if they have a long-term contract with a hauler. Consequently, most towns get out of paying any fee at all on municipal solid waste that's delivered to the landfill. So although my bill would lower the statutory charge from $2 to $1 on that surcharge, it also abolishes the exception so that everybody pays on an equal basis. Currently, this surcharge brings approximately $227,000 to the state fund, special fund. I forget the name of it. But it's in the testimony of the DEP. It's a special fund which funds a number of activities of the DEP in connection with solid waste. However, once we lower it from $2 to $1 and then expand the base, it will bring in $370,000. So it will increase by approximately around $50,000. That's it. Now, what does the DEP do with the money from the municipal solid waste surcharge? Basically, it distributes it in grants to encourage recycling. For example, from 2018 through 2020, the department has issued grants to encourage recycling and composting to any number of towns. For example, the University of Maine at Presque Isle got $5,600. The town of Washington got $17,000. Eagle Lake got $30,000. Here's another grant to Washington, town of Washington, 24/7. Ellsworth got $31,000 for a composting project. Vinyl Haven got $20,000. China got $10,000 for a recycling and composting project. Presque Isle got $37,890 for a composting project. Blue Hill Peninsula got $40,000 for a composting project. And same with Ellsworth, $34,000. I picked all the rural ones because it seems like the money going in seems to come more from the urban areas, and the grants seem to be going out where it's needed in the rural areas. So there are two things that I'm trying to do with this bill. First, I want to use that surcharge money to help rural areas to set up recycling and composting. Secondly, to make at least a small incentive to recycle rather than landfill. Now, I understand when Portland pays $75 to landfill, but only, I'm sorry, I got that mixed up, but when it costs a lot more to recycle than it does to landfill, this is just at least $1 of incentive, okay? So throw me a bone. That's basically my testimony. Thank you.
Right, love it. Any questions? Anybody have any bones for Representative Tucker? All right. Next up, I thought it would be Paula Clark from the DEP, but I'm wondering if it's Ryan Beneski. If it is, Ryan, do you maybe want to raise your hand just to let me? Oh no, Paula's in here. She's right down there at the bottom. Hi, Paula, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark from DEP, and I'm speaking this afternoon in support of LD 57. This bill proposes to eliminate the existing $2 per ton surcharge on the disposal of municipal solid waste and to impose a new $1 per ton fee on all municipal solid waste disposed at commercial, municipal, state-owned, or regional association landfills. The current statute, as Representative Tucker described to you, establishes a schedule of per ton fees on various types of waste that are landfilled. Most of these are special waste, like sludges, ash, industrial wastes, and they carry a $5 per ton fee. Although the statute imposes a $2 per ton surcharge on municipal solid waste, the law states that, except there is no fee on municipal solid waste generated by a municipality that owns the landfill accepting it, or that has entered into a contract with a term longer than 9 months for the disposal of municipal solid waste in that landfill. The net result of this exception is that the vast majority of MSW landfilled in Maine is not subject to the surcharge, again, as described by Representative Tucker. Landfill operators submit payment of these fees quarterly to the department, and the revenues are deposited into the Maine Solid Waste Management Fund. That fund is used for a variety of different purposes, including, very importantly, the Solid Waste Diversion Grant Program awards that Representative Tucker also described. In 2019, the department completed a 5-year update to the Maine Solid Waste Management and Recycling Plan, a plan also known as the Maine Materials Management Plan. The plan was organized to identify strategies and actions that could result in management of wastes higher on the solid waste hierarchy. One of these actions in particular supports and is consistent with the goal of LD 57. It reads, develop a proposal to place a fee on MSW disposed in landfills sufficient to incentivize materials recovery and waste to energy over landfilling, with at least a portion of those revenues dedicated to the Maine Solid Waste Diversion Grant Program. Through inclusion of this action in the plan update, the department concluded that it would be an effective approach to employ, along with other measures to encourage management options higher on the hierarchy. Although waste volumes disposed vary from year to year, a $1 per ton fee on MSW landfilled in the state could yield between $370,000 and $400,000 annually, based on our 2018 and 19 data. As mentioned earlier, the majority of MSW currently landfilled falls within the exception and does not carry a fee. Again, based on that 2018-19 data, an average of $227,425 was paid on MSW annually during that time frame at the current $2 per ton fee level. That $227 was paid exclusively on MSW disposed at the Juniper Ridge landfill, since that was the only MSW that qualified for that exception. The proposed fee would affect all landfills accepting MSW in Maine, including certain municipal landfills that were previously exempt. In conclusion, the department supports the passage of LD 57 and views the bill as an appropriate mechanism to further the goals of the solid waste management hierarchy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Senator. Mrs. Clark, do you know how much is dumped at the Aroostook landfill and what that would end up costing Aroostook with the new fee schedule?
I do. Well, Aroostook is comprised of both Presque Isle and Tri-Community. So there are two different landfills. In 2019, which is the most current year that I have full data for, at $1, Presque Isle would pay $17,800 roughly, and Tri-Community $15,600. It was a little bit different in 2018, but as you know, they've been figuring out their operation and the volumes disposed at each of those facilities, but those numbers are from 19.
Thank you. Could I have another question? Clarification? I was under the impression that all of Aroostook dumped at one landfill.
I think that is true. I'd have to check to see exactly what the status is currently. I think that they are consolidating operations at one location or the other, and I think that I can't tell you with any accuracy where that landfilling is happening today in 2021, but it's easy enough to check. You know, when those operations merged into a single management entity, I know that they had a longer term plan for what was going to be disposed and when at each location.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Can you, for the work session, give us the balance, the pending balance of the account that this money is funneled into, and a list of any pending projects that are unfunded? And of course, Representative Tucker listed off quite a bit of the different projects that were funded. Could we have a list of those as well for the work session?
Yes, I can provide that. And I would add, just to be clear, that this particular fund has a couple of other revenue sources in addition to these fees on waste. And one of the larger ones is the $1 per tire fee that is paid at the point of purchase. That goes into this fund. The fund has been used over the years for a variety of purposes. One of the things that in the past it has been used for is tire site abatement work. Some of the program for tire abatement came from this particular fund. It has funded various small cleanups. It's funded a variety of program elements. So it is not all dedicated to waste diversion grants, but a portion of it certainly is.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, can I do one more little question here?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, also, could we have a breakdown of the funds that are going, the other fund streams that are going into this account? We have that information as well?
Yes, I can provide that.
Okay, thank you very much.
So if, just for clarity, Representative Hanley, I get the sense that you're trying to get at the root of what's the funding in the funding sources in the fund, what are the projects it's funded, and are there lingering projects that we have yet to fund?
Yes, that's
okay.
You listened very carefully. Thank you.
Representative Johansson, did you have a follow-up or another question, or just a lingering hand?
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I didn't want to put it down for you. And Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Brenner. I just wanted to add, and I'm not sure exactly how comprehensive it is, but in reviewing some of the testimony, I did see that NRCM has got a list of projects that have been funded. So that is something maybe that Representative Hanley's looking for, that it's part of the testimony. And then I did have a question, and so it's just interesting to me that this history is kind of grown up around incentivizing landfilling when that's at the bottom of our hierarchy. And being new to this committee, and I don't recall Representative Tucker saying this, but is this a perennial kind of a topic that we've been trying to change? I mean, is this something that has a history to it? I just would like a quick kind of synopsis of that, because it just seems to me like, why wouldn't we have changed this a long time ago? Thank you.
When this fee schedule was put into effect, and when the exception was placed in the law for municipal solid waste, it was quite a number of years ago. And at that time, there was a huge amount of concern about the impact on municipal budgets. And so the exception was crafted to essentially exempt out most of the municipal solid waste, so the impact would not be there on municipalities. There's been conversation certainly over recent years in making that change, and there had previously been discussion within the committee about this as well.
Any additional questions for Ms. Clark this afternoon? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, next up is folks in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation, and Mr. Roche, I believe, is first. Welcome, Mr. Roche. you there, Mr. Roche? Welcome.
Sorry. Okay, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today about solid waste policy in the state of Maine. My name is Kevin Roach, and I've served as the general manager of Eco Maine for 16 years. I've also held similar positions in Phoenix, Arizona, Binghamton, New York, and I own a recycling company in Rochester, New York. I believe my public and private sector experience can offer a balanced perspective on our industry. I come before you today to testify in favor of LD 57, an act to reduce the landfilling of municipal solid waste. Representative Tucker, over the years, has advised me to be patient. And so I've been quite patient over the number of years that we have talked about this subject. Eco Maine is a quasi-municipal organization that manages solid waste and recyclable material from its 73 member communities in southern and central Maine. We own and operate a SMRF, that's a good question for later, a food waste recovery program, a waste energy plant, a landfill, and we have one of the most aggressive outreach and educational programs in New England. We closely align our policies with the waste management hierarchy, which has already been pointed out is clearly defined in Maine state statute. And it's also guidance from the EPA as well. Now, some may say that the EPA has changed or elevated landfilling to a higher rung in the waste hierarchy. When I heard this, I went myself personally to DC to talk to the EPA about this because I thought it didn't make sense. And they said it didn't make sense. But there's no question. They didn't elevate landfilling to a higher rung. They simply recognized that landfill gas and energy recovery was preferred over just landfill gas recovery alone. That's it. Landfilling is still, the act of landfilling is still the bottom rung. I encourage you to call EPA to obtain accurate information on this. I do, though, think that we can all agree that storing waste in a landfill is not and never has been and never will be a best practice. We need landfills. We have a landfill for waste that can't be utilized in one of the higher rungs of the hierarchy. And I think Eco Maine is fairly unique in the nation in that we still have a landfill that's located 2 miles from the most densely populated area of Maine, Portland. Most cities are now reliant on landfills in faraway places. I'd like to cover 5 quick points facing our industry and also offer some solutions. Problem number 1, the state recognizes that the solid waste management hierarchy from the most preferred strategies to the least preferred strategies in dealing with solid waste materials. However, in order for it to work, it needs to be executed. It's not executed, at least not at a very high level. Unfortunately, we're not seeing strong results when it comes to landfill diversion. We have the game plan, but we're still losing. And when you're losing, you have to change the game plan. This change will not only come with better policy, but in order to turn this around, we need a carrot and a stick approach to get off landfilling. We need to provide more incentives to pull waste up to the waste management hierarchy and discourage landfilling in our landfills. The solution, LD 57, provides funding for the higher rungs of the waste hierarchy, such as reduction, reuse, recycling, composting, and at the same time discourages storing waste in our landfills. It really is a simple bill. Problem number 2, current policy actually, as was stated earlier, encourages landfilling in our state. It's often the cheapest option, not always, but often is the cheapest option on the hierarchy. But landfilling really isn't the cheapest option because it's a waste storage strategy that future generations will have to deal with this waste. The waste doesn't go away. It'll be here forever. Why should our children's children have to deal with our waste that we are generating? The solution is LD 57, which will make sure that we, the people who are generating the waste, will cover the real costs of landfilling. Problem number 3, landfilling is a forever proposition. Once filled, you can't move it. You can't sell it. You're stuck with it forever. And there's a significant costs with forever. You will have to manage this waste. 100 years from now, you will still be managing this waste. Solution, LD 57, takes the initial step to fix the problem. Yes, we will always need landfill. Eco Maine owns and operates a landfill in South Portland, as I mentioned before. But what we need to do is conserve what we put into our landfills and we don't fill them up. Landfills have moved to the more rural places because nobody wants one in their backyard. We're not building any landfills in southern Maine, certainly not one in Portland. Problem number 4, southern New England is in crisis mode with landfill capacity. I'm on call after call after call with Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, looking for a place to landfill their waste. Just last year, over 1 million tons of waste were shipped from southern New England, Massachusetts mostly, to Ohio. Why? Because, yes.
You've reached your 3 minutes.
Okay, so I will conclude by just saying that we need waste management policy that won't fill our landfills. Any way you look at it, LD 57 is definitely less filling than the other rungs of the waste management hierarchy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Bennett?
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Roach. Would you elaborate on your points 4 and 5, please, for me?
Sure thing. So in southern New England, they are in crisis mode, and it has really gotten serious because they don't know where they're going to put their waste. Their landfills are filling up. And so now over 1 million tons just last year were transported from Massachusetts to Ohio. That is not a sustainable waste management model. Why? It's going to go to the place of least resistance. And right now Ohio has the cheapest price. And we still have cheap transportation, but we all know we're seeing the pumps, right? The prices rise at the pumps. That's not sustainable once we get over $4 a ton for diesel. What's going to stop the waste from coming north? Well, look at our neighbor, New Hampshire. Half of the waste that is landfilled in New Hampshire, this is unbelievable. Half of the waste comes from outside their state. Do we want to be that landfill? Do we want to have policy like New Hampshire does, where half of the waste comes from outside the waste? There's nothing that stops the waste. You can't stop the waste from coming across the border. Again, the waste will come to the place of least resistance. We need good policy to keep that from happening. And LD 57 will begin to send the message that Maine doesn't want to be the landfill state. Vermont, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and many other states are now charging a fee much higher than $1. Vermont is at $6. Pennsylvania doesn't want New York City trash. They're at $8. And so this is really just $1, and $1 isn't going to do all much. It's $400,000. It really should be at least $3 a ton. And really, the average person generates under a ton of waste a year. That's $1 a person. $3 would at least provide enough funding to really boost our waste diversion programs, such as reuse, recycling, and composting, and help those towns, a lot of them rural towns, that are struggling with recycling. And that would be $3 a person. And the issue number 5 that I had is communities are abandoning their recycling programs. This is the worst thing. I've been in the industry for 30 years. And when I started seeing Maine communities abandon their recycling programs and put their recyclables in the landfill, that really crushed me as an industry person. That really hit hard. We need to turn the tides on this trend. LD 57 will make landfilling less desirable and pushes the financial resources up the hierarchy to support those recycling programs that need that support. Now, if I'm in the landfill business, obviously I'm making money on landfilling, and that's one of the problems. And so when we're talking, we need landfills. There's no doubt about it. But if that's where your profit motive is, it's hard for you to look to have another perspective.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Representative Johansson has a question.
Thank you, Senator. Sir, if you were to encourage the people in Aroostook County to ship their garbage to your facility, what would that figure look like? How much encouragement would they need?
We don't want people in Aroostook, and this has been a confusing point of this policy. We are not advocating for waste to be delivered from Aroostook County to southern Maine. This is not a landfill versus waste to energy issue. Waste to energy already pays the fee, the landfill fee. They pay the $1. They've been paying it for 20 years. It's that some are not paying. What we're trying to do is jump above landfilling, jump above waste to energy, and get to reduction, reuse, recycling, composting, digestion, all those things that the industry is excited about, but can't get there because we have such cheap landfilling going on. So in no way, shape, or form are we encouraging anyone to utilize a waste energy facility. That's not what this bill is about. We're encouraging people to recycle, reduce, reuse, compost, and digestion.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative?
Yes, please. Your dream then, not going south, but doing something else besides landfilling and roosting, what would that encouragement look like?
Well, it starts with recycling. I mean, 33% isn't bad. 30 years ago, when we introduced recycling programs, we go to select boards and council meetings, and everybody's like, nobody's going to use those little blue boxes at the curb. It's not going to happen. Well, now we've got studies that show that 90% of the population wants to recycle. People want to recycle. And whether you're in a rural area where you have a transfer station where you can bail up these materials, once shipped, when trucks are going north, they're going to come south. And you can pair up with other recycling facilities. Question came out of Representative Tucker said, well, how about a Smurf? Well, we own a Smurf. A Smurf is simply a small materials recovery facility. And that's what we are. Portland is still a small facility, relatively speaking. And so what we do is we try to aggregate our material, and that's what the Maine Resource Recovery Agency does. They take loads from this town, that town, that town. They do a wonderful job. They collect it up, they do a milk run, and then they send those materials to market. And what's even more exciting is we're seeing demand from the state of Maine for the first time in about 15 years. This is going to be huge. And if Nine Dragons starts taking paper, we're going to have a shortage of paper in the state of Maine.
So what would I'm talking about roosting now. We only have a landfill. We've got half the population we had 50 years ago. We're not gaining population. We're not looking at the end of our landfill here. What would the price be per ton to cause people to not send it to the landfill and do something else with it? What would that figure look like per ton?
A dollar isn't going to do it, but it is a start to getting everybody to pay something to put money into a fund that supports the higher rungs of the hierarchy. That is what we're trying to, I think that's the impetus of this bill. And, you know, we're shipping recyclables from Portland to West Virginia and India and Vietnam. So distance is not that much of an issue. I mean, I got load after load. I got 10 loads coming out of this plant that are going into India tomorrow.
Representative Johansson, I think probably, I'll just try to answer your question. I think probably what ideally would happen is the DEP would offer assistance to help Aroostook apply for grants out of this fund to support a more robust recycling program so that you wouldn't end up paying as much in because you wouldn't have as much product to landfill because you'd be recycling more. Okay. Any more questions? Oh, Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Kevin, for your testimony. Could you tell me what the fee is for New Hampshire for out-of-state dumping?
They got the same issue we do, nothing. And there's proposed legislation to have a fee because they know what they've created is a monster. And I'm just so glad that we don't have to do that. Half of the waste that we're landfilling in the state of Maine isn't coming out of state, but that's coming next. So to answer your question, Representative, it's 0 in New Hampshire. They've been trying to get a fee into place and they have not been successful doing it. Kind of the same experience that we've had.
Right. Do you know what, I mean, this is kind of an odd question. Do you know what percentage of the land mass in Maine is dedicated to landfill? Can we find that out somehow?
Well, I mean, I know, you know, we have 250 acres, you know, in South Portland and Scarborough, and that's our landfill. And I'm sure, you know, nobody's proud of that. It's over in the corner and nobody's proud of that. I don't know about the other facilities, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Also, the loads that you're sending to India, are you getting paid for those? Are you paying to have them shipped?
Yeah, the recycling market has really turned around. Every single commodity is seeing a much better performance on the marketing side. So a year ago, even pre-COVID, we were having a lot of trouble. But this market, like any other dynamic market, is cyclical. And we told our communities, stay the course, be patient, because we're going to be in a position where we're going to be short on paper.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Hanley, I have a sense that in the DEP's municipal solid waste report, there might be a number for the amount of acreage, but perhaps Ms. Clark from the DEP could provide the total landfill acreage to us at the work session.
Yes, that's what I was going to go with that in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
I could look through it, but I'm not going to do it right now. So. Are there any more questions for Mr. Roche? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your enthusiastic
Thank you.
time and waiting for us this afternoon. Thank you. And next up is Mike Shaw from Scarborough, hometown. Welcome. How are you, Mr. Shaw? Good to see you.
I'm well, and it's good to see you also. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this legislation, LD 57. As Senator Brenner said, I'm Mike Shaw, and I'm the Director of Public Works here in the city of Scarborough, town of Scarborough. Scarborough is one of the founding members founding member municipalities of what is now EcoMaine, whose board I am very pleased and proud to chair. Our town has taken the issue of sustainable waste management seriously for many years now and continue to do so. I'm pleased to support LD 57, an act to reduce the landfilling of municipal solid waste. The state's policies are designed to support reduction, reuse, and recycling ahead of landfill, but at the municipal level, the incentives and costs simply make landfilling the cheaper and easier alternative, as Mr. Roach mentioned earlier. This is out of line with priorities of the state and with the goals we have personally here in Scarborough set for ourselves. By increasing revenue to strengthen the higher rungs of the waste hierarchy by disincentivizing landfilling, LD 57 will divert waste from landfills and improve our towns and state's recycling rate. I can safely say the town of Scarborough would welcome an opportunity to send more waste to be recycled than for disposal. LD 57 will also provide a barrier to out-of-state waste finding its way into Maine and increasing by increasing the amount these out-of-state waste generators will pay. Given that the state's waste hierarchy prioritizes 5 other rungs above landfilling, but eliminates barriers that are intended to make landfilling a last resort, LD 57 represents an opportunity to right the ship and put the focus back on strategies that take resources out of the landfills and puts them back to use for Maine's communities. I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I've also provided this in a written format as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Shaw? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for your service to Scarborough and to the Board of EcoMaine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all.
All right, and next up is Sarah Nichols from NRCM.
Good afternoon, committee. Nice to see you again. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Sarah Nichols. I am the Sustainable Maine Director for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 57, which would help Maine's waste policy better align with our solid waste management hierarchy. Supporting LD 57 is a logical choice for 2 reasons. The first is that Maine's current disposal fee structure is not consistent with our solid waste management hierarchy. Landfilling is the lowest rung and below waste energy. And based on the hierarchy, it doesn't make sense that the state would have a 1-ton charge for waste energy ash, but then provide a universal exemption for the $2 per ton fee for landfilling. And the second reason is because using funds accrued from landfilling MSW toward the reduction of landfilling makes sense systematically. The more landfilling in the state, the more money accrues to the fund to increase landfill diversion. And likewise, with less landfilling, there would be fewer funds accrues, but also less need for a fund. NRCM believes that it's time to finally pass this proposal. The concept in LD And this bill was proposed more than a decade ago in DEP's 2009 report to the legislature. And NRCM has testified, and me personally has testified in favor of two similar bills, LD 947 in 2015 and LD 988 in 2019. I noticed that I actually left 988 in this testimony because these are recycled remarks. The bill before you today, LD 57, would help align Maine's waste policy with our solid waste management hierarchy and would create additional funding for Maine solid waste diversion grant program. And I did include a list of all of the projects funded to date in my testimony, and I encourage you to go look for that. So thank you for consideration of these recycled comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I think you do your comments a disservice. I think they're at a higher level. I think they're in reuse rather than recycle.
I think you're right.
Representative Ziegler.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nichols. Just a quick one. If we combine the EP, if there are other bills, I know I can't talk about other bills, but the issue about Aroostook, if the money from that was put in the grant structure, and yeah, that's my phone ringing.
Okay.
Want to pick it up?
I can't really hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And if we also, the DEP would be working to develop MRFs, regional recycling centers, to handle more recycling, then Aroostook would have probably an area and a facility to handle this going forward, both from the grant structure of this bill and perhaps other bills that we may have been talking about earlier, which I cannot mention.
Mm-hmm. Right. I could see this is, yeah, all these waste policies should work together as part of a system. And I'm just a firm believer in having economic incentives aligned to get the desired outcomes that we want to see. And I think that as more Maine communities get more recycling programs and we get more recyclable materials in our waste stream, the less need we'll even have for landfilling and the less fees will be paid for landfilling or waste energy. The idea is to not generate funds. We actually want to have less funds. Like the point of this isn't to generate funds for grants. Ideally, there'd be no money in this fund because there would be no landfilling waste energy. I'm not that naive to think so, but that's kind of the idea.
Thank you. Was that a bone for you, Representative Tucker? Or
Any other questions for Ms. Nichols? All right, thanks for joining us.
Right, see you soon.
All right, next up is Troy Moon. Welcome, Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and other members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Troy Moon. I'm the Sustainability Director in the City of Portland, and on behalf of the city, I'm here to support LD 57 because it aligns with the City of Portland's goal to become a zero waste community by 2050. And perhaps more importantly, it aligns with the state's official policy to follow the waste management hierarchy, which, as you know, calls for waste reduction, reuse, and recycling before disposal. Our experience in Portland has shown that this approach works. We've been able to reduce our waste disposal tonnage by over 60% in the last 20 years. And so we've seen the value. That effort has saved the city literally millions of dollars over the course of the 20 years. And we've also been able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and conserve natural resources. But still, there's a long way to go, and LD 57 can help us get there by placing a fee on the landfill that isn't waived. This bill sends a financial signal that landfilling is an undesirable outcome. It enhances the funding stream for the Maine DEP to better support waste reduction efforts. And all Maine's cities and towns, including Portland, can benefit from a better resource statewide waste reduction program that can offer technical support, educational resources, and funding for different types of programs. We know waste reduction and recycling, decrease energy consumption. It limits the use of raw materials and promotes a circular economy based on reuse. And LD 57 advances these efforts and aligns with aligns Maine's waste handling fees with the waste management hierarchy, which I think is very important, that we align our incentives with our official policy. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Are there any questions for Mr. Moon from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us again.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
And next up is Neil Goldberg. Welcome back, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony in support of LD 57 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association's Legislative Policy Committee. The association and all of its members support Maine solid waste management hierarchy. And for the past 15 years, the state has maintained that reduction, reuse, recycling, composting are all priorities over landfilling. Yet the circumstances the state has created do not really encourage anything but landfilling. And so our association views this bill as a correction to those circumstances and a chance to get all communities kind of back on a path to reducing landfilling. The current fee structure for municipal solid waste disposal favors landfilling over such practices as waste to energy. Meanwhile, communities with limited recycling or waste to energy options have to weigh these decisions to either adversely landfill or go with higher rungs on the hierarchy. And so by leveling these two costs, it's going to make it more affordable for municipal officials to redirect their waste to incineration or waste to energy generation. Hopefully, as we heard from Sarah Nichols, maybe to the ultimate demise of landfilling. The association's collective desire to move up the hierarchy as a benefit to this state embodies our total support for this bill. Even though the consequences of LD 57 will not be experienced equally across the state, we hope that if it succeeds, there's going to be environmental interests that are extended to not just Maine, but our entire country and the world. LD 57 makes meaningful progress away from landfilling. The costs of landfilling to the taxpayer and to the environment need to be addressed, and this is a fair-minded step to induce disposal practices higher up on the hierarchy. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I don't have anybody else signed up to testify that is actually here in the attendee space, but if you are here and you'd like to say something about LD 57, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. All right, not seeing any. I will direct the committee to the online testimony. There's a handful of additional written testimonies posted there. And with that, we will close the hearing on LD 57, and we will move on to a public hearing for LD 359. And LD 57 will be scheduled for a work session at a later time. So LD 359 is an act to promote energy production from recycled plastics. And this is Representative Falkingham's bill. So let's bring him over and he can introduce LD 359. Welcome, Representative Falkingham.
Good afternoon. I'm still here.
Welcome.
I've had a good day watching you guys, and a lot of what you've heard really fits perfectly into my testimony this afternoon. So it was good to hear that, and I'll get started. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I'm here to present LD 359, an act to promote energy production from recyclable plastics. I have a proposed amendment to LD 359 that you should all have. This amendment changes the title of and replaces the bill, which is a concept draft, It amends the state recycling goal to remove language that characterized as recycling the beneficial use of waste paper, waste plastics, waste wood, including wood from demolition debris, used motor vehicle tires, or corrugated cardboard as a fuel in industrial boilers or waste to energy facilities for the generation of heat, steam, or electricity, only if the Department of Environmental Protection determines there is no reasonably available market in the state for recycling that waste. This bill mirrors Governor Mills' Executive Order 24 FY 19/20 of March 26, 2020. This bill would set in statute current practices under the executive order. The governor has taken a great step in the direction of tackling a huge problem in our waste stream by diverting waste from landfills to our waste to energy facilities where we can produce electricity. This is an improvement we can enact permanently that will have many positive impacts. 1. Increase domestic energy production. 2. Reduce landfill waste. 3. Increase supply to waste to energy facilities, thereby eliminating dependence on foreign waste plastics. 4. Increase reserve fuel at waste to energy facilities, thereby avoiding shutdowns that cause energy supply disruptions and require using diesel fuel to refire the boilers. 5. Promote responsible separation of waste in municipalities by restoring recycling credits to towns that have downsized recycling collection because of lack of market. This country and the world has a plastic problem, as you've heard a lot about today. We produce too much of it and we depend too heavily on it. At some point, people need to come together to reduce the demand for this plastic that we use on everything from wrapping plastic toys in plastic wrappers to wrapping fruit that comes off the tree with its own natural wrapper already. But until that day comes, we need to deal with the plastic we produce now in our communities and in our state. There are about 20 different categories of plastic material. Almost all possess their own characteristics, some easily recyclable, many not. Some can be melted down, others shredded mechanically or chemically broken down. They end up as pellets the size of small marbles. They go to fabricators that turn the materials back into products. The problem is that the product is 3 times as expensive as virgin, virgin being brand new plastic made straight from oil and gas out of the ground. This is one of the obstacles to circularity. It costs a lot. There's not a lot of money being made from recycling to begin with, and it's tough for recycled plastics to compete with virgin plastics made cheap with the boom in U.S. oil and gas production. And there aren't nearly enough recyclers in the U.S. to handle the tsunami of new plastics pouring out of the petrochemical industry. When you factor in the collapse of the Chinese recyclable plastic market in 2018, there's virtually no plastic recycling market left in the United States on a scale that can handle what we produce. Can we say with any certainty that the plastics shipped to China was really being recycled anyhow? My guess is that more than a fair amount of it was being converted to energy over there, but that is just my own speculation. At the height of America's recycling effort, we were hitting 10% compared to European countries' 35 to 40%. The U.S. outsourced much of its recycling to Asia, so much that the domestic industry languished. And there's the fact that plastic manufacturers keep making more and more of it, and consumer brands like Procter & Gamble, Nestle, and Walmart keep wrapping more consumer goods in it. A report from ICIS, a plastics market research company, said the petrochemical industry will likely double its plastic manufacturing capacity from 2016 to 2024. And the American Chemistry Council, which represents, among others, plastics manufacturers, says it expects industry to spend nearly $25 billion to build new plastic manufacturing capacity by 2025. That compares with $1.5 billion that the industry plans to spend on cleaning up plastic waste. Just to repeat what I just said there. The plastic manufacturers are going to spend $25 billion for production, but only $1.5 billion in cleaning up plastic waste. The World Economic Forum has issued a report on plastic that predicts a doubling of production in the next 2 decades. I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom here, but I am, however, pointing out the harsh realities of the world we live in. Unless we plan to create vast rolling hills of buried plastic garbage, or allow ourselves to be buried in our own plastic debris, we must follow the European example and start relying more on energy conversion. We need to divert waste from landfills in order to protect soil and groundwater from contamination. It will prevent microplastics from being blown into the seas and rivers. We can avoid the creation of methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Waste to energy does not compete with recycling. It goes hand in hand and supports high quality recycling. Most countries with very high recycling rates, such as Austria, Belgium, Germany, and Netherlands, also have high rates of waste to energy as a sink for pollutants, and thereby have reduced landfills to almost zero. I hope you will agree with the decision Governor Mills made to enact her current executive order, and I hope you will agree with myself that we need to do all we can to address this oncoming waste crisis. Please vote ought to pass on LD 359 with the amended title, an act to amend the state recycling goal with respect to beneficial use of waste. Thank you for your consideration. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dudera has a question.
Thank you, Chair Brenner, and thank you, Representative Falkingham. And I definitely agree with you about the plastic problem and just the ongoing. It's frightening when you look ahead to the future and what could happen. And I hear what you're saying, and we debated this last session when I was in Energy, Utilities, and Technology about the balancing of landfilling versus waste to energy. Certainly landfilling is the worst, but waste to energy creates environmental harm as well. I mean, unless there's really expensive equipment in place. And even then, I think the jury's out a little bit as to whether, really burning all that stuff is good for our environment or not. I think that the other solution is what we were talking about earlier in the day, and kind of, really getting on producers to, not put the burden on us to have to deal with all this stuff. But I do have a question in here. And my question is, I'm wondering who have you been working with any stakeholders in creating this? And I was just curious as to who those players were as you've been working on this bill, who you've been working with, just to get an idea. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Actually, there aren't any other stakeholders in this. I don't know if anybody else will be testifying in favor of this, but sort of something that's been on my mind for a long time. And with the episode that happened and that we know in Searsport, and I had a bill for that, which prompted me to contact them about that and how that all came about. And I was trying to think up a way that we could still supply them with fuel, but not bring it from Ireland. And it sort of got me down this whole process of learning about the waste and the waste stream and the plastic that we have. And I would agree with what you said about reducing and hoping that the producers reduce. But as you just heard in my testimony, that's not the reality of what's happening. It's not the reality of the producer's intention. That it seems like there is not going to be any immediate answer to this plastic problem. It's going to keep growing. And we can say that we may not prefer to do this, but we all know that the reality of the situation is we can either bury it or we can do something with it. And the choices of what we do with it are very limited. So if you don't want to bury it, then you have to decide what you're going to do with it. And if we follow the example of the European countries, they basically have eliminated their landfill problem by either recycling or turning it to energy. Also, with what we're looking at in the future of our electricity demand, we have an increasing electricity demand, especially when we're diverting from other fossil fuels. It's going to increase our electricity demand. So we need to divest in all our options to produce energy and not turn away from this form of energy when it's also creating a solution, which is the landfill problem. And as we've heard plenty of testimony today, and someone just spoke recently about how basically this garbage is going to the lesser places, the lesser states, and the lesser countries. And, you know, you've heard how Ohio is becoming the dump for Massachusetts. And even you heard from the gentleman from Eco Maine who said that he's shipping out loads to India. And just because it disappears from our site doesn't mean that it's disappearing from this planet. Something has to become of it. And it's not out of sight, out of mind sort of thing. Now, we have the ability to take care of this plastic problem domestically here in the state of Maine. And that's sort of where the genesis of this bill came from for me.
Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative? Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And congratulations for making it all the way to the afternoon. Representative Falkingham. A couple of things. One is the reason that the plastic came in from Ireland was that PERC didn't have enough plastic to continue providing electricity. So are you looking at the fact that we're going to have to produce enough plastic for them to be viable? The other thing, and I don't know if you're aware, but in 2018, PERC they were being subsidized to burn trash in order to produce electricity because it was not economically feasible. And that's where, we got the Hampton plant because of that. But looking at this, are you saying now you would like to put in the hierarchy of things that waste to energy is the same as recycling? And why are you putting it in statute since it is in rules now and it's been being done? Once you put it in statute, you are going to, solidify something that we may not want to do in the future.
Okay, yeah. And I think conversely, when those were put in, 40 years ago, they may have solidified something that we're kind of held to now that we might not want to be held to in the current state of time. And I think if we follow the example of the European countries, they're looking at waste to energy as a sort of reuse or a recycling. And to your other question, when you said, am I looking to produce a stream or produce, I'm not looking to produce anything. The fact of the matter is that we have this waste being produced all the time, and it's a matter of what we do with it, not the fact that it's being produced, because it's the consumer, the manufacturer, and the consumer that are producing it, and it's all of us that bear the burden of what to do with it. And I think looking towards the future, that we need to use it in the most productive way possible until we get to a point where it's either not being manufactured and not being consumed.
Can I just continue, Senator? Just
yes,
quickly.
please.
In regards to that, we already are and it is part of the hierarchy. So my question to you, would you like to see it, as you said, maybe, 4 years ago when we put this hierarchy into effect, you feel it's no longer the correct hierarchy and you would like to raise waste to energy to be the same as recycling. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that maybe the terminology is not exactly correct. I guess to me it's a more a matter of what's practical and what's common sense, not what definition or category you sort of put it into.
It's being done now, correct?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I feel that I feel that this does elevate the category to some extent.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Falkenham. When I was in the 127th legislature and on this committee, I'm quite certain, if my memory serves me correct, that EcoMaine testified that plastic was their preferred fuel because of its BTU content. Does that make sense with the legislation you're proposing? The reason being that plastic is a product of fossil fuels, oil production. So it would just make sense that it has a high BTU content. Am I off track when I make that statement?
I don't think so, Representative.
All right. Also, as a follow-up, I worked at SAPI Fine Paper in Hinckley for 20 years. And I worked on a project, I'm going to say around 2000, it might have been around 1998, 1999, where we fed chipped tires into the boilers. We had 2 hog fuel boilers, which means they burn chips, wood chips. And we delivered a percentage of chipped tires into the wood chip fuel. And as an experiment, they burned hundreds of tons a week of chipped tires. And the lead engineer, they finally had to shut it down because of the way the boilers were designed. The things were condensing on the boiler tubes that they hadn't anticipated. But anyway, they said that the emissions from the chip tire process actually was less polluting than wood chips themselves. Because they have to record their stack emissions constantly. So I don't think you're at all promoting the wrong idea. Plastic and rubber products have high BTU content, and they burn so hot that they actually can burn quite clean. So I think you're onto a good idea. No question, just a comment. Thank you, though.
Yeah, and I might add to that in that process, even the recycling process takes energy, and there's a certain amount of energy that goes into that process as well, which is not putting out electricity on the other end. So that's a sort of process that I wouldn't say, I'm not going to say that word, but there is an energy that's used in both processes. One gives you a recycled product that's 3 times more expensive than the original product, and the other process gives you energy. So there's energy being used in both processes. Both are being sort of melted down, and you're basically getting a product out of either one. But so I feel as though some people think that one process doesn't use energy while the other does, and that's just not the case.
Let's save this dialogue back and forth perhaps for the work session, and maybe it would be helpful to have the DEP as part of it. So Representative Bloom has a question.
Yeah, a very quick question. I do not see the amended language anywhere. I would like to see that, please. That's, I don't know where it is. You said we had it, Representative Falkingham?
It was emailed out, but we'll get it back out again so it's at the top of your box, Representative Bloom.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, any additional questions for Representative Falkingham? All right, thanks so much. And next up will be Paula Clark from the DEP. Welcome back, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark from DEP, speaking in opposition to LD 359, which would amend the statute to allow incineration of waste paper, plastics, waste wood, motor vehicle tires, and corrugated cardboard to constitute recycling when measuring progress toward meeting our statewide goal to divert 50% of municipal solid waste through recycling or composting, and in measuring municipal reasonable progress toward that goal. Specifically, the bill proposes to eliminate the provision that requires the department to determine that there is no reasonably available market in the state for recycling the waste before incineration can be found to constitute recycling for these purposes. So I would stress that the incineration, the use of plastics in waste energy facilities currently is not prohibited, but there are only certain circumstances under which that can be deemed to constitute recycling. In addition to setting Maine's emissions reduction efforts back, this bill directly conflicts with Maine's solid waste management hierarchy, which favors recycling over incineration, and broadly serves as a guiding principle in making decisions related to solid waste management. Further, the bill is inconsistent with multiple provisions in statute and rule that specifically exclude incineration or use as fuel from the definition of recycling, or otherwise separate the process of recycling clearly from incineration and classify incineration as disposal. There are a number of specific examples of statutory and regulatory language in the testimony, and I won't read all of those. These are a few, there are others as well. Paper, plastics, and cardboard are among the most common household recyclables. In 2018-19, Mainers recycled 418,000 tons of these three materials, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 1.25 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This is equivalent to the emissions produced by 272,000 vehicles during an entire year. Passage of this bill would remove an important incentive for municipalities to continue recycling and would likely increase greenhouse gas emissions by encouraging incineration of recyclable materials over recycling and requiring the use of more virgin raw material to produce new products. I would also add that the governor's executive order was intended to be a temporary measure, and that was in direct response to a number of concerns that were raised over COVID. In particular, there had been a lot of concern among municipal waste handling operations that handling waste, particularly with their recycling programs, would be risky for both the workers at their facilities and for customers coming in to deliver recyclables. And so again, that was intended to be temporary in direct response to some of those concerns that were raised about COVID. I would again mention that plastics are being burned in the waste energy facilities currently. It is not prohibited. It is a matter of whether or not We allow that in incineration in waste to energy facilities to constitute recycling. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clark. Are there any questions? All right. Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And now I would love for folks that are in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation. If you could raise your hand, or I'm sorry, in opposition to the legislation. I don't think I have anybody else signed up to speak in favor. Ms. Nichols. Oops. Welcome, Ms. Nichols.
Hello again. Let's see here. Okay, this might be the last time you hear from me today, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Nichols. I'm the Sustainable Maine Director for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in strong opposition to this bill. After listening to the sponsor introduce it, I'm sympathetic that he is coming from a good place trying to make lemonade from lemons, but this is actually a very dangerous proposal. Converting waste to electricity or fuel is not recycling and therefore should not count toward the state's goal of recycling 50% of our waste. There's no compelling reason why we should conflate recycling with waste energy to create the illusion that Maine has a higher recycling rate than it really does. The only purpose this bill would serve would be to allow for more non-recyclable trash to flow into Maine, disguised as recyclable, but then be incinerated and destroyed and used to inflate our recycling rates. LD 359 would erode public trust in recycling and ultimately hinder progress toward our state recycling goal. So recycling occurs when discarded material is processed and used again, not destroyed. We live on a finite planet with finite resources. And one of the primary reasons we want to encourage more recycling is because it helps to conserve resources by keeping materials in the supply chain, thereby reducing the need to make products and packaging from new virgin materials. So it is paramount that we do not corrupt that definition by allowing for processes that destroy or otherwise prevent resources from being used again to be counted as recycling. If people falsely believe that a material is recyclable because of flawed logic like what is proposed in this bill, then our waste crisis would only worsen. Researchers have found that people feel guilty about being wasteful, but they feel much better about that wastefulness when recycling is an option. And people already feel deceived by recyclability claims, especially for plastics. The plastics industry has knowingly misled the public and marketed their material as recyclable because they know people would feel less guilty using plastic if they thought they were able to recycle it. Let's see, I lost my place. Okay, so further, Maine's 36% recycling rate is already inflated as it is. It's only a best guess at what is collected for recycling in Maine and not what is actually recycled into new products. If anything, Maine should be more discerning with how we calculate our recycling rate, not less. Even if it were to get us further from our goal, because the public deserves to know the truth. And NRCM believes that we need better data and the public needs to be confident that recycling means actual recycling. Maine currently has a long way to go to meet our state's recycling goal that was set back in 1989. Fudging the numbers by redefining what counts as recycling is not the way to improve our performance. Rather, we need new policies, some of which you've heard today, that could substantially improve recycling in Maine, real recycling. And we strongly urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there any questions? All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Peter Blair.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental Natural Resource Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on LD 359. Conservation Law Foundation strongly opposes this bill. I echo the sentiments that Ms. Nichols just said. I believe that the bill is well intended. However, it has significant consequences that we are adamantly opposed to. So LD 539 would remove crucial language from the existing law, which limits when incineration can count as recycling. Currently, incinerating paper, plastic, wood, tires, and cardboard may only be considered recycling and therefore eligible for calculating progress towards the state's unachieved recycling goals if the Department of Environmental Protection demonstrates that there is no reasonable available market for recycling of that waste in the state. LD 539 would remove this safeguard, the practical effect of which would be to water down the definition of recycling and increase the amount of waste sent to incinerators. Incineration, often referred to as waste to energy by the industry, is a high heat treatment of technology that involves burning of municipal solid waste, which is also the combustion of commercial, residential, and industrial wastes. That's a catch-all term. Waste incineration not only emits climate-altering greenhouse gases, but it releases significant levels of toxic pollutants into nearby communities. On average, to produce the same amount of energy as a coal-fired power plant, incinerators release 28 times as much dioxin, twice as much carbon monoxide, 3 times as many nitrogen oxides, 6 to 4 times as much mercury, nearly 6 times as much lead, and 70% more sulfur dioxide. Incinerators also are significant sources of particulate matter. Inhalation of particulate matter has been linked to respiratory and cardiovascular problems and may cause as many as 2 million excessive deaths worldwide each year. A 2011 study published in the American Economic Review found that among US industries, waste incineration has the highest ratio of negative impacts from air pollution compared to any financial value added by the industry. Incineration is also often considered a landfill alternative, but after incineration, roughly 25% of the weight of the incoming waste remains in the form of residual ash. That still needs to be landfilled. This ash contains high levels of dioxin, mercury, lead, PCBs, and PCNs. When incinerator ash is deposited in landfills, these pollutants eventually leak into the environment through the leachate, which contaminates groundwater, drinking water, and surface water bodies. Incineration is not the solution to Maine's waste management problems. Instead, Maine must enact sensible, proven, and effective policies that increase waste diversion and bolster true recycling. These includes banning unrecyclable plastics, improving organic waste diversion through composting and anaerobic digestion, improving recycling and reuse through extended producer responsibility systems for packaging. This committee is considering several bills this session which would do exactly this. Through a combination of these policies, you can implement the zero waste alternatives that will significantly reduce the need for incineration. Thank you for your opportunity to submit this testimony. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Representative Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Some of us may be under some illusion. I've heard it said that now that we have new kinds of scrubbers in our waste to energy, that we can take virtually all the hazardous stuff out of the emissions, and that it's completely safe to burn this stuff because we have enough technology to take all those metals out and to keep any particulates and greenhouse gases out of the chimney. You apparently don't agree with that. I'd like to know why you disagree.
CLF and I personally strongly disagree with that. The technology has improved a little bit, but we still find that these incinerators are significantly bad at capturing that. And when the scrubbers do work, you're still just containing it, just not in air emissions. So you still have to landfill that. So those pollutants are still going to get into the environment. And additionally, that's only with new technology, which is very expensive. Most incinerators throughout the country and in Maine are significantly old and don't have these protections.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Blair? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thanks for waiting around for us. Okay, if you are in the attendee space here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could raise your hand. I think we've gotten to everybody. And if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. Okay, I think that is everyone. So with that, we will close the hearing on LD 359. And thank you, Representative Falkingham, for bringing it forward for us to consider.
Thank you for having me today.
We'll plan a work session in the coming days. And with that, we'll open up our last public hearing for the day on LD 1631, an act to amend the laws banning polystyrene foam to exclude packaging for meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and eggs. And I believe Representative Martin is here to introduce the bill. So we will bring him over. Welcome, Representative Martin. You're muted, Representative.
There, we should be okay.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I must admit, having listened to most of what you've gone through today, reminded and refreshed my memory of the days that I served as chair as a member of Natural Resources Committee, because the issues just keep coming up. And here we are over and over again. And so, you know, not much we can do.
We're not reducing our issues, we're recycling them.
Exactly. Okay, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, I am John Martin, and I represent House District 151 in northwestern Aroostook County. And I'm presenting this bill on behalf of the local grocers who are basically in an interesting situation. And it really is an attempt to level the playing field. I believe you got my letter, which spells it out, because out-of-staters ship it in with styrofoam, and it's being sold in the stores. And yet a butcher in Maine can't use styrofoam. So what this bill would basically do for the products that are listed on the legislation would allow Maine butchers to use styrofoam for packaging for meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and eggs. And a number of states, by the way, have followed suit with that. Both Maryland has just recently done it, as well as Vermont. And so they've repealed the section of the law that dealt with that to allow for the butchers to be able to compete with what's coming in from out of state. And it's really that simple. I mean, it's not a complicated, certainly not like natural. Now, the problem what you've been dealing with all afternoon. And number of grocers, by the way, I don't know if any of them been able to stay, but originally they were told that it was going to be heard at 10:30. So it didn't quite work out that way. And luckily I was able to go to Inland Fish and Wildlife Executive Committee meeting and worked there for a while, came back and listened to some more, and finally stayed here. But I'll be happy to respond to any questions that you might have. It's really that simple, and hoping that you will listen to, just go home and ask the grocers. They'll tell you what the problem is, and our local butchers, and that's really what it's about. I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Does the committee have any questions for Representative Martin? Representative Tucker. You're muted, Representative.
Hello, Representative. Are you talking basically about using styrofoam to ship products out of state, like the seafood exemption? Or are you talking about using the styrofoam in our stores, for example,
Well,
cartons?
if I understand it, you can't stop the out-of-state from coming in. So what this bill does is to remove that prohibition, and so that the in-state butchers would be able to use styrofoam.
Okay, thank you.
So the bill strikes out packaged meat and eggs.
Right, meats, poultry, seafood, and eggs.
Okay.
And if you basically just go to any large supermarket and take a look where the eggs are coming from, and the aisles that eggs are coming in styrofoam. And the main eggs, of course, are not.
I like them to come from chickens.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think, you know, I think you talk to local grocers, they will just tell you what the problem is.
Representative Dudera?
Thank you. So welcome, Representative Martin. Thank you for waiting for so long for us.
I listened to a topic I know a little bit about, so it was kind of, I wasn't bored.
Great. So I need a little bit more clarification too. So is the issue that consumers seem to favor the styrofoam so that the butchers here are at a disadvantage if it's not shipping?
Yeah, one's the issue of the competition, but also the product itself. Because once you, if, for example, take meat on paper or on, you know, cardboard, I mean, it does seep in, and so some people have a real concern about that.
May I just, so this is sort of a leveling the playing field.
That's all this bill does, absolutely. And we can't stop the out-of-staters coming in with it, but yet we stop the main people and the butchers and small grocers from being able to use it.
Well, it would be
even
their
Vermont. I'm sorry, even Vermont changed the law. And so basically this law is modeled after Vermont. Or this proposal, I should say.
Any additional questions from the committee for Representative Martin?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any. We will move on to Mr. Beneski from the Maine DEP, who's been patiently waiting all day over there. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I am Brian Beneski of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management, Division of Materials Management at the Department of Environmental Protection. I am speaking neither for nor against LD 1631, which seeks to amend the definition of disposal food service container under 38 MRS section 1571 to exclude serviceware used to contain, transport, or otherwise package raw, uncooked, or butchered meat, poultry, fish, seafood, or eggs. As stated in the bill's preamble, the department has delayed enforcement of the polystyrene foam ban until July 1st, 2021, from its original effective date of July 1st, 2021. These actions were taken in response to practical and logistical issues of packaging procurement caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Food establishments were encouraged to use the additional time to focus on depleting current stocks and procuring alternatives. In 2019, the department testified in support of LD 289, an act to prohibit the use of certain disposable food service containers, as the bill would substantially reduce the use of polystyrene foam and resulting waste stream through waste reduction, the top rung of Maine's solid waste hierarchy. LD 289 was passed by the legislature and was signed into law by the governor on April 30th, 2019. As was discussed in the department's testimony in support of LD 289, it is financially and physically impractical to implement a system to sort, collect, transport, and process food-contaminated polystyrene containers for recycling. There is currently no recycling of polystyrene containers in Maine. The department's testimony on LD 289 suggested wording identifying the types of disposable food service containers and ware intended to be covered by the ban. As was stated in the testimony, if you choose to move forward with the bill to ban the use of disposable polystyrene food service containers and ware, the department recommends the use of the term food establishments as defined in Title 22, subsection 2152(4)(a). If you want the ban to apply to retail and wholesale food preparers, and the term eating establishment as defined in Title 22, subsection 2496(7), for the ban to apply to places that prepare food for on-site or off-site consumption, e.g. restaurants, food carts, catering businesses. We also recommend building in a transition period after the ban takes effect to allow these entities to work through existing inventories. Since the bill was finalized using the term food establishments, it seems apparent that the intent of the bill as passed by Maine legislature was to include polystyrene foam packaging for raw meat, eggs, and seafood, in addition to takeout foods, bakery products, and restaurant leftovers, in order to remove as much polystyrene foam packaging from the waste stream as possible. However, this prohibition only affects food packaged in Maine and does not prevent foods packaged out of state using polystyrene from being sold into Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Beneski. Are there any questions for Mr. Beneski? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question, which is the most obvious one. Why can't we ban the out-of-state polystyrene as well?
I believe it has something to do with interstate commerce. That was a question that come up. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's what I figured. Next is Ms. Poulin from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Celeste Poulin, and I'm the Director of the Quality Assurance and Regulation Division of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am here today to speak neither for nor against LD 1631, an act to amend the laws banning polystyrene foam to exclude packaging for meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and eggs. The mission of the Division of Quality Assurance and Regulation is to provide consumer protection for Maine citizens and regulatory consultation and support for licensees within Maine's agriculture and food-related industry. The division ensures that a high-quality, safe food supply is maintained. Division staff works daily with Maine agricultural producers and processors to ensure agricultural commodities produced in Maine meet or exceed minimum quality standards. We have insight into production practices of many types of producers, spanning broccoli, potatoes, meat and poultry, eggs, and dairy products. Maine produces a great deal of meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and eggs packaged for wholesale to retail sale, both in the state and internationally. The current law puts those producers at a disadvantage regarding packaging requirements by mandating different standards for what may be sold in Maine as opposed to what can be exported based solely on packaging. An example can be found in the case of Hillendale Eggs, LLC. Hillendale is a USDA inspected company in Turner with a home office in Connecticut that has provided dozens of jobs to Central Maine for decades. Hillendale produces and packages eggs for shipment all over the United States. The company sells to national outlets and distributors, with Walmart being one of the largest. Under current law, Walmart will be unable to sell in Maine those eggs produced in Maine. However, they will be able to sell eggs from Hillendale's Connecticut location in Maine. The current law is a logistical and impractical impediment on Maine producers. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Poulin? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we'll turn to the attendee space. If you're here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand, we'll start bringing you over. All right, Mr. Tegolini, you can turn on your camera and unmute yourself and join us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome. Thank you for
Hi,
joining.
good afternoon. It's great to be here today. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, members of the committee and Representative Tucker, Senator Brennan, and Representative Martin, especially. I am with Hillendale Farms, and I appreciate the nice little segue I just had from the former speaker. I just want to review who Hillendale is real quick and tell you our position on this this current law or this current effort. Hillendale Farms is a family-owned and operated egg producer that operates facilities in multiple states. We are the largest egg producer in New England with facilities in both Connecticut and Maine. Like many other food companies, we have been facing several challenges during the last several months. As a family-owned company, Hillendale Farms is very sensitive to the needs of the communities we service. We are committed to producing high-quality products, treating our animals with respect, and being good environmental stewards of the land is not only important to our management team, but to our employees and their family. Hillendale Farms wants the committee members to understand that we embrace the movement to remove polystyrene foam packaging in the state of Maine, and that we appreciate the fact that the legislator is working with businesses such as Hillendale by amending or at least trying to amend the original bill. The effects of COVID-19 are still occurring. Packaging companies that we buy from are racing to catch up and fill back orders. Certain containers are still difficult to secure, and companies are adjusting their production to meet and accommodate the new COVID norms. It is Hillendale Farms' intention to convert all our products sold into the great state of Maine to pulp fiberboard or recycler-friendly PET cartons within the next several weeks. We appreciate your patience and understanding as we continue to convert these alternative packaging methods. Unforeseen carton production issues due to COVID-19 may complicate this transition. Again, we ask that the committee support LD 1631 and HP 1214 to help us through these crisis times that were occurring and what's happening. Thank you for your time.
I have a question for you.
Certainly.
Mr. Tegolini, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Can you just clarify for me, are you transitioning all of your packaging for all of your products in all of your markets away from polystyrene or just in Maine?
No, not currently. It's kind of ironic that in New England, paperboard is very popular, and PET, the plastic containers that kind of the clamshells that you put the eggs in. When you get into New York and into the Ohio and Pennsylvania region, polystyrene is still very popular. Right now, our intention is to meet the demands of the consumers and the constituents in Maine and do what's right and convert everybody over and make it available so things move forward.
So you've put your eggs in different cartons and you've done a market analysis to see what your customers prefer?
Actually, it's kind of ironic. Yeah, customer demand out in the Midwest states. Most of those are still in foam containers. It hasn't caught on as much as the Northeast states.
What's the cost difference between polystyrene and paperboard?
The difference? is the paperboard is made from post-consumer materials and is much easier recyclable. You know, it's basically made from paperboard.
What's the cost difference between the two containers for you?
I'm not at liberty to talk about that. I'm not prepared at this point, but there is a difference, but it's negligible at this point.
Would you mind providing that for the work session? Would that be something you'd be willing to share with us?
I don't see why not. I'd be glad to share something with you. No problem.
Great, thank you. Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Well, this kind of leads to the question that I had for Representative Martin, because I'm surprised because I feel like people were very much in favor of the polystyrene ban, number one. We're happy, many people were happy that we did it, it seemed. And I feel like consumers choose the cardboard over the polystyrene because they feel it's that feel-good feeling about they think that they're helping recycle, it's a recycled product. So that's why I'm just surprised about if we're not using the polystyrene to ship things, if we're competing against out-of-state eggs that are in styrofoam containers and yet consumers here prefer the cardboard, then I'm just confused as to why we need to do this. I can understand more with the meat because it does bleed in, but I'm confused about it with eggs. Thank you.
Well, if I could jump in, what's happening is, let's take the fact that brown eggs are local eggs and local eggs are fresh, right? That's something that the consumers have been led to believe for many years here in New England. However, once we get past, say, Fairfield County here in Connecticut, it turns into white eggs. And when we get into New York City and New Jersey and Pennsylvania, it's not that we don't sell brown eggs, but the majority of our brown egg customers are up in New England. And it's the same way basically with the packaging. The packaging, the preferred method or the preferred consumer choice is a pulp container. Or a paperboard container. And again, the perception is that it's more eco-friendly, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what's happening in our industry, and again, the majority, we appreciate the extension of the original bill to July 1st, because what was happening was we're still, because the retail demand is up so great, people weren't going out to restaurants. They were cooking at home, they were eating at home, and what happened was the paperboard companies only had X amount of capacity, and they couldn't increase the amount of capacity to meet the demand. And what's happening at this point is things are starting to catch up, but they're not 100% yet. It's a little spotty from time to time. If something happens, or if we get all of a sudden a spike in demand, we've been running into some issues, and that's why we're kind of in favor of this. We are in favor of this because it gives us an option. Again, it's better to have something to put eggs in than nothing at all. And that's what we were running into in the middle of COVID. It's not that we didn't have the eggs because the eggs shifted over from food service into retail. We just didn't have the cartons to put them in, so we were forced to go to alternative methods. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Dudera, do you have a follow-up?
Whoops, I didn't mean to put my hand back up again. Thank you. But yes, that does help. Thanks. So you just feel you need the option, especially right now when times are still a little precarious, and you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. I had to say.
That's a good one. Again, Maine is very important to Hillendale Farms. We employ quite a few people. We do an awful lot of business in Maine. Chances are, if you open up your refrigerator, one of our products right now is probably sitting in your refrigerator, and we appreciate that. So we want to support the communities that support us and do what's right. And basically, that's what we're aiming towards.
Representative Tucker.
Thank you for reminding me.
Sure, no problem.
So this is not, I take it, a safety or health concern at all. It's simply an inventory, a chain of supply problem for you.
Exactly. You have to remember too, paperboard is in very high demand now. Most of the people that are in this meeting right now are calling up, ordering things from Amazon. Things are getting shipped to their house that never got shipped to their house before. So the demand on cardboard and paperboard is up dramatically. And we were really struggling, especially 4, 5, 6 months ago. It was really tough to meet the demands. And again, all the eggs that we ship into restaurants are put into loose packaging. So getting those cartons was really tough. So what we're asking is for the understanding and the passing of this amendment or this bill here to ensure that there are no shortages or anything. And again, it's our intention, it's Hillendale Farms' intention to go 100% into either pulp or PET packaging that's more recyclable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good afternoon. And as I say to everybody now, congratulations for making it this far. What percentage of the market do you have?
Hillendale Farms, we're the largest in New England, the largest commercial egg supplier.
So does it then, to amend this, do eggs necessarily have to be part of this amendment, or the fact that there is time to get, oh, damn it. Forget the phone, okay? And forget that I said the other word too. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is it seems like, okay, there's an issue with meats because of the fact that there are juices that may flow into, if it's a card. Oh. Let me just do this, okay?
If that's my wife, I'm not here.
It was your wife, and I told her you'd pick up.
I'm in trouble.
So I guess what I'm getting to is in the case of the meats, I can see the issue about it being impervious. But in the case of the eggs, it's just a matter of not having enough material at this point, and which may be corrected in the future. But what we're counting on is your goodwill, and I hope that's good enough for the rest of the people who also produce those egg cartons and eggs. And I want to thank you for the work you're doing on that one.
Well, thank you. And again, we wouldn't make a public statement that like this in front of everyone if we weren't very sincere about it. And the way that the consumer demand is that we have many retailers that are requiring us to go with the pulp and foam containers. The pulp and I'm sorry, the pulp and the PET containers. Thank you. And what's happening is we're very committed to this because we want to do what the constituents want in Maine. And that's what the public's demanding, and that's what we want to do to make everyone happy.
Thank you so much for joining us. Are there any other questions before we let Mr. Tegolini go for the day? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, Andrew Costello is next. Mr. Costello, you can go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and National Resources Committee. My name is Andrew Costello, and I am the owner of the Bradford General Store in Bradford, Maine, and P&L Country Market located in Dexter, Maine. And I am pleased to be here to support LD 1631. Large retailers based outside of Maine, such as Hannaford, Shaw's, Walmart, have an unfair advantage over smaller Maine-based grocers with the current legislation. These retailers have outsourced a vast majority of their meat processing operations to locations outside of Maine. This enables them to continue to utilize polystyrene in the bulk of their meat packaging. Unfortunately, no product comparable in quality exists to replace polystyrene. The replacement sugar-based cane trays do not prevent meat juices from leaking through. This requires us as retailers to have to rewrap the meat daily with the new packaging. From a cost perspective, I spent $13,540 on meat trays in the past 52 weeks. My cost purchasing the alternative trays would be $56,720, an increase of over 400%. I am also a director on the board of Associated Grocers of New England, a member-owned grocery wholesaler. AG of New England supplies 52 Maine-based small family-owned grocery stores. The vast majority of these locations are located in rural areas. Without these stores and businesses, vast areas of our states would become food deserts. The current legislation would cost these grocers an additional $630,978 a year. Passing these costs on to consumers would be difficult, as current legislation would not affect the large corporate chains. Current legislation produces an unfair playing field squarely in favor of large out-of-state corporations at the expense of numerous small, locally owned Maine businesses. I thank you for your consideration and support, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Costello, for taking time out of your day to join us. Are there any questions for Mr. Costello? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. Okay, next up is George Braden and then Christine Cummings. Good afternoon, Mr. Braden. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for having me. So my name is Brad Braden, George Braden. I got two names. And I work for a company called Technoplex, and we make polystyrene foam, egg cartons, and meat trays. And so I just thought I would get on, and I support this legislation, and I've seen what the few people here who have just testified. I've also seen that happen. I was a little bit part of the process in Maryland, and what happened was, an egg producer in Maryland was put at a disadvantage to an egg carton producer in Pennsylvania, and we had one farmer down there who had plants in both, and he was going to be basically shipping from Pennsylvania to meet the market in Maryland, and nobody really thought that made tons of sense. And so I don't need to make the same points as the other people, but I will make one additional point. Egg cartons and meat trays generally are not litter. They can be disposed of properly, and the supply chain is different as well. And so what happens with takeout containers, an awful lot of it is put into the container and passed across the counter. And so it's really easy to ban that in a way that, it doesn't hurt the competition. But with egg cartons and meat trays, they're often filled in these central facilities. And these centralized facilities, may exist in Maine, or they may exist in Pennsylvania, or neighboring states. And so what happened probably by accident is that, this legislation, it puts the producers that are in Maine, whether they're processors or, and clearly the grocery, we're hearing from people here that are talking about the grocery. But when I think about the food processors and the packing places that either pack eggs or meat, the ones in Maine are put at a disadvantage relative to the ones in outside states. And one of the things that's my understanding is that generally the retailers, they're sort of the ones who choose the packaging. It's not usually up to the egg farmer what kind of packaging they use. It's usually up to kind of the retailer, at least with the the bigger accounts. And that's all I had to say, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I hope that makes sense.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Next up is Ms. Cummings from Grocers Association.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I appreciate you all hanging in there today to hear this important bill for MGFPA. Again, Maine's polystyrene law that is slated to go into effect in July will prohibit local Maine grocers from using styrofoam packaging for their in-house packaged meat. Conversely, the law allows for out-of-state product, package, and extruded polystyrene brought in from wholesale suppliers. Just like to make a note that MGFPA, along with our members and LD 1631's co-sponsors, have been diligently working to address this issue. We've been working for well over a year now, and we're pleased that it can finally be heard today. We are encouraged that President Jackson and Senator Stewart, alongside Representative Martin, have co-sponsored this bill to champion it in a bipartisan manner. The bill is simply looking to even the playing field for our independent grocers and aligns Maine with our neighbors who have addressed polystyrene packaging. We ask the committee to support 1631 with a unanimous ought to pass vote, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I hope a few other grocers that are here today can also provide you with some additional details. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cummings. Any questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next up is David Sleeper. Welcome, Mr. Sleeper.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of LD 1631. I have some written testimony, but I know you guys have been there all day. And so I think I will submit that and just kind of, Andrew mentioned most of everything I was going to say. I think the biggest issue is that all we're looking for is a fair playing field. We deal against the big box stores day in and day out, and we're not looking for anything special. All we're looking for is a fair playing field. And it all comes down to the quality of the trays that are provided in the nature tray or the fiberboard tray. The ones we've seen so far just aren't performing as well. We have about 5 size alternatives compared to about 25 in the styrofoam tray. We already do as much as we can without styrofoam because we all care about the environment. We live here in Maine. We go hiking. We definitely care about the environment. All we're looking for is a fair playing field. One of the things I like to do is just tell you the actual cost difference. In a number 4 styrofoam tray, which we package most of our poultry in, the difference is 22 cents for the supposed nature tray versus a nickel for the styrofoam tray. I looked at a package of chicken today that sells for about $1.79. The new tray would be over 20% of the cost of the package. A number 8 tray that we use a lot of, it's 30 cents versus 8 cents for the styrofoam. The other thing I'd like to mention is that the packaged meats that come from the big box stores, many of them are gas flushed. Many of them have a sodium preservative because they're coming from an out-of-state factory. I believe our meats are healthier alternative than the big box store. And again, all we're looking for is to be on a fair and even playing field. So I will submit my testimony and I'd be happy to answer any questions. We want to be continued. As Andrew said, a lot of states don't have the network of small independent grocers like we have in Maine, and we'd like to keep it that way. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Sleeper. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for taking time out to join us this afternoon. Next up is Joshua Tweedy. Welcome, Mr. Tweedy.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. You guys have had a long day, I see, and I'm not going to mimic a lot of what the guys have already spoken about as it comes to a level playing field and cost, but I do want to talk about real quickly and briefly about another side of it as it comes to availability of product. Again, my name is Josh Tweedy. I'm speaking to you today in support of LD 1631. My wife and I own 3 grocery stores, one in Fort Fairfield, Mars Hill, and Presque Isle. Including ourselves, we employ 100 hardworking Maine residents. I ask you today to please support LD 1631 One of the reasons for this, consumers will not be able to purchase many of the current meat items that they buy today. There's also a chance that most of these items would end up having a quality purchase limit. The reason for this is that the supply of the biodegradable trays that we've spoken about need to meet the demand is currently not available. We would have several conversations over the last few months with our suppliers about an alternative solution, and the information that I've been given is that there's just not enough product currently being manufactured to supply the need of all the stores that would have to convert over to these types of trays. So the alternative solution would then be to sell a prepackaged item, as Mr. Sleeper mentioned, just as the large store chains do. Coincidentally, though, these prepackaged items that I'm referring to are also prepackaged in a polystyrene container. I feel that there will be a need for a quantity limit, because there's also a certain number of items that are certainly and readily made available to us that become prepackaged. Certain number of items that are readily made available to us that come prepackaged, they're not available. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, many of the processing plants that we purchase from have temporarily shut down or have limited shifts working. From the information I've been given, it's much less labor intense for the manufacturers to produce items bulk in boxes versus prepackaging them and then boxing them. Many of the items that most stores sell, including myself, come in a bulk box. Then we repackage it onto a polystyrene tray. Again, we do this because the bulk items are typically readily available versus an item that becomes prepackaged. When the pandemic hit over a year ago, most prepackaged items were unavailable and were extremely limited. Many still are a year later. Thankfully, most small stores still could purchase in bulk and could still repackage product in polystyrene. If you recall, most consumers either couldn't find or were limited onto what they could purchase, like a similar chain store who solely depended on a prepackaged item for resale. Another reason we repackage items in polystyrene is that we can sell the consumer what they want. Many prepackaged items are only available in a larger size quantity. We repackage the items in a smaller container because not everyone can afford a larger family size package. I have been told by many of the packing plants and our suppliers that if they had to start supplying the food chain with primarily prepackaged items, it simply could not happen at this time. These companies cannot keep up with the current demand now, and I know this for a fact because I have items cut from my deliveries every day. To end, I will ask you to support this bill. If the true intent of the original bill was to help save the environment by banning the usage of all polystyrene products, then that's what it should be. However, only banning polystyrene for repackaging purposes is not fair, and it's not a viable option for the food industry at this time. If you have any further questions or would you like to reach out to me personally, feel free to at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tweedy. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Martin, for bringing this legislation forward to the committee. We appreciate your time and effort. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on LD 1631. I don't have anyone else on my list to testify. So I believe that that takes us to the end of our work for the day. Whew. It's just a little before 5, friends. And we're back again on Wednesday at 10, and we're together on Friday as well. Big day on Wednesday. Full of work sessions. Any questions or announcements or thoughts? All right. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you both. Thanks,
Good night.
everybody.